Futures holding on to gains here ever so slightly as we come off a nice bounce on Monday for all three U.S. markets ahead of what is to come in 5 minutes' time. We're going to get the January CPI print. A lot of expectations to the upside, depending on where you look, anywhere from 0.3 right through to 0.6 on the month-over-month number to the upside for this number. Let's go right to my screen. I can show everyone what we are headed towards here at 8:30. Shout out to Financial Juice for this data. U.S. CPI year over year expected to be 6.2%. U.S. CPI month over month 0.5. And again, I've seen anywhere from 0.3 up to 0.6 on the month over month number. U.S. core CPI year over year 5.5. So right across the board, we're looking for positive numbers. Sharif here, as always, to kick things off on what is to be a very important day for this market. Again, we saw that last month. They were expecting a 0.1 uptick. We got that negative print, and we saw the reaction for the market.
Yeah, so data dependent, Brendo, are we right now with this market. But hey, I'm ready to go. I'm pumped. I'm looking for an upside bounce, but whatever she brings, she brings.
Yeah, it's one of those markets where you have to kind of wait and see what the reaction is, even if it does come in the right direction. Could get that whipsaw, guys. Let's jump right into it here. What are we going to be looking at? What are we going to be focused on as we get this data coming out here in 4 minutes now?
Laser focus. Welcome. It's going to be a fun one. Happy Valentine's Day, by the way. Get that out of the way. But the good thing about where the Qs are at right now is it's not always bad that it's in the middle, because if you're in the middle, that means there's room to top bottom. 315 on the Qs, you got 297 to the downside. Look, if it's a hot print, then inflation's too hot. I think it's not that rocket science. You're going to be looking for shorts if it comes in as expected, or if we get like a 6 or anything starting with a 5, I mean, that's just sort of hammer long. And that's what you want to think about. So the first move, obviously, it's going to be the bots all over it. But if it comes really hot, or for some reason is unexpectedly lighter than expected, then you can chase it a little bit. But I wouldn't chase too far if it's as expected. We want to make sure that number comes out, and you don't have to react to it if you don't want. I'll be looking at the Qs, and then I'll have Palantir up and NVIDIA potentially for some dip buys. But let's see what the market does. I think there's more risk if it were to be hot, but we'll see.
Yeah, look, I just made it about as simple as, hey, what's up, everybody? Yeah, happy Valentine's Day to everyone. It should be a great day here trading. But I just wanted to say, what I put out here on the sticky note is, 8:25 is when we're on the air. CPI coming right now at 8:30. It's going to change everything. So all I wrote down here is, obviously, I'm going to be looking at Palantir long today. I love that quarter. I love what they're talking about there, PLTR. And then all I wrote down was a couple names here, weak names. Roblox, Tesla, Uber, Google. Strong names, Microsoft, AMD, Meta. Watch Amazon 100 and watch Bed Bath & Beyond at $2. So in only 2 minutes, the whole thing, everything's going to change. Our whole opinion of longs versus shorts, key levels, things like that, which is why I didn't really write down anything. We have Amazon at 100. We'll be looking at that. We'll be looking at the TQQs, of course, a triple inversed ETF right now. So you can see the NASDAQ up 0.4. TQ's up 1.2. So that should be, well traded here. Let's see if we dip down. I wouldn't be expected. As expected. That could come out too, right? We all get like excited about where's it going to come out from. But what if it just comes as expected? So that's why you want to stick with strong names. I'm already bidding Palantir because I know I want to get long. But yeah, I don't. What I wanted to say also was what Sharif said is that there's the whole day ahead of you. So. What happens in 1 minute is just an event, and that will base what the rest of the day is. But it's a money-making event, so there we go. The TQQ, early leak maybe, who knows. The market's starting to go back to the upside. Look at this, a nice little move up there, 30, 40, 50 handles upside right there. 50 NASDAQ handles on the upside, pre-number release. Last time this happened, the market went up 4%. So here we go, TQQs. Early move, NASDAQ just bumped and came all the way back. So do we get an early release there? Let's see.
All right, a couple seconds ago here, 25, in fact. Again, if for anyone just joining us, let's go over what we are expecting here really quick. On the year-over-year number, the CPI year-over-year, 6.2. Remember, last time it was 6.5. Month over month, we're expecting a 0.5% increase versus that negative print we got last month. I was going to say last year. 5 seconds to go here. So 6.2 should come into this box if we are in line with expectations. And we are higher, 6.4. So higher, guys. 6.4 versus 6.2. 0.5 versus 0.5 on the month over month. The core number also higher, 5.6 versus 5.5. Core CPI on the month over month, 0.4 in line, guys.
All right, so, I mean, I went short there, but late. Let's just hold on and see what happens here. Yeah, NASDAQ just dropped down a little bit. I was looking at that 24 level here, so we're short the TQQs here, like, right now. So that's not a great number, right? You don't, you get, they got a little bit under a number there. What was it, 5.9? What was that number, Brendo?
Go ahead, Brendo.
All right, yeah, 6.4 versus 6.2. So higher on both. So the core 5.6 versus 5.5, and the year over year 6.4 versus 6.2. Month over month, though, in line with expectations on both.
So I'd say it's bad. Like, it's not necessarily as bad. Month over month not being that bad is not the end of the world. So I just scalped out there 303. It's not nearly as big of a move as you're going to be able to see sometimes. And look, I said the algos are going to get it the first time, so you're not catching 305. I mean, unless you're a robot, maybe you can catch that move. I didn't get anything until it was crossing the 304 mark. I got 303.80s and then some in the 60s. Now those are even out of the money, but we're able to snag a quick little dip buy or dip in there, and I want to see if there's any opportunities to buy dips on strength anywhere. You talked about, I like Microsoft at 270. I want to look at that. Palantir, by the way, I thought Palantir was going to get a dip fill on a bad number, but that didn't exactly happen. So I'm looking at 830 on that name. No dip buys just yet for me. Let's see if this market actually wants to follow through, because NASDAQ is flat right now.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, I'm just going short against this bottom right there. So 24 yesterday, 24.65. We just bounced off yesterday's close right here. So we're just bouncing off yesterday's close on the NASDAQ. Looks like it wants to take it out. There it is, taking it out back up to the upside. So you got to watch out for this. NASDAQ just back to yesterday's close and looking to take it out. So yeah, so far so good here. But there it is. We'll reverse into the long as we go back up to the upside. So a little bit of a hit here early, pretty small, but then we go back into yesterday's close right here, $25. So like Neil said, we're just bouncing around. We'll flip it into the long right now. Long NASDAQ as it's starting to bump up on a number not so bad, 6.4 versus 6.6. Not good. I am surprised that the month over month a little bit better. I'm surprised at how we are reacting right now. So there it is. We'll take it. There it is. Yes, sir. Let's bang it out for a little bit of a win here, taking out yesterday's close. But we lost early, and now we're making late. So maybe it's kind of a nothing burger. Let's see how these other names want to react to it. Here we go. Now we're picking up to the upside, guys. Good little move here in the NASDAQ.
Oh, my goodness.
Yes, sir.
Softy 270 was free money. It actually went right to $270 and just boomed off it. I don't know if I want to chase the move, to be honest with you guys, so I'm going to stay away from chasing. I just got out of the short. Didn't want to turn good into bad, but now you're absolutely screaming on that print, which I think is a little bit of a surprise to the upside. So congratulations if you got the long on that one. I wasn't really looking to flip it on a bad number, but it definitely is making that move. I think you got bottoms in on some pretty decent stocks. I can't see any way that Microsoft held 270. That was yesterday in the afternoon, the bottom. I just can't see any way that this stock isn't strong today. It is trying to get through that high. I didn't want to take a breakout. If it had come the other direction, the number, I would have been looking for a Microsoft break, but I don't want to chase the move up there. But I'm all over the 270 for a dip buy. I liked it before, but I was trading the Qs, and it came to the other side, so I was looking for shorts. Now it absolutely has to be a long off that 270 number the second time through. But that's because I already liked it for strength. We'll get some other names in just a bit, but I want to get some. If we dip down from here, because it looks like we could reject the highs, I want to see if we can come all the way back and come back into the downside. As far as shorts go, let's be patient, because as long as the market's above yesterday's tops, I don't know if I want to be chasing shorts.
Yeah, we maxed out there at the top. I mean, I don't know how you picked the top like this, but I mean, we also got the bottom right there on that first release, and we took that level out right there. So bottom there. And again, look at these averages. So, you know, my average price was, I think it was 80 there on the finale, because this was a little piece that was much bigger when we saw that 25 level, and then we reversed it into the log. So I just tweeted out net a flat trade here today for CPI, but let's just see where it goes. My Palantir was the only thing that I was bidding, and I was down here at 850, and it's crazy because it went to 852. I'm bidding 851. What can you do? Palantir, we just missed it by 1 penny on PLTR, or else we'd be long and in the money on that one as well. So yeah, pretty uneventful, but thank you for everyone for joining us here on CPI, as we'll continue to watch the numbers and these markets move around a little bit. I'm not in any equity names yet, but like Neil said, I do want to go for Google short if there was going to be some weakness in this number. So there it is, down to 94 and change. It did dip pretty low, 93.83. So that's lows from 3 days ago, I believe. So nice dip down in for Google. You can see our charts aren't going to be the greatest, but right there, that's it right there. So yes, 3 days ago, bottom 93.83 there on Google. Maybe that bottoms in as well. So let's wait to see on that name. But yeah, so far so good. Pretty uneventful. But hey, the market is still young, Brendo.
I just pulled up the CME Fed Funds tool. The overall futures market pricing in 5% terminal rate now to come before July, whereas last month we were looking at August or September, so it moved up a little bit on that sense. But these numbers really haven't changed, 4.75 to 5, so this would indicate a quarter coming in March, quarter hike coming in March. That's at 87.8 versus 0.5% is 12.2 right now. If you go out to May, however, this would be a hold, so 19.5 on the hold versus another quarter of 71, which would take us up to that terminal rate right now of 5 to 5.25%. So we'll have a look at how things pan out here. What a move, though, off the lows. Initial thoughts here on this crazy bounce.
Yeah, like you and I were just talking about off camera, I'm done trying to figure this market out. Just when you think, you know, a certain print will give you a certain direction, the market shows you otherwise. So I'm going to play it as it comes. Obviously, nice little recovery there, but I don't know. The CPI, it looks like the core was a little bit higher, which concerns me because you can say transient food and energy prices, but the core usually is a bit tougher to kind of get down. So a little concerning.
Yeah, I was just reading and digging into that a little bit. It was housing, food, and energy that made up the biggest portion of the increase on the month-over-month number. So again, that same area that, if you go back to the last Fed announcement, Powell was kind of focusing on, saying housing needs to come down still. Food and energy were showing signs of starting to move in the right direction, but still have a bit of a sticking point, it looks like, on that.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it. I mean, now you just ran stops almost like in both directions here. I'm going to get to Google in a second, but if you look at it, just one wick, breaks that bottom, slams right back to the upside, and then gets through the top, and then, you know, kind of ran some stops up there, stalled at 12.7 on the NASDAQ, and then you're pretty much right back in line. I'm with Shriek, like that core number, because I didn't initially catch the core being hot as well. It's not a good number. So I wanted to see confirmation that we're actually going to hold beneath resistance on some of these names before I chase the shorts. I still like Microsoft 270, but that's one of the long ones I want to come in here. Alphabet from yesterday's highs is going to stand pat with a little bit of a wick top above that 95 that we're shorting. So I think you've seen a little confirmation now at this point. They've run stops in both directions. That's a little bit dirty, but that's why I was like, I'm not chasing the move. I didn't want to chase that move to the upside. It ends up being a flat trade for me on the Qs because, you know, we get in, it's like, you get some at the bottom, you get some out, it's just whatever, you chase the move and you don't want to get caught too offside too badly. Now let's see where we settle down, because if you settle down with resistance here, suddenly you can trend in one direction or the other. But if we don't break the range that got made in this, you know, like 8 minutes or whatnot, I will be incredibly shocked. But we've seen crazier things happen here. So stick to the names you like. I know where I want to have the longs. Google would set up for a short as well. And surprised there were no Palantir fills to be had. Although there was, I don't know if you showed it. Did you see?
I missed it by 1 cent.
No, there was a guy showing up on EdgeX every few cents. I saw for 150,000 here. So like, essentially, like you could have literally been penny behind the guy, and he was just sort of holding levels. So, anyways, there are people taking big fills on Palantir that I was able to notice.
I just hope Palantir holds. I mean, it's a big holding of mine, Palantir, and a great quarter, I think, anyways, for PLTR. We'll talk about that in a little bit. Yeah, just as easily as we lost there, we made money, but now I'm back into the short. So I don't know. Like, I'm just trying to play around yesterday's close. We're flat on the day right here. Remember I was talking about yesterday, we closed at 25 here on the TQQs. That's right where we are right now. So it's a flat move here. And I'm going to go on the short. Okay, now we're really banking here. All right. Yes, sir. Hit it. Hit that 81. Let's go. Yeah, okay, we got it. So now we're really banking. So this is going to be a profitable trade if this continues to move to the south side right now. Yes, sir. Wow, what a reload there onto the short here for the TQQs. Yes, sir. Spin it right there. Now we go next short. So we ride it upside, we ride it downside. These are net flats, but now it's going to be hard to see this, but you can see on the board there, we are short right now the NASDAQ. So if you're short with me, guys, let's cheer this one on. Yes, sir. Big win here to the downside for the NASDAQ. I was just going to hold it until we got it at 20%. I was going to hold it until like back into here, 25.20, 25.10, something like that. So we got a big win for us now come on, give me some 65s, man. Yes, sir. Wow. Good move to the downside. I hope you're listening to some of the things that we were saying there. Sharif talked about it. So did Brendan. Here comes down to the downside right now. The US dollar ripping as well into this number. So that's part of why I'm sitting here on DXY watching this. I told you, man, we're adding more things to the toolbox. Here we go to the downside, goes the market. So yes, sir, very profitable CPI day for your boy today. So although we're in this sweater, I have to wear it for promotional reasons. I can explain that later. But here we go, downside move, lucky sweater day, CPI coming in pretty good here and making this market move, but not really too much. It's just dancing around here. Make sure you take some profits.
Yeah, wild action as well on, as Sean was mentioning there, the dollar. But here are the yields right now, the 2 and the 10-year anyways. Look at this. This is an hourly candle on the 2-year right now. We initially moved to the upside, test all the way down here to 4.42, I should say, at the bottom. Now we're right back to the upside. 10-year looks the same. Just crazy wild action on these yields. That's the dollar right now, a nice uptick. We are seeing a bit of a pullback right now. Let's change gears a little bit here. We'll bring in Jeff Mendel, head of broker-dealer sales over at OTC Markets, to have a discussion of what's happening over at the OTC. First of all, Mr. Mendel, it's great to see you. It's been a while, and congratulations on the new position.
No, thank you. It's it's one of those things where I've already been doing the job, so it's nice to get a promotion and keep working on. And also, hanging out with you guys. So love it.
Always. It's great to have you back. Let's talk about how things have been trading over on OTC over the past couple of weeks. A ton of volume. There's been a ton of headlines driving action and driving volume towards some of these names. I saw DD Global, for example, was a big mover going back to last week on a couple of headlines regarding the company regaining some status over in China. But I mean, let's maybe focus on Balloon Gate a little bit, because Tencent was top of the most active again yesterday for the OTC.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of seeing that across the board right now in some of the Chinese names. So, you mentioned Tencent, right? I mean, that's been one of the leaders in our market space. And so, it's trading around, it looks like it's trading right around 48.5 right now in the pre-market. So, lots of action in that name. I think even more so, though, in the first name you mentioned, DIY, I think there was a gap. There was a gap up, I believe, maybe sometime over the last few days. And there's been just a lot of trading action. Right now it's at 4.34 with a tight spread to the offers at 4.35. So, another one of those names to look at with a tight spread. You can actually trade a decent amount of size in this name. It's pretty liquid. But I want to take a look at Luckin Coffee, right? And not just today, too. LKNCY. I think when this name came down to the OTC market, maybe it was trading, somewhere in the single digits. I can't remember the exact. I want to say maybe around $4 or $5. But look at this chart. I mean, it's trading all the way up to almost $29 today, and also some action in the pre-market as well too. So it's LKNCY. It's done very well, and also, like I said, lots of movement, lots of trading opportunities in that. I mean, it looks like it made it almost all the way up to 30 at some time in the past few days. So that's Luck and Coffee, LKNCY.
Yep, a both leg. Hey, Jeff, Sharif with you here. Good to actually meet you finally. Always been a big fan, been watching the show and been seeing you on. Quick question, though. I read an article that said for the first 4 weeks of this January, more American money flowed in to Chinese ADRs than had been since 2018. So you've got some great ADRs on your exchange. The one I'm interested in is BYD, so BYDDY and BYDDF. What can you tell us about inflows into Chinese ADRs on the exchange?
I mean, from our perspective, right? So we're sitting at the exchange level, and so who do we service? We service the market makers, and so the market makers are providing liquidity for U.S. retail. And so in a name like this, you have people like StoneX, Canaccord, GTS, Citadel, MCAP. These are all market makers who are willing and ready to trade these names at any given time throughout the day. And so remember, these are names that the local market isn't trading at the same time. And so whenever there's retail demand, having us as the exchange, as a facility for these market makers to be able to trade these names, it provides a great venue and a great place for retail to ultimately look and buy some of these names. BYD is another one of those names that we don't talk about it as much, but it's always been trading. It's been trading in the over-the-counter market for a while, and so I put this in the likes of the Tencent in the Luckins as well.
We've had a ton of questions actually on BYD over the past couple of weeks because of the headlines surrounding Warren Buffett, obviously, and it gives people a great opportunity to get exposure to something that's primary listed in another country, in another exchange, obviously. I want to talk a little bit about Bed Bath & Beyond. Obviously not at this point anyways yet going down to the OTC. Still getting a lot of questions, Jeff, in regards to if anyone is owning the shares now and it does end up getting shifted to OTC markets. How does that work? What is the process that happens there, and what is the end result?
Yeah, so the last time I think a name this big came down, maybe it was Hertz, right? So if everyone remembers, it was a corporate action that happened overnight. So there was an announcement X amount of days ahead of time, and when the exchange makes that announcement, basically that's telling the shareholders that as of this date, the company will no longer be listed on the exchange, and then typically the next day it continues trading in the over-the-counter market. It's the same symbol, usually carries the same QSIP. I'm sorry, it's the same stock. It just has a new symbol, and then it transfers over in your TD Ameritrade account, in your trading account, over to that new symbol. So there should be no disruption in trading when and if it does actually happen.
Yeah, so the most important message here is simply nothing needs to be done. If you do own the shares, it'll just automatically happen behind the scenes on your broker level, essentially.
Correct, yes.
Exactly. Great stuff. Anything else on your radar today?
It seems like there's been a decent amount of action in the grayscale names. So that's GBTC and ETHE. It's back. GBTC is back above the $10 mark with a little bump up in the crypto market. At least since the last time I've been on, which is probably about a month or so. But also great names to look at, the grayscale products, GBTC and ETHE.
Great stuff. Great information as always. Jeff Mendel is head of broker dealer sales over at OTC Markets. Great to see you.
Thank you, Brendan.
It's always good to see Jeff there. And look, I know a lot of people, you're watching Bed Bath & Beyond, and it's like, okay, well, what's going to happen here? Luck and Coffee is a positive story. Hertz is a positive story sometimes of what can happen, but doesn't mean there isn't risk involved.
Well, Revlon is like
Revlon
basically finished, and Party City's finished. And
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, there's plenty of negative ones as well. Just to get back to the market, I got Alphabet and Coinbase. I talked about Alphabet looking to short back into those pops. I didn't get a chance to mention Coinbase. I do want to jump over there for a quick second because if you have a hot CPI print and that's going to cause potentially, the idea being that might cause the Fed to keep their foot on the gas pedal, for lack of a better pun or whatever you want to call it. I just want to be shorting some pops in here. I'm maybe a little bit too aggressive on Coinbase. I kind of like where I'm at in Alphabet, because I'm really, like, 95 is only 50, 60 cents away, but I took this 58 short, and I'm going to probably have a tight stop because I'm $2 from the high. And, I know it's a cheaper stock, but this also has a short interest in it as well. So I think the better shorts might be tighter to 59.60. It's only 8.50 right now. Like, there's plenty of time to the open. And if we trend to the downside, I think I might be able to get a better price in coin. So I might just duck out of this one with a relatively tight stop. Yeah, I just got stopped out there. You just want to be able to live to sort of fight later. If we do retest some of these highs, I want to get a much better price on the opportunity to short something like a Coinbase, which this is not going to move. It doesn't have 1-2% days. It's already 3% on just the gap up right now. If it flushes, you could see a huge move. The bottom's at 53, the top is 60. That kind of volatility, I'll respect it. I don't want to have a price that's too far in the middle there.
this is hilarious. Like, we're just having fun here now. We're not even really doing anything. Like, I'm just spending fees here, going back and forth. We hit the short. The short we never won on. We don't have any wins on that one. That's the early short. Then we just went long at 25. Got some out like at 25.80, 25.70. Like, we're like, yeah, that's a good one. And then it came all the way back down and we shorted. Then we started getting some out at 24.40. 24.40 is our best. No, 24.50 is our best fill. 24.60, 70s, 80s. Then it breaks back above 25. And I just punched along again here through 25. So it looks like I want to be in position with a decent amount of shares, but it's just hovering around yesterday's close. The market is literally doing, as my kids say, literally, Dad, doing nothing. So, like, I left yesterday, went home, grabbed my daughter, went to hockey, then came home, had a little bit of food. Then we went to baseball practice for her. And since then, man, I just feel like this market, from when I left to where it is right now, it's kind of the same thing, man. All these levels in Microsoft, Apple, Google, they're all kind of the same. And then here now on the TQs, we're doing the same thing again. So I don't know. My opinion would be downside, maybe, based on the numbers that we got. But I mean, the market is kind of saying, like, let's wait till we open up and see what some of these names are doing. So I feel like that's the right play. We are now loaded back up to the long here. So I don't know. If it breaks through 25, we'll get out. But all we're doing is, we're going to get out right now. All we're doing is spitting through fees right now, as the market really has no idea what it wants to do. So I feel like the best thing to do is just to sort of sit down and watch. There we go. So we just got stopped out again of 25 long. So sit down, watch, and see what happens here, because I don't really have an opinion on a direction. So all we're really doing is just spitballing now. So, I mean, unless you guys have something, I mean, we can look at a 20-minute chart here of the TQs. Like, this is where I went short, thinking that we were breaking this level right there. So the past sort of support on the NASDAQ. But I mean, that's been holding right now, 24.60. It's where we went short initially. That held. And then you move it up to the upside, we got nowhere near the top. And if anything, that little top wick didn't make much sense. Just came up here. So I don't know. Look, this is where we closed yesterday. This is the day we had in the afternoon. So a little bit of back and forth right now. So, I mean, I'm sorry, but I don't really have a strong opinion one way or the other here.
I just feel the number was bad.
I said maybe short, yeah.
Yeah, look. The only reason I like the short here is, like, the number was bad, so I like the short. And then we put in some highs that were interesting. So if you can short off a level that you like, which, I mean, yesterday this range in Alphabet made sense for a short. So on a bad number, to me that makes sense again. Someone was asking about Tesla for a second. I want to go to Tesla just here. This got to 199.50. Okay, 199.33. I don't want to misrepresent it, but failed that 200 level on the number, I should say, and now we're making lower highs in Tesla as well. So beneath that 200 has been a bit of a wall. Just an idea on the daily, like if you look at where Tesla is, a couple of challenges above that 200, then kind of an interesting consolidation here. So when I pop my 15 up, you got the break, You've got a couple of days of sort of relative weakness, and now you're beneath that 200 level. This could, if the market goes down, like I think Tesla is a name that you want to be looking at for some shorts. As long as it's beneath that 200 number, it makes sense. And what should Jeffrey be today? Jeffrey the bear. So, I mean, I can't say that and then not, I have to click bear on the poll because I'm short, and I just said I didn't think the number was good, and he's kind of looked at Tesla and said I want to short Tesla in front of 200. So let's go with the bear. That's not a good inflation number. So in theory, we should be heading to the downside, and the market wants to be inside of the range, so just make sure you stick to key price levels because that's what's going to matter here. And I thank you guys for pointing out Tesla and 200. Now, I was looking at a bunch of other names out right now, and Tesla was not necessarily one of them. So Tesla 200, if we get anywhere close to it, I think that's a short for sure.
Analyst moves for everyone this morning. There's a ton to get through this morning. Notable names on here. We've had big moves in the energy market over the past couple of days. Goldman liking Oxy. There was a 13G I saw pointing to Warren Buffett's stake, still hovering around the same point in Oxy there. Sunoco, I haven't talked about that in ages. CrowdStrike, Fortinet, First Solar lift on here once again, coming off earnings last week, T2 and Zscaler. Goldman's busy today. A lot of opinions coming out of Goldman Sachs today.
So one of those out there, Oxy, I'm going to take a double. I haven't looked at oil, quite frankly, because we're focusing on CPI this morning. But I do know Oxy is really set up at 66 to make a little bit of a breakout. So on the 15-minute, this is what it looks like here. You got, well, it's 65.80 is the top, but like call it 66. Room up to 68. But you got to be wary of what's going on in oil futures. And quite frankly, I don't know if today is going to be the day that I want to make that play. And you know, if I'm looking for a breakout, I'm going to want oil to be up on the day, generally. And the Oxy sometimes can be relatively strong and then go up on days when you're not getting a strong move in crude. But yeah, you know what, if I don't, upgrade or not, and level or not, if I don't see us sort of breaking out, re-challenging like 80, it's not going to make a heck of a lot of sense. It's going to be on my watch. I'll make sure I put an alert for that price in Occidental. If we get some strength, I like the breakout trade when it sets up like this. I just always want the futures to be following when it comes to oil. That's kind of disappointing. I was kind of hoping I'd see even flat. Like if it was flat to slightly up, I think I might have taken a shot.
I mean, you know, messing with Oxy is fine, but I think still you want to go with XOM, man. XOM all-time highs, breaking back above this 115 level that was sort of topped out there. We did hit it last time and fell back down. We came in right into the 50 period right here on XOM. So, like we took out 115 there, and then you would say, okay, well, we topped out there, right? And so when it came back in, it was then supported by the 50 period down here at 105. And then since then, we've just been bouncing. We hit 115 again, basically. We took it out. We went to 117, came back, hit the 50 period again at 110, and then blew back up and created all-time highs again for XOM. So it's like every little bump up is a new all-time high for these guys. So I would say that you just want to stay long oil names, and especially with all this like global threat and this balloon and that UFO and this. I mean, UFOs probably don't use oil, but at the same time, I think that we do. So, I like to buy these names as long as there's dip buy opportunities, and maybe CPI data today gives you that. I mean, XOM is only flat, so no, it's not giving you anything, but that's what I'm looking for here. Why mess with other names? I mean, I think you just come at the king, you just stay with it until it breaks. I mean, if you're going to take XOM long, you can get out if it breaks 110. I mean, it's respected this 50 period pretty good. You have what? It's 5-6% worth of risk. That's like what the dividend is. So I think it's worth it down there. And even if you want to hold all the way down to 105, $100, something like that, I still think you got it. So thanks, Andy, right there for your kind comments there in the chat. But so far so good here with XOM. Now it's down to 1/3 of a point, but we'll see. I like that name better than, I don't like it better than Oxy, but I just feel like if you're investing in something, XOM is going to win. And then Chevron has that monster buyback as well. There's a lot of reasons to be in oil names right now.
I think UFOs probably use antimatter or something like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's not crude. I know that. And apparently it's not nat gas either. I mean, the way that's going down. So we'll find out plutonium. I don't know. Maybe we need to invest in some of these EV makers a little more here. But all right, Brendan, if it comes across the wire, what energy source these these UFOs are using, please let us know, because I like to go long. You know, maybe they're just so much smarter than us. It's probably water.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's it. See, they figured it out.
Hydration Nation.
That's the holy grail right there.
Aliens are all about Hydration Nation. All right, Brendo.
Them up.
They need
There's like a
water, too.
white
You need water for
powder or something that I don't know. We have to figure out what that is. First segment of the show, guys, as always, brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million, keep 90% of the profits, trade stocks, indices, forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code on screen now. TTV will get you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. Let's have a look at what is happening over on the European landscape so far. Kind of the same. I mean, it was up, it was down, and now we're kind of back to where we were. So positive top to bottom here, but nothing to see as far as overly exciting moves so far in Europe. We'll bring in Arun, get a check of the futures here for North America, coming off of what we thought was going to be pretty exciting here, Arun. We're back to essentially where we started.
Yep. You know, the importance of this number has obviously changed quite a bit here. If we had this number a few months ago, this market would have fallen apart. So here we are, kind of still, you know, coming to the downside a little bit, but we are putting in tops and bottoms. I think the fact that we're putting in bottom, especially right off that 830 mark, tells you that there's buying willing to step down, and especially around that 35 mark. So I would definitely keep an eye for potential longs here. Just like yesterday. Yesterday, we're looking for both sides of the trade, and the market just took off right after the open and then just continued it. And this number came in, it kind of cleared the board in both directions, but it never really broke yesterday's pattern, which is still a buy side trend move. So although the market's coming down, what I'm looking for is a potential buy setup here. If we can just get it somewhere below 50, I know we're working with 50 right now. If we can just set up something below 50, I can use 41.20 for a potential long and see if we can take it towards the, I guess, the 830 high, which sits around 85 or so. So the issue with having that long, let's just say we do get that longer, if the market just takes off, once you get into that 85 level, 41.85, it gets real messy, because all the way up to 4200 psychological resistance, then you've got to worry about a potential tops that were put in a few days back in at the beginning of the month around 4206, 4207, I think all the way up to 4210. So you do have to keep an eye on those levels. I've had 4220 marked for a while now, so I'm still going to use 4220. What I want to see is potential longs set up below 4150, or flip side of that is we break those pre-market highs around 85. We kind of struggle to get past it, and then set up the short against 4220, and then try to work it back down. I think you've got to play both sides once again and see if this market can actually get going in either direction. Doesn't really matter, but does have to set up in whichever direction you're going for.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Yeah, not much follow through either way so far for these futures. If you haven't done so yet, make sure you grab that. Every single day we send it out before we come on at 8:30. We apologize today, was a little delayed. Use a QR code there and enter your email address. Absolutely free from us to you every single day. Top of the list this morning, Palantir with a pretty impressive report right across the board, pointing to profitability by the end of this year. Nice look here for Palantir.
Shocked, to be honest with you, but some good numbers, guys. It expects to report $503 to $507 million in revenue in this quarter, and between 2.18 to 2.23 billion in the year. But what I love the defiant attitude of Karp. He said, when we were starting out, many doubted our ability to evolve beyond anything more than a specialty provider of software to a handful of government customers, let alone generate meaningful revenue from the government sector as a whole. They were wrong. So he's flying high right now, Brendo.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, guys, the move that this thing put in on CPI, not that big, back to essentially the first resistance point from the aftermarket move yesterday.
We just missed the 850 long, and I mean, the only name that we have here on this sticky note is Palantir for levels, and that's going to be 850. And Alex Karp, I mean, look at this guy. You want to talk about a legend? Look at this guy on the conference call, like just straight white T-shirt.
White tee, baby.
Look at this, and just to go, what they're actually profitable now. First question during Palantir's earnings: when will you be profitable, Karp? Well, we are profitable now. So there it is right there. The one hidden gem in all of this is M&A. So Palantir dropped a hint. I don't know why they did this.
It's weird.
I don't like why they
sense.
do these kind of things. But Palantir dropped in that people have been kicking the tires on them. So whenever you get talk about possible M&A for Palantir, I mean, they just signed a deal with those aliens for AI. So I think that that's going to be a really, really big deal for them. But no, they have government contracts. And the important thing is they grew contracts and customers 55% year over year. So that's a good one. And these guys have been AI forever. The problem is they're just making money now. So, you know, if you want to talk about AI, we've been talking about Palantir for a very, very long time into this. It's been an absolute destruction here since they direct listed. They were not a SPAC. They direct listed. I heard Guy Adami on Fast Money talk about them being a SPAC. They were not. I mean, maybe they were. I don't know how it all breaks down, but they direct listed back in 2021. And yeah, so finally turning to profitability, that's nice. Plus they have that talk about possible M&A. I think if you're going to throw some money around at somebody, these are probably a good target right now. Look at Palantir PLTR here. Look at their market cap. It's still pretty juicy, $16.5 billion. But the thing about it is they have now, so they updated their cash on hand. It's like $2.4 billion cash on hand. So not bad for Palantir. They have so many, I mean, look, part of what's so good about Palantir is their defense contracts, right? And then, I mean, right now, all the talk, I mean, they're spending, what is it, $2.7 million every time a balloon is shot down or something like that. That's what the U.S. is spending. It's like kind of funny. You can go to the dollar store, throw one of these things up in the air for $5, and then these guys are going to drop, you know, so there you go. Anyways, and I know it's just all tongue in cheek, but, you know, the idea here is that if we're going to talk about global safety and things like that, Palantir's all over immigration. They're all over defense. And I'd rather them be more into consumers because that's how you really monetize. But I could see these guys getting bought out by numerous companies. So that's never a reason to be in a stock. But hey, you know, out of my recent buys, we're now nicely in the money on Palantir. Let's see if it holds 850. 850 back to 780. I don't know. You know, can this number hold today? CPI is moving to the downside. We're still short the NASDAQ right now. So they do have some headwinds as far as the market is concerned. But I'm really happy for Palantir. I'm happy for shareholders. And obviously, I am one of them. So let's go Palantir.
I think one of the headwinds could be, I mean, their valuation's still expensive, even though it was a good quarter and they made money, they're still trading at like, I don't know, like 8-9 times sales or something like that. And you know, when you're talking $2 billion or under $2 billion a year, and your market cap's, I think it's like 17, so like maybe that was actually 8.5, maybe closer 8.5, that 9 area. That can be a bit of a concern, especially with that CPI print. So I'm looking for this channel in here. It's the 50 period is 830, so I like this channel 830 up to those highs that the last couple of days or last week that we had at about 850. I kind of like it dipping into that before I want to get into a long. My only question with the whole merger and acquisition thing is, okay, fine. So defense companies would probably line up to be interested in buying them. Valuation could be a concern, but would they be allowed to? That's what I don't get. I mean, the DOJ is blocking anything and everything when it comes to like big tech. Are they really going to allow a defense company to pick up Palantir when they have all those government contracts? That actually doesn't make a lot of sense to me. But there'd be those defense companies. There'd be a lineup of them that would make sense to me. I'd be shocked if one actually went through. But I'll buy the dip on Palantir. I would have only looked for shorts if we were challenging the aftermarket high. Like if it had popped going into that number and the number was bad and we made those highs, I would have looked for a short off 940, but that was after we saw the hot print and Palantir didn't really go up into that level. So I'm not really seeing the short opportunity unless we get a little closer to that 9 to 915 area.
All right, let's go on to semiconductors here. Back to the upside once again, or initially it was for the entire group. It's worth noting, showing a little bit of relative strength once again. This was a note from Bank of America hiking NVIDIA's price target, maintaining their buy rating, and it's all about AI optimism. More to come for NVIDIA. And then on the other side of the screen here, AMD benchmark getting a price target hike giving a price target hike for AMD. What do we do with these chips today?
Well, I'm looking at this NVIDIA chart, especially on the daily, and it looks like an absolute beast. I mean, here's where we bottom out around that 110. We're making newer highs. We're making higher lows. We get that golden cross right here where the 50 crosses the 200. That happened on February 3rd. We break these resistance levels here, and even from highs, this is split adjusted, by the way, 350 the high. This is a 50% retracement on the fib. So we just got to 50%. So expect maybe some resistance here. We just got kind of a, you know, a not so great CPI print. So let's see what the market brings, but we're at a great level right now on NVIDIA.
Yeah, even with that, I mean, kind of muted action here, guys, off of CPI for some of these today.
Bath and Beyond.
Sorry, so I'm looking at NVIDIA as well. We were just talking about Bed Bath & Beyond. Like if you just sit in the short pre-market in Bed Bath & Beyond, that's kind of like the best trade. Whatever. NVIDIA, 220 is the number I'm looking at. That was yesterday's top. You can kind of see the gap level. So I want to play off of this. I did I'm in Alphabet now to the short side, but you know, once you set up, ooh, I can't zoom out that far. Once you set up like this and you give us the number, you show us the top bottom. Now we're testing 12.5 again. I think we're headed southbound, and if I think we're headed southbound, then the original price levels where liquidity mattered, and we saw that top yesterday, double top almost around 220, then that's going to matter to me on NVIDIA. So if it's beneath this number, until we probably get me, look, I wouldn't chase the short and say, yeah, you got a short 212 because it's beneath 220. But at the open, this is where I'm looking to be short in front of that 220 level. That does mean it's still in the pocket right now. On any kind of a pop, I would take a shot on NVIDIA. Sometimes I always say, I like to look at Intel. Intel was a little stronger than I anticipated off 28, so I lost shorting that one off the 28 level, and it's still above that. So if I like to short an Intel, I probably need to drift toward that 29. So I'm looking NVIDIA shorts in front of 220. If it clears that one out somehow, then I can go back to thinking the longs. But it's been such a beast, NVIDIA, that if we get a red day, it provides you a pretty fantastic opportunity for the short side.
All right, so we're still short right now, and as the market is trying to break lower, so we're still short here. We got the TQQs. We just tried to reload it at 95. We missed it. It went to 93 right there. Sorry, 89 right there. We were at 95 right at this 50 period. As here we go, nice little money-making opportunity right now if you are short these names here. So I'm just going to go over to AMD. I wrote down here yesterday on my sticky note that AMD was a name that we look at for strength, and why? Because yesterday AMD was strong, I feel like. I mean, this is a monster move. We had bought this dip yesterday at $81 on AMD. Shout out to Adam DeLuz, everybody there on the chat that bought this one with me. Straight up to the upside there. Unfortunately, we got most of them out at 82, and then actually got our last 10% out when it broke 81.50, which is crazy because we ended the day, well, we don't end the day, but at 2 o'clock we touched 84. Nice move down. And then, like I said, I wasn't here right at the close, but it fell back down into 83 bucks. So for me, I think you want to just trade. I'm just going to trade what I do best around here, and that is the same name. So we're going to watch out for AMD down here at this $81, 80.70, 81.20, something like that. Still has a long way to go, but I'm short the market, and I don't want to give this up. So, you know, like Rick Astley, I'm never going to give this one up, but, you know, let's wait to see what this market does early. Here's the imbalance locator, the biggest and the baddest of them all, Palantir here as a bid. Other than that, you don't have much else out here. So I'm going to say hold off. I think NVIDIA is too overcooked to the upside as well, just like Microsoft. You know, a lot of talk about AI and a lot of talk about who's going to benefit from it all. I do think that NVIDIA, the picks and shovels, are going to be the best benefactor of all of this. But honestly, like 140 a month ago, 220 today. They haven't even reported. Like, I don't know what you guys are thinking about NVIDIA. I sold some on Friday and was pretty happy about it. So let's wait to see what happens with NVIDIA here today. But for me, I think they're all a little overdone. I'd look for a little bit of a dip in all these names, like NVIDIA down to 208, 210, something like that, down here on the 20-minute. You know, could come into play. Let's just wait to see, though. The market's still pretty flat, man. I mean, here's CPI. You know, down move, up move, down move, up move. Now we hang out near the bottom again. Like, make up your mind. And I just, you know, NVIDIA is going to be a huge monster today if the market rallies, but I just think there's air in this market. It has to come out a little bit. DXY is starting to head back to the upside. Price of eggs are up 70% year over year, up 9% in January. I just see that come through here. I have no idea what that has anything to do with it. I just saw it come through. So let's just see where everyone's spending their cash, right? You running out to buy the newest and latest video card because ChatGPT is pretty cool. let's just wait to see what's happening with NVIDIA. I look to pick something up around 210-ish if we can fall that low, and don't be surprised if we do. This could be a big move down. The NASDAQ is right now, and we'll spin this because we're making it. We're in this trade right now. Nice move to the downside here. Let's take another piece out as the market is on its lows, and we're short. So, we'll take it out here a little bit and see what happens as we only have 13 minutes until we get the NASDAQ imbalances.
All right, big pop for SI, guys. Silvergate to the upside on this note. 13G showing Citadel has taken a 5.5% passive stake in SI, up 10% on decent volume on that news. Just broke through $16 there, so we'll keep an eye on SI. Let's talk Tesla here. Nothing in the way of big news anyways, but some workers in New York looking to form a union. There was a couple of price adjustments once again in the Model Y, but it's all about 200, it seems like. It's been a sticking point, both sides. We get through last week, come back below, we're back towards 200 again.
Technically, 200 is definitely that level. The bigger thing that I take away from this is this possible headwind of unionization coming for Tesla. We've seen legacy automakers struggle with this ad nauseum over the years, GM, Ford, obviously to name a few, and it's kind of kept investors away from some of their stocks. So we'll see what this brings and whether this kind of translates into some of the other locations right now.
As always, Tesla remains its own animal when it comes to headlines like this, guys, but showing all kinds of strength here the past little while anyways, back to the upside after yesterday.
Not as much today. So, look, I'm gonna go quickly here to Alphabet because I didn't want to interrupt, but 94 has been a bit of a level, so I did take some out on Alphabet in front of 94. This looks like a downward trend to me. Since the number came out, you ran stops at the top, at the bottom, you ran stops at the top, and then you essentially have been you made a lower high, and now you're testing off the same support levels. So that looks like it's a bit of a trend to the downside. Be careful if that one breaks if you're looking at longs. Tesla 200, you're 100% right about that. Where is yesterday? So you're right. That 200 level, that's pretty much where we got to on the CPI print when it reversed back to the upside. So I will short pops if we get them. The only issue is I don't want to chase it all the way down here. Like you do have yesterday's low at 187.50, which could end up being a little bit of a bounce zone. So I think you're equidistant right now. I'd look for a pop at the open to try to short. The NASDAQ just tried to hold 12.5. It did not do so. But if any buying comes into this market at the open, I mean, you could float up a few dollars, not just like a few cents, and then look for a much better price to enter. I just like where Google was at the time. I didn't think I was getting a good enough price to short Tesla, but I'm not really feeling very bullish about it here today. Not beneath that 200 level. And it's been on such a big run. If you look at it on the daily, just look at the run it's been on. We start reversing here, like that channel, like I said, 187.5 or so, and then, you were basically straight up almost into that. So there's a lot of room to the downside. I want to be patient with some of these shorts because you saw that whipsaw action that we got at 8:30. I'm expecting we could see a little bit of that off the open, and I want to be fading into it as opposed to getting trapped at the bottom.
All right, guys, Sticky Note Nation has Tesla written here as a weak name. So let's wait to see here. Part of the weak names, Tesla, Roblox, Uber, and Google. Neil's already on Google. We'll look. And again, yesterday we had that great, and thanks for all the nice tweets yesterday about that Roblox short at the close. You guys are welcome for that one. But, Tesla, I look at it. Oh, God, we have these charts. Okay, hold on a second here. Again, nice little bump up there on that number up to 198. I still think that if you're going to look at, yesterday's chart doesn't look so good here. Let me see if I'll pull down another one. Here's a 20-minute chart for Tesla yesterday. Look, so nice move early, but then it didn't do anything late. And that was sort of why I talked about it possibly being weak here against that 195 area. So the market, I believe the NASDAQ, again, was, up 1% a little bit yesterday, did fall down there into the close. But Tesla was not overly strong. So I just like to think that, maybe a 195 short into here for Tesla, possibly breaking lower right now through this 193 area. Watch out for 190 right there as well on Tesla. Like there's a lot of movement that could happen here today. And the big thing that we talked about with the indicator there from the CPI was that, it's just going to give you trades. And it's like, you're going to have to wait for this market to open up to see exactly what Tesla wants to do. But there's that 195, 196. We bounced off of it. You now have VWAP, the 200 period, and the 50 period, all around the same levels. So I kind of like a short here. But again, I think it's a little bit premature to call some of these levels right now, which is why the only name that I'm in is the NASDAQ. So let's just hold on to this. The NASDAQ is trying to break a key level right here, I feel like anyways, in the TQs. Here it is right here, looking to break below this 2460. It's now broken below it. Let's see if the next little stage here is down to 24 for the NASDAQ, which would be roughly 12,400. So, you know, you have the NASDAQ, this is a 60-minute, maybe I should, normally I look at a 30-minute. I don't know why it changes to a 60. But there we go. Let's let this load up on the NASDAQ futures here. So here's 12,400 that we're talking about. So that's the next level. That's 80 points lower. That could happen like as you blink off the open. So I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised if we flash down to 12.4 here on open, and then we'll deal it from there. So I have some lower bids coming through here on the NASDAQ. And just that little move alone gives me pause for concern about a name like Tesla, because if you flash down, you may touch that 190 and then bounce right back up. So let's wait to see what happens here off the open. But I'm a short here of 195, 196. Let's just make sure that we don't get like that up and down. This is not the day to take out blowout tops or bottoms here in the pre-market. I feel like there's going to be a lot of opportunity to work into your position. So, you know, it's just another, like right here, we just bumped up a buck, right? Like we went down to 192.30. Now you're back up to 193.10 or so. So, you know, be careful with Tesla. 5 minutes till the imbalances.
Market trying to bounce here as well off of a brand new low from the session. Here's a note on Microsoft this morning. So strong yesterday, huge mover. This is an opinion piece, so let's start with that. It's not anything other than that, but this essentially highlights the fact that in that last job reduction that they announced going back a month ago, part of the number that they got rid of came from their metaverse division. So they had over 1,000 people in their metaverse division. They get rid of 100. So do the math on that, and pointing towards more to come, and maybe suggesting that not only have they gone all in on AI, but maybe thrown in the towel on the metaverse side.
Yeah, so I look at this and I have two different perspectives. One, it's a bullish case for Meta. You just lost a major competitor who was trying to bet against you in the AI and the metaverse space. On the other side, I say, maybe Microsoft knows something Meta doesn't know, and it's reallocating funds more efficiently. So let's see which one comes out on top. There's always two cases.
Yeah, no, we saw even the CEO of Amazon yesterday pointing towards the fact that not only is ChatGPT, quote unquote, really cool, but they have also been working on something along those lines for years and years, he pointed to. So Microsoft all in on AI. Again, just an opinion piece. There's no real news here, but back to positive anyways already from Microsoft today.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. Like, I can't tell you when, but I'm 99.9% certain that AI is going to be an absolute game changer in the long run. I don't know what the metaverse is going to be. It could be huge, but I think Microsoft understands where their bread is going to be buttered, and this is a much better opportunity. So I like what they're doing. I like that decision. I think it's smart. I talked about 270 just being a level here. Like, if you look at the afternoon, let's go into the 15-minute, maybe to give a bigger picture. Beneath 270, you see the gap that you have. And I'm just talking yesterday's breakout. That's 250 into that 270 level. So if it gives this level up, okay, you know where the risk is if 270 gets given up. It did actually hold that on the 830 number, so as long as it's above that, I think there's an opportunity for longs on Microsoft. Relatively strong yesterday. Right now it's flats to the NASDAQ being down 0.5%. So, give me that 270. That's about the only price I like to the long side, unless if it does break down, maybe there's some longs down around the mid-60s that I would take a look at. But you cross that bridge when you get to it. The 270 level is what I'm looking for off the open. I do like the long there. Understanding if it gets beneath, that's a pretty big gap fill. There's no being stubborn about it if you get that long.
Look, I mean, Microsoft, I was actually checking, is like now it's my number 2 holding, but it's way too overextended. Microsoft is a short, in my opinion, although I have it written on here as a long. The more and more I think about this, their investment into ChatGPT, if you know what that was, put it in the chat. It's $10 billion, and the market cap they gained since their earnings call, which was negative, $300 billion. So, I mean, they've already gotten 30-1 there on their return from their investment into ChatGPT. So, to me, it's well extended. It's well overdone to the upside, but I still hold the name. And if you're going to play relative strength, Microsoft is going to be one of those things, but you're bouncing off 275 right now. Like $10 billion into this thing, and it's returned $338 billion to shareholders. I feel like it's a little overdone there. There's been $100 billion in the last week alone gone from Microsoft out of Google into Microsoft. I think it's overblown, but hey, I like the name. They have a moat around them. They have Azure. They now have this AI talk. They have Office. They have Windows. They're going to make chat into a more productive tool. I like it. They have retail. They have the consumer. I like Microsoft. I'm huge into the name. They also pay a dividend, but honestly,
ex-dividend.
It's gone, ex-dividend tomorrow. It's gone way too far here and too fast, in my opinion. Doesn't mean I'm right. Again, it's on here as a strong name. We're definitely not going to fight the trend here. The market's down 0.5%. Microsoft's flat. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to get into a bid here for Microsoft just because of my bias there on just how far it's gone up. I could just see some air coming out of this balloon as well. So let's just see how far it goes, man. We're short the market right now, so yes, I am biased a little bit in that, but I think what I'm saying makes sense. And, if it doesn't, it wouldn't be the first time something I said didn't make any sense. So, if it comes down here to 270, you could test along, and I think you're going to get that opportunity today. So good luck with that.
All right, notable move here for the 2-year. We'll go back to the yields here to show you 1-year high. So this is the highest point since the beginning of the year anyways for the 2-year, back to 4.57 on that. That's the 10-year right now, still chopping around 3.72, 3.75, or 3.74 was the top there, but big move up for the 2 years. So short-term yield still moving back to the upside. Let's go to Airbnb. Huge monster day yesterday to the upside, back to 117. Not doing anything right now, but earnings after the close tonight for Airbnb.
Yeah, and we've heard a lot about this, Brendo, about the consumer spending shifting from goods to services. That probably benefits Airbnb as people seek out adventures rather than goods. So let's see how earnings does tonight.
Yeah, it might be wait and see until after the close, guys. But is there a trade here today for ABNB?
I mean, this stock was super strong yesterday going into the earnings, and you sort of saw once it broke out, like this is a 110 break right at the open or right in the morning, pretty much at 9:30 you got that level, and then it just drifted, flew up to 115 almost nonstop, and then you got a little bit of extension in the afternoon. So it kind of marked off 121 in case we got there on a what I think was a bad print and what could be a negative day. Beneath that, if it somehow gets to that level, I'd probably short it. But that 115, previous support, it held in the afternoon. If it can bounce off there, then I do like the opportunity to jump into some strength here for Airbnb. But it's kind of like softy. Like you see once this level is gone, what you could be dealing with if this market decides it wants to extend to the downside. If we see a 1 to 2% down day and this doesn't hold up, then there's going to be an opportunity for shorts. It's just we're above that. We already bounced well higher than that on the CPI number, so you always have this opportunity that this is a level that can hold. There were buyers there yesterday, and that's what I look for, support and resistance. So 115 for me on Airbnb. I would never trade this stock until it opens up. I shouldn't say never. I would almost certainly not trade it till it opens up because you don't have a ton of volume in it. It's not as liquid as some of the other names that you might see us trade early on. So I'm going to wait for this to open. If it can hold 115 there, I'd look for a long first.
All right. I just took another piece out here on the T. I'm not looking at Airbnb. I just took another piece out there on the TQQs there at 24.55. So 56. Sorry. Nice move downside. We have 40 cents in the money. We're about 1% or so in the money here on this name. So it's been. I was just talking with Greg there. It's like a flat. I'm flat on the stock. So we hit the short early. Thought the move was going to continue lower on what was a bad number. We thought anyways. And then when it broke yesterday's high, we went long again and took advantage of that long. But then we held it all the way back down, and there's my out right there, that red. And then since then, we've sort of just been re-shorting it back down to the downside. So as this market continues to fall, we're going to be net short, and I'm not going to get out of this trade until we rip off the top, which may happen for sure. But I don't have the top. I'm just in here, 25.20, something like that. Once we get back up to the upside, we will punch out of this name and regroup from that. So an upside move in the TQs gets us out. out, but we are still waiting to get a little more short if we can in the 90s. Just a quick look here on, we're done with that rundown if you want to get rid of it. Not much happening here as far as the imbalance is concerned. So we still got Palantir up there. It's coming right back into some levels. I may cancel this 850. It's a small trade because I was sitting there pre-market. So we'll try an 850 long, but it's coming in. I am biased to the short side today, so I don't really want to get run over here by PLTR, but we won't. So let's just take a small piece at 850. Other than that, not much happening here. Palantir coming back down to this level. Who knows? We could get that flush early, and then it just battles back the rest of the day. Could continue. That's why we're here, man. And you've now found the best show. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe. And as long as we have that ready to go, we don't have to do it now, but we have a Neil like and subscribe thing
I want the button.
coming for you today soon. So we'll do that as the show goes.
What do you see, Lucas?
1 minute to go right now. Yeah, Neil has a little surprise in his.
No, mine's okay. Lucas is fire, though.
I haven't seen Lucas. I've seen Sharif's and I've seen yours. Here we go. 45 seconds to go, and we're getting ready to rock and roll. Yeah, Carp does look like Einstein. Is that a bad thing? All right, here we go. TQQs, NASDAQ, ready to rock and roll. It's 30 seconds to go, and it's Bradley Beal on the ones and twos.
He definitely, and he looks like he's a little cold at chilly in here, but the market is, well, if you like red, right now we are to the downside, I suppose. I was going to say it's heating up, but it's heading in the wrong way to be heating up. Some weakness here in NVIDIA early, so watch out for NVIDIA. It looks relatively weak. I just saw Google bounce to the upside. I saw Microsoft bounce to the upside. I saw NVIDIA actually heading lower, so watch out for weakness in that particular name. It is Bradley attacking the Bears in 3, 2, and 1. That Bear is going to win that fight.
Yeah, Bears aren't losing those fights right there. But I don't know, man. Prad's been in the gyms now, so I don't know, man. Those Bears, beware.
I mean, I do.
That is for damn sure. And there it is. We'll spin it early right now. We'll hit the sirens as well because there we go, man. The TQQs
flush.
Bloom to the downside right now. Nice little flush in the market, as brought to you by Trader TV Sean. We talked about that possible flush coming through there, and a lot of you as well. So there's a nice move to the downside. We talked about a potential flush early. Let's take out one more piece at 37, and there it is right there. The first banger of the day is on board, and we do have some longs in Palantir.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here, but I just got low of the day on Alphabet, so we are heading to the downside. I tried to get more at the open because I thought we'd get a little pop. Obviously, was not able to add to it, but this is absolutely flushing. I got my fill at 35s on Palantir. Why am I even saying PLTR? On Palantir, I wanted it inside of that pocket from yesterday. It just got that level, so we'll see if it can actually bounce from here, but the market is just flushing almost 1% instantly.
Yeah, I mean, let's go. It's just one good trade. I mean, like we always say that all the time. I see Luca's now reading one good trade, a good book there. I mean, that's what we're doing. We're holding on to things and we're waiting for this just to come through. And there it is again. We just got another Palantir bid as well at that level. And by the way, NASDAQ, flush city, we're 3% right now in the money. That's why we trade the TQQs. You want to make some money, you trade the NASDAQ, you trade these indexes a little bit, or you trade stock, they're all going. But I said that we'd stay away from all these longs. The only thing we got on board is Palantir. Weak names that we looked at. We wanted Uber short. But again, nothing popped. Nothing popped off the open. Apparently Alibaba's going. Lots of things happening right now, and I'm only short the market. But hey, that is print city right now. Let's just take some more out, though.
Yeah, Google just went a buck, but it's now beneath its support level from the other day. But I got to get to Alibaba because this 103 level has been a big one on Baba. You can see there's 103 on the daily chart. This is a 50 period as well. It's trying to make a bounce off of. So if it's going to hold something for a scalp trade long, let's just say, if you wanted to, it would be here. But if it holds beneath that level, you can see the floodgates certainly open up. I'm more concerned with Palantir because it's the one long I have. It's about... Actually, I'm flat on that one, so it's actually not that bad at all. But Meta, everything going to the downside here. Even Meta, which was holding up nicely early on, beneath 180, that's kind of one of those lines in the sand for me. Any pops, I got to be shorting Meta as well. But Google, slight bounce. It's Baba if it holds that low. Yuckity yuck yuck.
Yuckity yuck yuck. Yuck yuck. All right, we're going to short Amazon against 98.50 right here. So, oops, that's still Palantir. Hold on a second. Let's go, Palantir, baby. All right, we're going to go short Amazon. There's 98.50 right there. So if it breaks higher than that, then we'll get out. We've just cashed out more of our TQQs, which is a good one as well. But here we go. We're short already, Amazon. We're short it right now at 98. I like it against that 98.50. We talked about, sort of why we like that level. Let's just see if it comes into play here. There it is. I mean, big move down. I mean, I don't know what else to tell everybody. We're just going to keep going short the right names, I feel like, and hopefully be able to cash some out. So Amazon trying to make a move downside right now. It just, stopped at 80 right there for some reason. Let's just put a bid there. If we could take a quick 30 cents on this, we'll do that. Oh, it almost hit us. Here it comes, man. Watch out, 98.50. This is the day we want, right? We know it's going to be active here today, so let's sort of be wise in what we're doing. And there we go, man. One long today for me, and it's Palantir. So we ring the register on that one a little bit as well, back up to the upside. Let's see how far Palantir can go.
Yeah, I just got 35s to 40, 45 to 50 on Palantir. We like it when it does those little round number bounces. So it's still beneath that pre-market sort of support level 55, and as long as it does that, it's still in a downward trend. That's why I said it was the only one kind of concerning me, but you got to ring the register when it gives it to you. Bed Bath & Beyond. I do this all the time, sorry guys. Alibaba. This is what happened when it couldn't hold that 103. It's now already down another $1. Like how fast this was to the downside. I'm going to look to reload my Google here, but Baba's going to have to give me some kind of a bounce if I want to fade that. It's too far away. Google looks like it's going to be in the nice little trend. That 94 level that was previous support, I'm looking to see this one hold as resistance. If it can't get above that and hold above, I think it's a good place to reload some of those shorts. Palantir the only long I have because I never got Microsoft, oddly enough. That was weird.
Yeah, watch out now. Amazon starting to go a little bit now, back up to the upside. I'm going to take out a little bit. I've been trying it. So the thing is, I've been trying to get out of some of these Qs, and there's just been no dips right now in the NASDAQ. It's just been a nice little straight move higher right now in the NASDAQ. You can see right there. So we're still on. I mean, I guess I don't need to show the NASDAQ chart when I'm trading the triple Qs right now. So yeah, we're going to watch out for that. Okay, there goes Amazon out. So Amazon breaks 98.50. That's kind of, I mean, it sucks because you don't want to have a loser on board, but you know what? Was that just a premature break there? Let's just go back short. I don't know why I just didn't get short there on Amazon. Tried to punch there. We'll figure that out. But let's go back into the short now on Amazon. I don't know, my orders, okay, there it is, that filled at least. All right, we got filled at 44 there. Tried to punch 54s, I don't know what happened, but here we go. Amazon back into the short there. Just, 98.50 was that level that I wanted, but then looking back at this, it just touched 98.60, which was VWAP, so we'll get out if it breaks above 98.60 one more time. Amazon on the short side. We have it as a weak name, but we could be wrong on that, man. Could be super strong here. Amazon still going back up to the upside. Man, the short is really at 99.50. Okay, we'll have to respect that 98.60. The market's too volatile to be trading right now this name, in my opinion.
So I think that trend is still holding on Alphabet. I just got the reload around that 94 quarter level here. So that's where it consolidated at the open. I want to get more out in front of the low of the day and then see how far this one wants to fall. I still am not getting any Microsoft because that 270 doesn't seem to want to get there, but it's about to right now. So that 270 level about to come in. Microsoft will be the second long I try after Palantir. Brendo.
Just be aware, guys, Fed's barking still speaking right now, talking about higher rates for longer, the same old that we've heard. So market more downside. Here comes Geo Group. Michael Burry tweeted, sell, period, going back to last week, and that was it. So maybe he sold because they reported, and it's not good. Down big time here for GEO.
Well, that's not good because he went all in on that stock. So it's not saying you do something because.
Yeah.
But if the guy who sold everything to be in something is like, oh, this is no longer any good, just sell it, I'd be very cautious with that. But I mean, you saw it already to the downside. I just got Alibaba, so I want to get back into this, talking about what we're sort of trading here. 103. 103 was that big breakdown, and now you're seeing it try to bounce up there. So I got 75s, a very creative short entry in front of a 3 level. I'll probably give it like 10 to 15 cents past 3 because I hate even dollar stops, and I didn't even get a full position there. If it gets closer to 103, that's where I'd look to add somewhere in the 80s. But Baba, add that to the weak list. Google, Alphabet here gave me another shot at 94.20. I've actually got the full position on, and now I want some out at the 80 level. This is crazy how it's floating around here. So I'm just crossing spread. Like it was about a 5 to 6 cent spread there. Instead of sitting on the bid at 81, I just crossed it to get 85. So we're going to go ahead and power this short up. We know we like Alphabet short. However, these longs, I just got softy off 270. So here is a chance for Microsoft to show its support of this bottom from yesterday in the afternoon. This market is absolutely flushing, so we'll see how these go. Palantir got 835 back to 850, and it's already out of the money again. So this weakness in the market is pretty intense. I got Baba short and Google. I wish I could have said I got some Meta, but I didn't quite get enough of a pop to short that one.
Yeah, and unfortunately, guys, we're in the wrong name again. We talked about watching out for Microsoft at that 270, and that would come in, and it exactly did. But we're talking about Amazon here is the name that I'm short, and it's not really participating well. Microsoft, of course, just bounces off that 270. So we called that level. We should have been there long. You were, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So that's a good trade there, Microsoft. 27. You could have got 03s, like wow, great level there. We are still short Amazon, of course, and we're still short the market. We've gotten some more out on the market on those dips, but Amazon, again, breaking through 99, and we're going to get out. We just averaged in at 90, so our average price right now, 56. Let's put something out in the 40s here for Amazon, and let's see how low this one can go. Amazon, we just got another 40 fill, so it's a whopping 10 cents. Look, man, we're just playing with fire here right now. Hopefully the market can fade out a little bit. We're still below the 50 period, but this is an interesting day, and Amazon's strong. So relatively weak? No, I don't think so. I think Amazon here, when I'm seeing a name like Microsoft flush like that, and a name like Apple and all these other names start to go to the downside, although they're bouncing, Amazon really didn't go. It only went just now. Microsoft has been going. So Amazon might be the wrong name, but we'll hold on to this just to see. It's going to have to break 99 to get this guy out.
Oh, look what just screamed to the upside. NVIDIA all the way back to 220 already. So I got the short in front of it. This could be a very quick offensive or defensive, I guess, supporting this level or resistance level. If it breaks out, I just get out of the way of NVIDIA when it starts going. So it hits the top. Looks like this is going to be a strong one. I do not want to be fighting something like NVIDIA. It's $2.50 away from those tops. You juxtapose that with Alphabet here, which that short, still in the money, still sort of trending into the downside. Know your relative strength and weakness when you see it. Microsoft, as you said there, it bounces off the 270 level. We get some out 271, but it holds VWAP. So that $1.50 level, it doesn't quite break through, and it's still downward trending. If 270 goes, this one could be in trouble. But that long, it does pay you off if you take it. It's just all good things can come to an end if this market continues that downtrend that we've been seeing. So Google fine, Alibaba okay, but I just got my reload in Palantir, and that one remains to be seen. It bounced one time down here and it was good. The second time, will it be as good? Remains to be seen. I can't really tell you that Palantir is going to hold out here, but it is still up 9%, the huge gap up in the aftermarket.
Yeah, I like Palantir here. We'll buy some more downside as well. I mean, realistically, I just want this market to tank. I don't know, we're net short everything you can see right now besides Palantir. So here it is, man. I mean, we just got hit at 48 there, and we're short at 58. But and then it just, any little tick up in the market sends Amazon through the moon. So I'd just be very, very careful with this trade. I'm adjusting my stop order now because we are punching out if it takes out 99, and that would be that. And then I would think about honestly going long if this market continues to extend upside like this. We do have a new position. We've already taken a little bit of profit on it. That's Uber. I thought Uber yesterday did not perform well at all. So, we're going to try to go short into 34 right now. That's all the way up here. But it's this level right now, 33.80. I just got to make sure I'm there. I'm at 33.70. Let me put that at 80 right now. So Uber, we're at 33.70. We will stay there. The market's getting strong right now. So it's a nice little reload there on Palantir. We'll take some Uber right now, and then we'll go over to 80 just to fill out our position here on Uber. Wow, it looks like we just missed that. We tried to take a 69, and we missed that. So missed opportunity there. Reloaded on Palantir there. Not reloaded. We haven't got anything out at 30, as now it goes up to 43. So that's a good one. And then here we go. Looks like we'll get stopped out on AMZN, as that's okay. Again, we took some trades there at 89. You guys, you saw that, and we got some out here in the 40s. So 40-cent win on the last piece, but our average price is still 60. So not a great average price here for Amazon as it's starting to go back up. And then the TQs, I might as well just cancel all these, man. We only have 10% left of this as we got out some near the bottom. So I'm just going to hold on to the TQQs here just for a bit. It's still a move up. You still have 25 as the 200 period. So yeah, the market, Almost like it wasn't CPI day, man. If
Well,
you close your eyes and open them now, you're where we were at 8:30.
I'm looking at the NASDAQ here. I'll be happy that I'll hit this one. I've been understanding that the market kind of felt like a downtrend there. So we are bouncing pretty nicely off the afternoon lows, but you're still in the bottom of the range. I think you want to be very cautious. Got the right names, I do think. Palantir's second look off that level looks pretty good. It's not necessarily rocket science, I guess. It is rocket science if you're not looking at the higher time frame charts, but at the end of the day, we looked for the bounce right into this level from a couple of days ago. It's about 820 into like 840. I said 830 to 835 in the middle. That's where we bought the dip. It's worked the second time, but it's still a downtrend, guys. It's still a bit of a downward trend. Microsoft just made an attempt to get back through this 273. It could not do so. I've scalped it out. I'm now looking to see how far it can move. I like this one for the longs, but even this name might give it up at some point, Brendo.
A couple things. Gordon Haskett, large activist stake in Shopify, just coming across. So watch out for Shopify. Barkin just saying the risk now of doing too much is now greater than doing too little for him anyways. So seem to like the market, or the market seemed to like that anyways. Here's Global Foundries, guys, another earnings name. 4.5% to the upside. Just popped up on volume once again after breaking that pre-market high out of the gate this morning when the market opened. But GFS reported.
So we thought we had Amazon there. It broke, thank you, Rob. It broke below 40 there for a minute, just right there. It got to 41. There it is. So it just popped higher. So that just went to 41, and we missed that out. So we will flush ourselves down the toilet there as we get a reload on our coffee. And this is kind of like how my face is right now, because not super impressed. But there goes Amazon breaking through 99.
I missed it, sorry, man. Yeah, I missed the note. I was kind of busy and I didn't catch that in the chat. We always want a coffee at this time.
I already said always. So
yeah, it's
my thing.
Always.
Always. Permanent request is in.
Yeah, you might as well. I mean, at the end of the day, you got to stay. You got to stay focused. I want to go very quickly to Shopify here, because that 50 level. If Shop gets back up to 50, I know it's a round number, but like sometimes we respect those. The 830 pop gave you 50s. I'd trade that in either direction. I'm talking breakout or fade. Brendo again.
It seemed like a whole bunch of buy programs just got turned on, including this. Airbnb, ton of volume just coming through here, guys. That day high. Just took out 120 there for ABNB at day highs.
So every now and then.
These things get turned on, man.
It's, oh my God. This happened to me on Meta yesterday. Whatever. This happened to me on Meta yesterday. We like that 115 dip buy. And it came to 150. Sometimes it's just you're not really aggressive enough. But congratulations if you took 115 long in Airbnb, because now it looks like it wants the top end of the range at 121. I'm not terribly happy about it because I'm not long it. But yeah, it was so strong in yesterday's trade. Whatever. If it breaks out 121 and the market wants to go, that is sort of a valid entry. I don't want breakouts to the long side. So you're not going to see me do it. I'll look for dip buys in Airbnb going into those earnings. Obviously, it's relatively strong. It's a bit frustrating. But Palantir, I'm going to get on the next move here to VWAP. You know what? I'm just going to get on 50s, because it never really got through this the last time. If it breaks out here, I think you could see 75, 80. This has been a good one, but all good things eventually have a chance of coming to an end. Speaking of which,
yeah.
Alphabet, I was able to get some out at the low of the day. It's been printing to the short side. But as the market catches a bid, I don't want to reload here. Like if I'm reloading here, it could break the trend and then maybe come up to like 95 or something, and I should be shorting 95. You want to be shorting at lower and lower prices if that's how it's going to work. But if it's breaking the trend, I don't need to re-enter at 94.20. So no reload here on Alphabet for me. It's already been good to the south side. No need to ruin that by being overly aggressive.
I'm wondering about Meta right now. Forget about Amazon. Although Amazon, I still think is a little bit of a short. Meta 180 trying to take that out right now as well. So if these buy programs have exactly been turned on, we could have something here for that. So that's something to look at right now for Meta, is a buy through this level of 180. So I'm going to try that right now through 180. Like I said, if these markets are trying to blast, then let's just blast. I mean, let's just make it as easy as possible here. Take that blast up through the upside. We are short as well, though, on Uber, which, again, blasting Amazon might get us blasted in Uber. So that's something to look out for here as well. So we'll watch out. Uber trying to take out that 34. Was a name that I had as weak. I mean, look, the market's now positive. Like, it's just funny because we talked about getting thrown around here a little bit. And yeah, that's what the market's doing today, throwing people around. So me anyways, depending on which way you want to go. There's Meta now. So now we're long 179. Sorry. Why are we long 179.99? Okay, so maybe it didn't break 80. Look at that. Now it pulls right back off that 80. It must have broke or I wouldn't have got in. But for right now, we're long Meta against like 179-ish. So let's see where we go on Meta. But I don't know. It's kind of not really breaking here.
Yeah, and you know, I'm
like
looking
a false
for where I
break.
want to dip by an Airbnb. I'm just going to 118 in VWAP in here. So I want to see it bounce off this level before I look for that long. Microsoft now, by the way, it just touched 2 in the money, but still cannot seem to make a higher high.
Shit, what is this doing?
Yeah, this is not necessarily strong enough. We're going to go to Brendan, but I'm going to trail this Microsoft. It cannot seem to break this opening range. Brendan.
Boeing showing a ton of strength here as well this morning, guys. On this note, it would appear anyways. Air India ordering 250 planes. And even Biden commenting on, quote unquote, historic purchase this morning. So here's Boeing up 2 and change % right now.
Ooh, Boeing. That's one I haven't
Nice
looked
job,
at
Boeing.
enough
Nice job.
in a little bit. But as I said, I just feel like trailing this is going to be the right thing to do. If this even sniffs like that 50 level, I'm probably just going to get out of Microsoft. I see a strong stock at a certain level. I don't see it continuing through that level, at least not the way that it's been trading. And if the overall thesis or the original thesis was to the south side, then I don't want to be stubborn about this. NVIDIA, by the way, is just, wow, NVIDIA. So this is why you have stops and accept that you're wrong, because quite frankly, sometimes it's just the other way. This gets... Look, if this is going to get anywhere near, first 225, but then 230, this is a fade at 230 on NVIDIA. I know it's up 3% and it's super strong, but we're flat on the market. If it gets to 230, I want to be fading that level. I'm not saying it has to go there, but if it does go there, I'm going to be looking for the shorts. And as I see that going to the upside, I was like, please tell me Intel's at 29. It's not. The last time I shorted Intel under these circumstances, it was wrong, and waiting for it to get carried up was the right place. I'll be very patient with Intel. And it was a good idea to get some more out of Palantir, because once again, it cannot get past that 850 level. So it'll give you the bounce, it'll get to 850, and then it just slows right back down again. So I think we've got a range that we can play here in Palantir, just no carry through, maybe because the market is trying to decide if it wants to hold green.
Yeah, we're so I've been getting out. I mean, we've been wrong on Meta here again. So we've been getting some out, obviously, because we're making not lots of. It's too bad because what I'm crushing in Uber right now, we're losing on in Meta. So Meta to the downside right here. You know, it hasn't like. You know, we assumed that once it broke 180 and it wasn't breaking, I was like, okay, this is not breaking. So we have to watch out for that, right? So there it is right there on Meta for that 180 level. So, you know, we got some out. We're going to try 189 if that comes through. Sorry, 179 flat. It's starting to go back up, so we do have some positions on right there. But look what's happening to Uber right now. Nice little fall back in for Uber. So we'll take a 55 bid if we can get it. We're sitting there on that name. I just bumped up to 60. Okay, now 63 is yuck. We'll take a 62 there, but we should have took a 50. Oops, sorry, wrong stock. There it is right here. Here's Uber. So again, we shorted against 34. It's the level that we talked about on here. We wanted this short. We talked about it. But again, you know, okay, now the market's starting to go back upside. So, and we still have our TQQ. We're going to hold on to that. It's right at that break level right now. I'd like for Uber to come back down, and then I'd like for Meta to sort of get back up. But we just missed that 179 reload. We were down there at 05, so it went to 13, so not really that close on that one. But so far, so good here. On some of this, Meta, we did, you know, not a great name there, but still up on the day, so is the market. And then Uber's really where I'm looking. And then Amazon is where we just shorted. This is the one trade that's put us in the graveyard here on the day, because it's gone all the way back up. So we thought Amazon would be weak. We've been making a lot of money on that name over the last couple of days and weeks, but today strong looks like strong for Amazon.
Well, you want strong. Like I said,
Roblox?
NVIDIA obviously is strong.
Roblox.
So I said if it got to 230 for sure, but if it got to 225, it did the up down at 225. It went 225.30, then failed that level, so I jumped into it on the way back down. It's a setup that if it's at a key price level and I feel it's overextended, I'm going to take that chance. I take some out 1-to-1, and now I'm just looking for 222, the pre-market breakout high. So if it goes down, that's the price. So that either it breaks the top and I'm out, or I think it gets to that support level. As far as I'm concerned, the way the move has happened this morning, I did get out of Microsoft. We did ring the register on that one. Just felt like it was not nearly strong enough. You guys can see lower highs, right? So it bounces off 270. It gives you a good long in. When it can't hold above VWAP, I'm out. I'll take the dollar and change and then be happy that that long off the low worked. If it bounces off 270 again, I'll look for one more load shot there. I don't know if I want to go 3 times the charm on a long there because the market seems like it's teetering right now. And if it retakes the low, reloading a long might not be the way to go as far as I'm concerned. So we got NVIDIA. I did not reload on Google, unfortunately. It looks like it would have been the right call if I just reloaded the 94.20. I thought it might have challenged higher and I could have got a better re-entry price. That ends up being incorrect. I mean, the shorts are still good. I still have some, but I kind of opted not to reload it, thinking I was going to get a much better price, 30 or 40 cents higher. Sometimes you're patient and you don't get the fill. It happens. But I'd rather be patient and miss it than be aggressive and get a horrible price.
Yeah, good call there. And there's we're out on Meta, so we'll net we'll lose about $1 on that one. We tried a 179 bid there. I was just using the 50 period as something. I mean, VWAP's all the way down here at 178.50. It's just, honestly, I don't really want to be part of that at that price. Meanwhile, Uber just making the downside move now. Oh, man, I don't even want to. I mean, let's look back on Amazon. How far is that? Still back only to 98. So, yeah, well, it looks like we're going to have to just hold Uber as our main short right now into that. We're still waiting for Palantir to come down a little bit. And then we just need some more shorts, I feel like. But the market's still above the 50 period, so maybe there's something there. Apple's actually pretty weak today. What's up with that right now? So Apple down to 152 and down 1.5 or 1.2%. So yeah, Apple can't get going there. 152.50 it just stopped on. So
Tesla's
that
coming.
could be something as well. Tesla's pumping, yeah, up 1.5% right now on Tesla. So that could be something. We'll just took out some more, or took out a little bit more there on Uber. And again, just the one short here is working. Amazon didn't work, and then the Meta long didn't work for me. So right now, yeah, we're just in that. And then the TQs is still at this level right here. I don't know, man. Do we want to take that out or not here in the market? So that's 25.05 possibly here for the TQQs, a level that I'm looking at.
So Tesla got real close to that top. 199.33 is that's where it went on the 830 number. It hit 199. We're beneath that 200. See why I wasn't looking to short Tesla on the way up? It's like, what sign of weakness? Like, at this point, there was only one price you can think about. And I think it's going to be that 200. Like, look at it blow to the upside. That's insane. NVIDIA, well, I didn't exactly want the long, but I got out of NVIDIA. That just stopped through the high. Accidental long that I'll make money on in 2 seconds, but I didn't want that long. I just got some profit out and hadn't adjusted my stop. The next thing is going to be Tesla 200. The market is now screaming back to the upside. Kind of glad we haven't reloaded that Google yet, but I think we're going to get a chance at that pretty quickly. And if we can dip one time off that 200, that's kind of what I'm looking for here. It just went halfway with 199.50. I was looking a little bit tighter to 200 than that. I'm going to get an order out, so just in case I can get picked up on the way to 200. But I don't want this one to break. You know, this is not give it 5 cents or so. I'm literally going to stop it out right at 201 cents.
Man, I mean, Meta on this move back up is all the way back. Like, we just had 179s, like crazy. This is that movement, man. We talked about this market just going off right now. There it goes, right back up to 180. So we were short this name before here. Let's try it now. We just punched through 180 there. We'll ring the register now. There it is. Okay, nicely done. There, finally. We waited for that. Just went into the 70s. Let's see if we get some more. There, in the 60s. Good trade there on the repunch short. Through that 180 level. So we just punched it. There we go. We take a finally. I was going to say a good trade, but whatever. We've had a couple bad ones there. So now we'll start to ring the register a little bit on the downside off of that 180 short. So, all right, now we're short something here that we like against 180. That was 180.10. We're only going to hold this. Yeah. What just happened? Sorry?
Tesla.
Through 200?
So Tesla very quickly there. Tesla had 70 short. It didn't give any profits. It immediately broke it. You know, if I take a reversal long, I'm always scalping. So I'm pretty much already out of the reversal to the long side. It's just too big a level. It's the only one to play off of. This stock, it goes $1, and the first out I took was like 40 something, and then I got 50s in the first push, and now it's like $1 there. But that was have your stop at O's, because the second it broke, I actually got 11s, which is a pretty good price there. But wow, that stock is strong. I might now consider a reload on Google because it's still beneath 94, which is shocking to me with the market bouncing like this. Brendo?
A few crypto-related stocks just popping up ahead of day highs here, including Coinbase. Nice volume through 59, guys, trying to take that out right now. Bitcoin just took back 22,000, so crypto on a bit of a push back higher.
35 is today. Wow, Tesla.
Bitcoin flying, eh? Look at Palantir too, man. We haven't taken anything out of this name as it's right back up, so I think we should probably do that.
Yeah.
Palantir is going insane right now.
Captain Insane.
With the volume right now. So nice trade on Palantir. Let's go. Hopefully this one can make some cash for us. Right. We've also got Roblox right here at 35. So this was another name that we thought could be a short, but this market is just mooning right now.
What the
back up to the upside as it's continuing to go. So yeah, man. CPI be damned today as we're starting to go upside. There goes Meta. We took profit on Meta there, so that last trade is going to be a flat trade for us as it takes out 180 again. But again, that was a good trade. But yeah, this market is definitely extension now upside. There goes Roblox is a small hit, but there goes Roblox. Everything is going, man, to the upside right now. Palantir really not going, but still nice move from 830. Nice extension move there. You guys talked about the programs getting turned on. Yeah, they're on. Right now, back up to the upside. I still want to short. I still want to find shorts, but
I think I found
getting
one.
run over.
We'll see if it works. But I'm in Coinbase right now. I just feel like, I know where crypto's ripping. I just trailed this Tesla. Here we go. I'm actually going to trail out of Tesla because the market's right back at 12.6. That's where the wick high was on the NASDAQ. So this is sort of the quick thesis. What is wrong with that Coinbase chart? So this is a quick thesis. That $60 level on Coinbase is incoming at the same time as the NASDAQ is retesting that false breakout that we had at 830. So it's like find something that you like at a level that's key, unless you want to trade the Qs itself. But look at the screaming move. That's like, it's almost like a squeeze that you just saw. Buy programs, you better be darn right about that. On something like a Coinbase, I don't put an even dollar stop. Tesla 200 fine. Coinbase, I do like to give it a few extra pennies above that price because it's so easy to get shaken out. I haven't added any more here as it just now touched $59.99 and came back a little bit. This would be the place where I might take a shot. I almost prefer to add to it if it like false broke 60, like it broke 60, went like 5 or 6 cents and came back down. That's almost a safer add. That way you're only getting more shares short if some 60 longs have already been triggered and trapped some longs and already got some people to cover their shorts. I might wait for it to make that actual test of 60 again.
Yeah, so, oh man, again, we don't want to completely make a nightmare out of everything. Like Meek Mill said, dreams to nightmares. Look, this 180.50 right here, how strong is Meta actually? Like a little bit of a move down in the futures, and this stock just goes. Like I'm thinking Meta's a short, and I want to give it to 180.50 this time. I just want to give Meta to 180.50. We've been wrong, like I said before, on Meta, even today, but now I'm going to go back short, man. We're short 170.90 right now. So let's just take that in. Watch out for 180.50. I'm going to be short again, 180.25, but I want to be short Meta, and that's that. I feel like it's not that strong. Every single time the market bumps, it goes, but then it easily retraces back. So Meta, for me, is going to remain a short until it takes out 180.50, some of those pre-market levels right there. I'm not going to give it all the way to 181. 180.50 on Meta, and we're going to die on this sword, Brendo.
Hey guys, happening now, brought to you by TD Investing. Personalize your investing experience with advanced features like heat mapping, customizable charts, watch lists, and more across a range of investment products and accounts. Open a TD Direct Investing account, get up to 12 months of commission-free trades. Yeah, I said that. Offer ends March 1st, 2023. Conditions apply. Check out the QR code on screen right now. Link in the description as well, guys. Shout out to TD. For happening now, what a move back to the upside here for a number of individual names I'll get to in a sec here. But S&P now green, 0.2. Dow trying to get there, still 0.04 to the downside. Small caps relatively weak right now, right across the entire board here. 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, all in the red. NASDAQ leads, though, back to the upside, 0.5% for both the composite and the 100. If you're with us to kick things off this morning, we talked to Palantir, Microsoft, Airbnb, a nice move back higher as well, and more. Just seeing a note, George Soros with a stake in this one, Peloton. back to the upside, and Tesla apparently back to the upside, taking out 200 there. Heavy call volume I saw on Tesla as well this morning, guys.
And Peloton? Okay.
He did.
Okay,
he
that's...
did. Have you seen AMD, by the way? I just said to Neil,
insane.
By
the way, obviously Coinbase didn't hold. That's up another $1.
I mean, we have AMD right on here as strong. AMD has basically no love to the short today. Look at this. $82, AMD to 86 in a damn straight line? Wow, AMD, like, glad we own that one, but not glad that we're not long right now on our daily account right here. So, like, huge move to the upside right now. I mean, we're still short Meta against 181. It's going to take out 181 and be a complete disaster here today. So, yeah, I don't have much love for these shorts here today because they just really haven't printed. So, yeah, look at this, man. Meta still upside, taking down 181. I don't, like, CPI, what? Like, I mean, the market is just straight blasting now to that upside, 0.76. CPI, I thought, was a little lower than expected, but nice move regardless here. Congratulations to anybody that was here for this.
Yeah, you wouldn't be wrong about the way the number came, but that doesn't mean the market has to be rational for you. That's sort of the thing. So the one stock that didn't break out, oddly enough, is the one I didn't reload. So the only thing that's still setting up and holding the short level is Alphabet that I can see anyways. And if it takes out 94.25, I'm not holding this to 95. That's the definition of insanity. If it breaks out from this range, then it's following everything else. But I don't really see anything else that I like to the sell side. And I gave up. The only long I have is Palantir. I gave up Microsoft, and now it's at 273. So I didn't really believe in that 70 level enough. And the market is certainly surprising you. But you have your levels, and you have your ins and your outs, and you look for relative strength and weakness. The only one weak enough that I see right now is going to be Meta. I just want to have bids out if this one comes back anywhere near VWAP and then tries to break it. So this market puts a curl at the high of the day. At least I know Meta is relatively weak, and I can have it out here at that 94.25 level, risking about 25 pennies or so, depending on slippage, because there might be some today on some of these shorts when you break out the top.
5,100. I'm just doing some math here. You guys see Palantir, by the way? Like, you want to talk about an absolute ripper right now. Palantir, like, that's similar to AMD, man. I mean, straight up from that bottom, straight up. So we're going to take advantage of that a little bit more here and take some 70. We just got 76s there because, like, the net just, like, shot up. And I was like, what? Like, I'm getting destroyed on everything here. How could my net be up? But it was Palantir right now. So good trade on that one. We are still short here, Meta. So we're still short right now, 77. Let's see where that goes here now. Hopefully back down, and we'll be able to capture a little bit of profit on a downside move here for Meta. That's Palantir. Sorry, here's Meta right now, 150.50. I don't know. We're going to give it to that high side there of 181.50. So yeah, we're getting roasted on some of these shorts here today, but the party's not done. So let's keep on waiting for that one. Here goes Meta. We just got a 34, Phil. So yeah, it is coming back into the pocket a little bit here for us. Meta finally on a short, bringing our net back to life a little bit here. And then Uber looking for a 90 there, 85, 83, 9, 80, 34 bucks is my out. So yeah, it's just topping out at 80. We could take a little bit more here on Uber at 80.
So I'm just checking this right now because 4,300 people voted in the poll. Check that, 42.5. 54% bear, 46% bull. I wonder if we change that poll to right now, what people might think about. But obviously crazy up and down action in the markets right now. I'm a little surprised that we can get that many people voting on the poll. Yet only 1,500 actually hit the like. That's a little interesting.
Let's do that. Do we have Neil's thing?
Yeah, hit it.
Pod,
okay, we'll wait. We have a little bit of a thing for that now. But look at Alphabet. I just got finally stopped out on Alphabet short. It looked like it was good. Now this one's breaking to the upside. At the end of the day, the market has decided it wanted to reverse. If it follows through 95, I'd look to revisit. If we don't break the high on the NASDAQ, which we're about 60 handles away on the NASDAQ, then I think I could re-enter this short. But I need to see it failing at the same price level or getting back up to the next level to the upside. What an unreal move this has absolutely been. I'm not here to tell you that it isn't a bit surprising. But at the end of the day, CPI has not been as big of an indicator as before. All that said, the labor market's still pretty hot at last I checked. So it's not as if that isn't giving you indications that we shouldn't be heading down either.
All right, we did not get the reload short or anything on Uber, so we're still waiting for that. We're waiting in the 80s for that. Hopefully we can get it. We may or may not. Sorry? Oh, Airbnb. Get that fill there coming through. So that's going to be that one. And then Meta, we were able to cash out something down here in the 30s, but, you know, we don't have the luck for the short today. It's been a long. So, I mean, anybody can see that on the market. There's been so many names that have just skyrocketed up. Thanks to you guys for bringing that AMD to us. But that just went to 86, and I didn't really have a reason to short it up there. We should have, just on a retracement. We were already, like I said, we were already short Meta. So that was a possibility there to take that play. We can look at NVIDIA, another name that's been really strong. Wow, 226. Like I said, this is like where I got out the other day. So, I mean, NVIDIA right back up, like these daily moves, man, all the way back up, trying to take out some highs there on NVIDIA as well. So we'll see if it pulls back, man. But for right now, NVIDIA just continues to make a move to the high side, looking at that 228. Wow, big level, man. Maybe we just take that out and run. Like NVIDIA's only up 4. It can be up a lot more. I was jokingly when I walked in here today, I said the market goes up 4% today. I don't know. That seems a little bit frothy, but nice move upside here for NVIDIA and a nice pullback up for Meta. So we're getting out at 181.10, which is right here. The high of the day for Meta looks like it's in again here. Wow, this market, man, just wants to continue to move higher.
So there's only one. I'm looking at Alphabet now, and it is sort of valid beneath this this 94.20. But there was a question in the chat about Palantir. So exit strategy for Palantir, and I understand why. Like, I didn't get the third reload. You heard me say it. I was like, I don't know if the third time is a charm. Testing support levels on Palantir. Well, the third time was a charm. I didn't add to it. If it clears out this 880, you can see pre-market that was the high. If it clears this out in this consolidation, I don't see why it's not headed to 9. So there's not much of a reason to do anything but wait for a break here and then get out 9 to 910. And if it doesn't break through this 880, well, we can just, well, I mean, I would just trail it through like 865 because now you're so far gone from support. You're either looking for re-entries into the long if you like it or to terminate the trade. I said if I saw 940, I would look for those shorts. I know I heard Trader Pratt talk about that one earlier as well. I just didn't think they would come in. Brendo, what do you got, bud?
More relative strength on this one today. Remember, it was Bank of America yesterday liking Fastly, guys, just taking out that high from yesterday on huge volume. Up another 5.6% for FSLY.
Oh, that was a beast yesterday.
Oh, man. Yeah, big time market moves today, boys. Yeah, I mean, I just hope that everyone's enjoying the show. This has been a crazy day here in the market. So, yeah, what goes up must come down. I don't know. Apple right now is a new position for me up to this 143. I was thinking like 153.65 or so. That's been that high right there. So, I mean, we want to go short against it. So that's something that I'm looking at right now for this name. 163 and change here, 153 and change on Apple. So we're into the short now. We want to get a little bit more up there. We just missed that reload at 150. I don't know why we weren't there, but that's what we want to do. 153.50 and then that high of the day up at 60. So, yeah, I'm getting run over here thinking that the short is right and it's not. So you may want to, you know, if you're.
Well, it's just go ahead.
I don't know if it's going to be right or not, but for right now, all the losses that I've had have been trying to catch some of these monster moves up, and all we've done is sort of retrace some of the profits from the last couple days here. So yeah, not great, but here's the short in Apple. We're in it now.
Tesla's turning.
Let's see if it goes. Yeah, maybe there is a turn coming.
So the market got 50 points away from the high. So this is the NASDAQ, just very quickly, guys. This was your wick top on the NASDAQ. You broke back out. You're testing the high. Now you're slowing down on a lower high. And the second I saw that, I grabbed Google because, quite frankly, anything that's well under the lows is weak as far as I'm concerned. So it's the only thing that's made sense to me pretty much the entire morning for a short. So that's the name that I'm going back to. But Tesla is going sideways. Ignore that wick. It never happened. I don't think it took out that 204 from what I saw. Oh, now, of course, the second I talk about it slowing down.
Now what? There's a number?
No, it just bounced right back to the upside. Like it just shot $2 as I was staring at that sucker, showing it looked like it's rolling over. Now, Google, I got stopped out on Google. I said tight stop. If it reestablishes the level, I'll go back into the short. So that's what I did. But goodness, the way this market is going, if I see VWAP, I'm going to have to take some out there. As a matter of fact, on the north side, this might be a scalp trade for the time being inside of this range on Alphabet till this market cools down or at least tests that high of the day. But I know the name that I want to try shorting. I think this makes sense. You know, like, until you break this, and this wick makes it stupid, so I don't like, you know what I'm saying? Like, look at it like this. The problem with the 830, if you look at wicks like that on numbers, it's like, well, don't draw a trend line off that top. It'll be too steep. So I'm going to make this a little bit more shallow. And as long as you're beneath here, I like the shorts on Google. If it breaks out, then it's just like everything else. And if the market takes the high, I'm willing to reverse this trade. But this is the only short that I feel any confidence on that I've looked at for now. I mean, Microsoft just 275, Softy.
Wow. Some of these strong names, man.
I trailed out of this $3.50 ago.
Welcome to my world. I hate doing that stuff, man. That's just the market, man. I mean, yesterday I trailed out of Mike. AMD went up $4 more, and that's an $80 name. Like, this is why I'm trying to hold on to the short.
Nasty.
We know the pullbacks can be nasty. So there it is. We're short now 70s on Apple. You guys don't have to see that some of these shorts are getting blown out to the upside right now. Okay, here we go. Now we're into Uber. Can we get blown out of this one as well? Up to $34. Again, this was a name that I liked here. So we are now short Uber. We're short at 78. So can it work? Let's see. We are also short Apple right now, hoping for a pullback. Nice take there on Apple as it just pulled back. So now we're 40 cents into the money. We're only losing like
Softy
30, 40 cents at a time here, but still it's adding up. So wow, Palantir, nice move on Palantir. We're 50 cents in the money on this $88 stock as it's at $8.80 right now. Let's take some more out on Palantir. Wow, we've really traded this one well today, including buying. I mean, of course, the longs are going to work for me on Palantir. All right, here's Apple. Let's take this out at 26. There it is. Nice move to the downside now for this name, Apple. We've just retraced a little bit of money here. So far, so good here on AAPL, guys.
There you go. And I'm
Finally.
happy. Finally. So the market just got to high in the NASDAQ, and then now the shorts start to work in. I just went to Alphabet because it made sense, but it broke VWAP. I took some out there. 93.60 will be the next level to the downside that I take. And I was sitting there, and I should have pulled the trigger on Microsoft. It was just what I was looking for at Tesla to hold at 200. Microsoft did it at 275. Like, if you got that one, nice little scalp trade, but Softy feels a little bit. You think it's a little bit strong today? I think it's a little bit strong today. So I want to be careful with that one on shorts. Google makes sense. It's going to continue to make sense. Palantir, before we go to Brendan quickly, Palantir starting to curl. It never really held above that 880 level. So I'm willing to get the trail out beneath this 865. Just understanding that it's already up 15%. The market just failed the high. It failed that resistance level as well. So I'll get out of Palantir on the trail, as I mentioned. Brendo.
HYPR back to the upside. This one popped up yesterday, if you remember, on this note. So AI, the keyword here, FDA clearance for an improved AI-powered software and expanded field. So anyways, this was the move that happened yesterday. We're just getting back to that high, 150, 160, but heavy volume coming into hyper again.
All right, we're this market I feel like is pretty hyper here today as we go on about that. So right now, all right, so Apple's cashing in a little bit. Uber's right here right now, so I don't know where this one's gonna go, but it seems like it just wants to go back up to the upside right now for Uber. So our average price is 80. I mean we can get this back without any problems, but it's just right now it's not. It's hanging out upside. It tried to go back down there. We should have taken this profit there. We didn't. We had a lot of money there because our average price, we got a great fill at 80, brought it down. We took some profit there. It came back up. We did not take that profit as it basically bounces off the 50 period and then makes new highs. So yeah, this name not looking good for us here on Uber to the downside. It looks like it just wants to go up. So we're going to respect that $34. I mean, right there. I don't know. I mean, you could even, if I just keep going higher and higher on these, then, as the market goes, we're going to get taken out and we're going to get killed. So we don't need to go too much higher on that one. $34 here on Uber and we take a 20-cent hit. We've taken profit on it, but net, we're out 20 cents. So here it goes right now. It's going to be a 20-cent hit, breaking through 34, which it looks like it wants to do right now for Uber. That sucks because, yeah, it's breaking higher right now. Didn't think that after yesterday. Reason why we were short, man, we wrote it down as relatively weak. Looks like what was weak yesterday, strong today, man. I mean, there it is. Nice bump up, and it looks like it's trying to take out 34. So bye-bye, Uber. Sorry about that one. I thought it was going to be weak today, like everything, but they're not. The only one we got on right now is Apple with a 50-cent short right now.
And so I see someone like Jay, we would like to see longs. Well, I don't know about chasing them up here. Like, look at NVIDIA. Okay, so bad scalp trade on the long. Bad scalp trade, taking only what we did on Microsoft and Tesla, but I'm out of them. So when you're looking to put on a new trade, like, what do I see? Do I want to go long on this consolidation when the market is literally testing the morning high at 830? if I like the long on NVIDIA and this breaks, you might see a nice re-entry point down at like 224 or something along those lines. I just don't feel chasing these tops. It doesn't make any sense. Like when you get out too early or you miss the move, you know, like I feel like I obviously did here when Microsoft reversed trend. Like this is the trend I was just talking about on Google. You know, it's like it reverses the trend. Google didn't. That's why I'm still short. Reverses the trend. You got to be thinking about, okay, well, I'm trailed out, but I can get back in here. But when you don't have that trade, I don't need to be long up here. If it breaks 25 and the market takes 12.7, I'm with you. I'll join some longs. I'll chase that move, see if we get 2% on the overall market and Microsoft follows along, but not there. Let's see it come back in, find a consolidation level, be patient. When in doubt, zoom out, be patient with it. There's the market. It's 10:15 in the morning, right? So there's plenty of time for further moves here. I do want to go back to Airbnb reports tonight. It's starting to calm down a bit. It reversed off of the 121 area. I'm just going to quickly go to the 15-minute chart so you guys can see that. So it reverses off of these highs from last week, and maybe we don't see that 115 again, but we can certainly have a quick look at this 118 half area on a little bit of a dip. Going into earnings, sometimes we've seen that strength get followed through, but for now, I have to attend to that Google short. As bigger picture, Alphabet not holding 96.30, like if it gets back beneath this level, it's toast, but I need to be paying myself out. So I am scalping out in front of it, looking to always hold a core short because this one looks weak. I see the trend. I know I got this one. If it's market flushes, we got the right name here. It's just a matter of the market actually making that dip. Going to find our way into some longs if I see a consolidation or a bit of a place to buy the dip here, but I don't want to chase the tops.
That's what it's always about, is the right names. And we just don't have the right names today for myself. So we don't have the right names, and we're getting hit on that. But we do have Apple short right now. It's funny because Google, I was just looking at it. It's great that you had that. We had it indicated as a weak name as well. But unfortunately for us, man, we just didn't have the right levels there, and we started trading something else. So we did not look at Google, but that's a great short. We like that trade for sure. All right, so we took out another piece of Apple, but I'm debating reloading it if it gets back up to 153. But other than that, I'm just going to hold because it's the only short that I have. Now that Uber's blown out a little bit there, back up to the upside there for Uber, so it did blow out. We're still holding a small piece, but we're not going to be able to be profitable unless it falls all the way back down at like the 33.35 now. So we did get out of a piece there of Apple, so we'll have to watch out for that one. Of Uber. Now it's, I mean, whatever. We're going to give it to that 10 spot again if it does go back up. I still do like the short. Okay, we're going to take a piece out now because this is almost $1. It's 70 cents, in the money for Apple. So there's a good short. Unfortunately, I mean, we just started building this short. So Apple is a positive name for us today. Well in the money for Apple. So I hope that you guys can sort of see that, and you've been trading Apple a little bit here today, obviously, as well. So there it is. Nice downside move to 153. I think we could find some longs, but, you know, like Neil said, you sort of got to let the market work itself out. It's only 10.20 right now, and we've made a lot of bit of money back here, especially on this Apple short, on the Palantir long. So yeah, there are trades that you can have in your pocket here, including some of the ones that we've just discussed right now. So I like Microsoft on a pullback. That name's been strong, although I think it's weak because, you know, I'm biased towards how far that's gone up. I still think there's some potential there. As Uber's falling back down and Apple good out there at 100, at the even dollar as it just bounced off the 50 period. So let's wait to see, man. It's only 10.20. The market still is alive here and well and kicking up 0.71 to go with the NASDAQ move yesterday. Wow, CPI, all that, man. It's funny, I said to Sharif this morning, I was like, man, you don't have to get out of any of your longs. It'll be all right. And right now up 0.7, and I hope your longs are cooking, Sharif. All right, over now to Brendo at the big desk with happening now.
Small cap.
Busy morning, guys. Let's jump right into a few things moving around as far as small caps are concerned. BWV was the big one so far today. 29%, still holding on to a 30% gain, back above 150, holding nicely. There's really not much on this. There was this Bloomberg blog a few people are pointing to for a new disease that was spreading in certain areas of the world, and apparently they have a vaccine for that. So BWV, worth a note here, coming back into 150. Fusion as well to the upside. They acquired a new drug from this Radiomedics Incorporated, cancer candidate that hasn't been approved yet. So FUSN, higher on that, trying to take out 450, 19%. Hyper, we mentioned as well on this FDA clearance for AI-powered software. for HYPR, and then Genius, GNUS. That's not the right page. Trust me when I say they have a new content deal with BuzzFeed announced today for GNUS. Speaking of AI, guys, so busy day for small caps.
Did Brendan just pull a trust me, bro? That's what I heard. Trust me, bro, he says. Although, I'll tell you this right now. I mean, trust Brendan. Like, he has a tendency to want to always get things precisely right. So definitely trust him when he says, trust me, bro. But that's, he's the last person you expect for that. I'm looking for 273 on Microsoft. Like, that could be a little something. You had a pre-market breakout at that level. Obviously, you had yesterday's top, that's 74, but in the late afternoon, you had like 72 half, 73 area. It's giving you some feels. Now, that would be chasing it a bit because, you know, if it were to come back to 72, that also makes sense for a bit of a long, and we are retesting the highs. And look, we'll see. If we consolidate off this 275 level and don't break it, then you want to play inside of the range as far as I'm concerned. And at this point, you want to be trading inside of a Tesla, beast, but it's still not really doing anything off that 03 level. If it dips, I think it's a little bit easier here because you're just talking that 99 to 200 level. And if it bounces out anywhere off of that, I think you got an opportunity for a long. I know what name I like to the short side, and if anything, if we fail here, I got one leg out on Alphabet. If it gets to 60s, I'm taking another. If it pops back up into the 20s, I want to add to this short as long as it holds the trend line. I feel like this is going to be a good one. Airbnb was the other name that I liked, and haven't been able to get into this one just yet. We missed the 115. I'm looking for a drawback into VWAP because it bounced once off VWAP. It doesn't seem to want to go down there again. But as long as we're not through the highs, I don't feel like need to chase just yet. So, you know, Tesla, it's felt like it's about to pull back for like the last 10, 15 minutes. It just hasn't done so yet. I still feel like with the market not taking the high, it's going to get back to that 200 level and give an opportunity if you like those longs. So I'm going to be patient waiting for that one. Airbnb, I like VWAP, though. That's less than $1 away.
Remember our average price? Yeah, I mean, Airbnb with report tonight. So look, you saw what happened with Palantir there yesterday, which was a great move for Palantir. I may sell some if it gets to that 950 area there on Palantir. So, I mean, I'm only long 830 something because we got some 7s and we got some 850s as well. So I'll have to double check the price on that and get back to you in the afternoon show. But I mean, Uber can honestly go to hell right now, so we'll flush ourselves down the toilet on that one. Our average price was 80. You guys saw that. We got stopped out above. We went 34 broke right there, stopped out. And then, well, we kept a little bit, but you know where we just got filled at? 79 there on the down, 78, sorry, on the downside there. So we wound up making 2 pennies on a small piece. We still have like, now we have about 20% of it left, but we held 25%. Just thinking that, hey, I only had to bid there because it was flat. It came in and filled. And I was like, yeah, of course it fills after stopping us out. But that's trading, and you know, we'll make top wicks, bottom wicks all the time. And that's all that I'm working on right now. So that's that. But okay.
$1 up?
The dollar, yeah, I have the dollar up. It's not doing anything.
Okay.
So here's the DXY right now, just flat. Whoops. Right here, doing nothing right now. 103, kind of not moving around as long as this is. Yeah, but it's live. So right there, the dollar index down 0.33 right now. So not doing much. I sort of thought that it would rally. I've been watching that for a little bit just to see if that has anything to do with anything. And today, the moves were just fast and furious. The dollar was just more reactionary than leading today. So, all right, Apple, we just took some more outs down here. We are still short. We did get taken out though. Remember at 153.60 or whatever that price was. And then we shorted again where we are now, 71. So we're up on Apple, but again, position dependent, because when we were down here at O's, it was a much better position than where we are right now. But the NASDAQ, again, when you're looking here, maybe a little bit more time frame will give us a little bit more peace of mind on this one. You know, 12,800 is a far ways away, right? So right now you're at 12,650. Can you get to there? I think we can. So that's why I'm very cautious about putting on any new shorts right at these levels. We still have the shorts that we have on board. We got out of Uber. We got out of some Palantir on the long, which is still murking to the upside. And then Apple, I don't want to take it anymore, man. If it comes back up to this 154, we'll get out. But for right now, I still think you can get back up here. And then the travel to the downside is pretty much exactly, did we even touch? Yeah, we did. So there's that 12,400 that I talked about. can't believe I even mentioned that, and then stare it in the face, and that's where the bottom was. So there's 12,400 right there, right on CPI number, 12,400. So it hits the level, and you know, chart reading and support and resistance levels still remain to be pretty strong there, as that holds perfectly at 12,400. Oh, that sucks looking back at that, because that should have been the long down there.
Like, subscribe, and share the show that takes you into the heart of the market every day, guys.
We want Neil's, man.
Boom.
Is it ready or not?
I don't know if it's ready yet.
Nah, not ready. Okay.
Oh,
I like the FOD one. Absolutely nothing
I
wrong.
haven't even seen mine yet.
Or the Sharif one. Sorry, FOD's working on it. Yeah, the Sharif one. Good job
They're
there,
hard
Sharif.
at work. Thank you guys for getting those locked and loaded and ready to go. So Microsoft is now testing back in here.
Yeah.
So this 270, right now this is 273.40 or so. That's the bottom. If it retests like 73 even or VWAP, this is where I'd look for a little bit of a dip entry. Google's the short I like, so that's the one I'm still working with. And I was just saying Tesla, like look at Tesla barcode off this top. Yeah, it's like let it make a move here, because I just feel like you're about to get thrown around if you mess around with this one too much. And you know, you got to be careful getting into anything right now. I am wary of that. Look, if Google breaks the trend, it breaks the trend. But when I see Tesla holding, not going any further, I see Microsoft showing signs it wants to come back in here, I feel pretty decent about the short there. I'm even looking at something like an Amazon. Like it's back at the highs. Ooh, 100 on Amazon.
Is it?
It's right.
Don't even.
It's right at 100 here. Okay, you know what? No, I'm not gonna mess with Amazon. I haven't traded it yet today. It feels like it wants to just blow through that if the market comes into the downside. I got the one that I like, and we're gonna work with it. I do want to go to Shopify because it's for now holding 50. That was the breakout price. 50 is a pretty solid level on Shop. Just going over to the 15-minute chart for you guys just very quickly. There's a lot of room in either direction, but if you look to the upside above 50, you got another couple of dollars here. If you hold strength and consolidate, this is one that looks like it's set up for a solid long if the market breaks out that high, but it's got to hold 50 right here. If 50 doesn't hold, I'm not going to be looking for any longs. Maybe what did it have to do? Like go to 48 or something? It has to hold this 50 area. That's where the pocket that you wanted on the long side. So when the market bounces, if I have a chance to go long off the 50 area, then I would on Shopify. But I think we're pulling back right now as we speak. So Alphabet is going to start working again. I want to hold through the low of the day, at least something. But this next test, I want to get some out in that 60 range. Not messing around. I already took some out at VWAP. It's got to be the next channel down. That's where we make a decision. No point making a million decisions here when the trend is held.
Oh, man. Tough day for us here, but we'll continue, man. We'll continue making some trades here and trying to make that cash one more time. We get Apple. Apple goes all the way back down. Now we're going to hold. We still have half of this position on. We just took out some more. Let's see if it wants to work to the downside. And, of course, there goes Uber, bouncing right now off 71. I'm just going to put a bid at 71. Whatever, Uber, honestly. I just put a bid in the 60s there, but if it's just going to bounce off there, we had this short and gave it up. So I just said over there to the professor, who doesn't like that. I think that's pretty good. He wants to wear a different shirt, so it's not that he's unimpressed with the thing there. He wants to wear a darker shirt right there. He probably wants to wear
a black, not a darker shirt.
I think he wants
a lighter shirt.
I think he wants to wear his most solid jersey there. So you could definitely do that if you would like, my friend. Right there. Let's hit the siren right now. There goes Uber. Whatever. It's just that it's come back down. We talked about it at 34. So, I mean, we just got blown out there at 34. So that kind of sucks, but whatever. Nice move down. We just pick up a 70 there. And then, honestly, Apple just broke below. And so now we're $1 in the money on this short. So that's good. Apple's been a great trade. We're positive on Apple, negative on Amazon, negative on Meta today as we tried those longs a little too early. That's 152.80. What is this? 152.50? I mean, I'm going to put a bid at 80. Again, might have missed that move to the downside, but whatever. We'll put a bid there, thinking that this market does want to break back down below the 50 period. It's doing it now. So we do have that in the pocket right now for Apple and for the futures. So it's coming back down here. I don't know. You're back to flat almost here on the move. So nice move in. Let's just see if it can respect and hold this move here today. So, all right. Wow. Here we go. Yes, we just get that Apple fill. Yes, sir. Nice fill on Apple right there on the downside. So good fill on Apple. And it's crypto time with Brendo.
Back to the upside we go for crypto right across the entire board. The initial move was down on that inflation print this morning at 8:30. This was the headline that quickly followed that, but no longer. We are back to the upside and then some. 22,154 right now. broke through that 22,000 resistance, or that has been resistance over the past couple of days on the daily chart. Same story for Ethereum, testing that 1550 right now after topping out above 1560, but positive across the board, 2.3 right now for BTC, 4.3% for Ethereum, 1,552. A couple of days in a row, it's been Ethereum with the bigger move. 5.8 down here for Cardano, 4.5 Matic, Solana as well, 6.5% green for the most part, top to bottom here in crypto land, guys.
Was. So I finally have a log again. We'll see if it holds up. But I did take some out of Google, but Microsoft is testing this trend, which was, it's really only like the morning right here. So if it can't bounce off this, it just wicked through. It just bounced off 272 as we speak. So if it starts holding above, I'd look to add to it. If I start to see any consolidation below, it's jam out and then look to reverse it. But this is going to be the first concern, obviously. Google, or Alphabet, I should say, I already got some out there, that 60 level, now looking for the absolute low, then we'll hold through. That one has been a clean short all day long. There haven't been many of them. And Palantir. I'm now out of Palantir. There's the roll. I said if it got beneath here, I felt like the trend could be broken, and I wanted to get out because it's already up so much, and it wasn't taking out the highs when the market was screaming to them. So respect the fact that Palantir had a good support level. We were able to capitalize. It just never carried through to 9 even. So I'm now out of Palantir. If you're watching Tesla, that was one other name we're looking to see if it could hold up. Not quite down toward that 99-200 level. Not necessarily sure I want to jump into it too early. I do have Microsoft, and I'm going to hold on to this one as long as it holds the trend. Looks like it's bouncing a little bit here now, so I'm going to try to add to it in front of that trend line.
All right, thank you so much for the super chat there. I'm going to talk about it in a second. Yeah, Amazon's all the way back, man, to the level that I sort of liked. We're already short Apple. I'm almost debating a long here, which is kind of like, I don't know, against everything that I thought initially. But again, nice move down in. I mean, it's almost $1.50 from the highs right now on Amazon. I'm going to try a short because we're just breaking lower, but I'm not going to give this one any love, man. If this gets back above 50, then we're gone. We're just going to try it if it breaks this 30 mark right here. So I know that we're trying it a little bit late, but it's only 10:30. There's lots left in this market. So there it is right now. We are now short Amazon, and I'm only giving it to 60. So, you know, whether or not this not big. Like I want to, if it's going to work, man, we're going to try to be as disciplined as we can on this name. So we're going to put an offer at 50, and then we're going to give it back because that's 50 is basically where the line is. That's kind of what I don't mind right there, 50. So maybe a little bit earlier than 50 even could be out, and then the 60s is our spot to get out, right? So if it breaks back above 60, we'll get out on that one. So 99.60. I'm only giving this a little bit of room. We already have Apple, which is a great move to the downside right now, $1.20 in the money on the downside for Apple. So I'm already losing my voice, but it's all good right now. So good, Uber's 15 cents in the money. Right now, Palantir is still 30 cents in the money, but we only have 20% left of Palantir. So we'll hold out, see if it goes a little higher, look to reload this one a little bit lower. But for right now, we're cheering the market south side as there goes Amazon, and we're going to reload our Hydration Nation. We're short Amazon right now. Would like to get a little more short. Let's go, Apple. You're the one, man. Apple downside. Apple's against the market. It's down 1%. The market's flat. Let's see if Apple really wants to make this money back in. Yes, sir. Amazon, you know what? This is what we're talking about right now. Let's go, Amazon. It just went down to O's there, and I didn't bid it, which is crazy. We should have taken that 20 cents on Amazon, but like Neil said, maybe here's a little bit of a break back down in, but I don't know. That break was just slow, but we'll see if it continues.
Yeah, so you're going to see the trend line just got broken on Microsoft for me. We took the long in front of it. I'm doing this from now on. Like whenever I see that trend break and it getting out, like we saw what happened with NVIDIA and was it Airbnb yesterday?
Roblox at the end of the day.
There was a few of these when we broke a trend line. It's just, to me, it's an auto reverse from now on. When I'm trading off of it and the longs are working, I did miss that re-entry. That's going to suck, but you deal with it as they come. Back over to Alphabet. Thank you very much, Alphabet. Right down to the low of the day. I don't know if we're going to be able to add to this one outside of VWAP or breaking a double bottom, but I do know that this is now, it's not just that support level, it's also the 50-period moving average. Alphabet's got room to 90. If we're going to flush back to the lows, then anything is possible. And thank you, Miguel Lopez. Well, thank you. He's saying, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for all the great content. Keep doing what you're doing. You make trading days so much more enjoyable. We have to. because sometimes the market is not going to make it easy for you, believe it or not. So what you want to be able to do is celebrate your wins, but then also understand your process and try to stick to your process when you do. I hope everything we do makes sense to you guys. Microsoft on that reversal in the trend line, which keeps disappearing on me. I'm going to get some more out in front of 271. And the reason for aggressive outs here is 270 is a big support level that I do still like on Softy. So I want to make sure that we're respecting that.
All right, we just got some 152s out. I mean, first of all, Amazon, absolutely great move to the down. We're short here at 30. We just got 82 right there. So I know Google's going to the downside and I like it, but some of these other names are just like so super aggressive. Like this just went 50 cents. Like Amazon, Apple's $1.70 now from that top, and we just got a great. I mean, I think this market, like you, man, I think this market's falling down here pretty nicely into some trades here for us. So far so good here. There goes Uber now 40 cents. Wow, Uber. This has just been an absolute murk down. Although we got stopped out topside. I'm only laughing because we got stopped out, but like still, the good thing we were able to hold some and brought some back. We've made more money now in the last 30 minutes than, I would have thought. But, we do hold it, so that's what's paying off right now. Nice move down here for Apple. The number one name net-wise here on the desk is going to be Apple off this. So nice move downside right there as it continues to go, man. So there goes Apple. Huge move down. Now, I don't really want to get out of this. There goes Amazon. Maybe we probably should get some more out of Amazon. Although we just got an 80, it's down to 60 right now, so just bouncing. But let's take one more piece out maybe here for Amazon, and then take advantage of it. If we're going to get stopped out when the market bumps up, then we got to take some profit when the market comes down. So $2 in the money on Apple, that's a money trade for sure. And then we'll fail out on Amazon because we've lost more than we've made on this name today, as it's coming back in though. So we make a good trade, man. Don't worry about what happened before. You just move on, right? If you have some of these trades, we're making a little bit of money back here today, and that's really what it's all about. Have fun, make some money, hit the like and hit the subscribe.
Exactly. Today is the perfect day for like managing risk. It's one of those things, right? So I just got the next leg out on Microsoft. Pretty clean on the reversal, but I'm going to lose on that re-entry on the long side. But if the market bounces, fine. I think we get back to 275 as long as you held that trend. It was an easy reverse once it got beneath that low. I still think 270 can hold up, but it goes the first dollar. Now can it go the second dollar is the question. I'm going to hold on to Google for dear life, and there's a new entrant here. And we talked about Tesla. So Tesla is still holding 198. This gets really interesting on Tesla if we end up not getting all the way down. Ignore the wick for a second. If we end up holding here on the NASDAQ, like that original support area at the open, it's like a 12.46. If we bounce off this, any kind of strength off that level, and Tesla still looks like a name that I can respect the longs in. I flipped in Microsoft because, quite frankly, it told me it broke the trend. At this point on Tesla, I still think you have a chance to hold a higher low here and go back in dips. And I'm not rushing into anything. I wasn't willing to rush into Microsoft for the short, and we still managed to make it work. I wasn't willing to rush in necessarily into Alphabet. Now it's absolutely flushing. But we've been holding. This is the one. It's the first one. And if I liked it the most first, then it's the one I should stick to when it holds the trend. I've kind of gotten away from that at times. Today, we're not making that mistake. We're going to hold on to Google and only look for re-entries. I am looking for another name. And Adam, you're absolutely right. Intel is looking like an obvious short as well. You can go to the higher time frame, but it's right back to failing this 50 period. It just broke a couple of days above it. And now if it makes an over-under on this day, beneath $28, that's that breakout price in yesterday's trade. It gets below there, it gets ugly. I think shorts, if it wants to pop, it doesn't seem like it wants to go anywhere near 29. As we're going to Brendan and Sector Watch, because I can see it there.
Yeah.
A bit of a mixed board so far, guys, to show you here. We are back to the downside right now for the overall market, retracing most of that move higher, 0.5% right now for the S&P 500. Still tech showing the most strength, although there are some notable weak names in here, including First Solar, Enphase, the clean energy names getting hit a little, 3.25% for both, but NVIDIA, AMD, ON, and MPWR, the semis being offset easily is the weakness by those. QCOM just popping up there as well, 1.5%. But software names leading as far as tech is concerned so far. This group very weak so far. Industrials, the entire thing pretty much to the downside. A little bit of strength down here in some of the airlines. UAL and AAL both up 1.5% so far, but industrials among the leaders as far as downside movement is concerned. Yeah, there it is. Tesla 4.5%, still a great day. Trying to hold on to most of its gains anyways, 4.3%. APTV 4.4% as well, so strength coming through as far as automobile makers are concerned in the consumer discretionary sector, but overall still kind of flat. We have hotels and some of the travel names higher, but retail and consumer durables offsetting that and then some back to the downside. Overall pretty flat as far as those are concerned. Same story up here for consumer staples. Material stocks pretty mixed as well, to the downside ever so slightly. This is energy down here, still green, but wild day for crude oil. It was down nearly 4%, now all the way back to 1.4% instead to the downside. So a ton of volatility wherever you're looking today, guys. Back to you.
All right, thanks, Brendo. Yeah, volatility, needless to say. Amazon is now at 90 cents in the money. Like, we put this on 3 minutes ago. This is the kind of stuff that I'm talking about when you're looking at an Amazon versus a Google versus Microsoft is very violent as well. But you're going to get big moves in these names that you're like, what? As opposed to, like I was saying there, as the dollar goes upside, though, watch out here. Google right now, this is the kind of the bumping there. Nice little bump back up to the upside here. So maybe we are seeing some of this. We're now $2.40, like $2.40 in the money right now on Apple. And I just want to talk to Comp or SRX1 there. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Comp, there for that. This is why I'm here, and this is why we have the longevity. Like, you know, you got to be honest with your trades, right? I mean, we lost early and told you guys that, right? And we kept getting, we kept shorting and kept getting railroaded on Amazon, on Meta, until eventually we find something and then take it back in, right? And so we're going to be red here, ending the show. But that's, again, we haven't been red this month. We'll take 1 day now, and we may not be by the time we come back at 2 o'clock. But you're going to take your lumps some days. We're having, again, crazy month this month. We had a great month last month, and this is a crazy wild day, and that's part of it, man. You got to take these days with a grain of salt here, and now we're back on it, man. We're really running this. Like, it doesn't matter what you did early. Just go back to what you know you can do, and we've made back half of what we were down already early. So, it's 10:44. The day's still young. Palantir just fell back in. We're at, we got out of 80% up here at Palantir, right? So stick with your guns. 250 in the money on Apple all the way back down. And now looking to think about, let's just take a piece out now because we're back. I don't want to do anything too hastily, but we just came back into a level that we took profit on, 58. And right now you just wick down the bottom of the day's low. So let's take some profit out, right? So that's kind of what we're doing. We're staying in the pocket of how we know we can make money. We are, we know we're real, and that's that. So, we're taking it, and this is what trading's all about. If you don't have confidence in trading and in your own abilities, then honestly, see you later, man, because this is the wrong business for you if you don't have confidence in your own abilities. So we do, and I hope you guys can see that every day. Thank you so much for your continued support. The show's getting better and better, man. I'm going to lose my voice every single day, regardless of up money, down money, or what. We love the market, and we're here to trade every single day. Like, I'm right now down what I was up yesterday. So we'll scratch the 2 days. Any dollar we put into our pocket is an up dollar. So let's go, man. We're really excited.
Yeah, definitely. And wow, this market, I was just saying to Obi, one of our traders, that it would be crazy if the market actually held this low right now, because just what we've seen, it feels like we should take out these lows after that trap to the long side. But I'm out of Microsoft. You'll see I'm only still in Alphabet because Softy gave me what I was looking for. Once it broke that trend, we got into the short at 72, but I want to see what happens at that 270 level. It was support before, it was support when I sat down. That was the level I liked, so we're going to get that quick reversal. We'll get a couple bucks out of it, and if it holds here, and the market holds the bottom, I think there's a valid long. Otherwise, I'm going to look for shorts on the way back to the upside. It is Alphabet that will hold on. And we started here, and I think hopefully we'll end with this one. I think this one, Alphabet's in trouble. Once it held and broke that level to the downside, I still have my stop on Microsoft. I don't actually want that one. forget it. Even if it
Look
works.
at Amazon.
Even if it works, I didn't want to take that break. I wanted to actually see what happens beneath here. So I had to stop at 270, and I actually didn't cancel. Even though I just said I don't want to take that automatic stop. I want to see how it reacts to it. Didn't want to trade, just take the quick scalp win. The market is giving it up at this point. So you got to respect the fact that that's happening. This is one of those days where risk managing kind of meant everything to you. But like, so the way I manage risk, you'll see me get out too early sometimes. And it's like, okay, you could have held on to that one. But for me, that's just my style of trade. So there's days to be like, okay, well, you tight stop, let it run, and you might not have that day where you go 10 out of 10. That's never going to be my style, but I like that quick. If it doesn't work, I am out. Wait for the point to make a decision on it. Sometimes you're wrong, sometimes you're right. When you're right, hold it all the way. Like, that's the kind of thing I'm always looking to do. And as a matter of fact, guess what's right back above 270? Is Microsoft right here, so probably the right decision. I didn't want that. I wanted to see how it reacted to the bottom instead of just automatically taking the break. Get in and out. You don't have to hold on to a trade that you didn't necessarily want in the first place.
I just want to say thank you so much, like Rick D, everybody there in the chat, man. It really means a lot to me, you know, just for that you guys are listening to some of the advice that we're giving every day, and that's what you got to be in, man. You got to be in the zone, and you got to be confident in what you're doing. So thank you so much for all of that, man. I mean, this is what I'm talking about when, you know, we don't show P&Ls or anything like that, but I mean, look at Amazon. Broke that level. We talked you guys through that trade, and there it is, man. We have Amazon on board right now as it's coming in, man. We're now $1. When that just hit 98 there, that was $1.50. We just made $1.50 in 11 minutes. You know, so again, you know, that's how you can easily bring back your net. If you stay with what you're doing, you can make a lot of money trading. Like I was talking about Apple. Apple's been a monster trade to the downside for sure off that move, but we just kind of bounced off that 12,400 again. Remember what we talked about here, that we were like, oh man, the NASDAQ went right down to our price? Well, it just did it again. It went to 12,420. I was thinking we were going to test, so I didn't have that bottom bid for Amazon or for Apple, so possibly another retest lower there on that. So we're going to watch out to see where we're going now in this market. Do we retest 12.4 again? I don't know. We only have 20% left of our Apple trade from the high. So like I said, it's my number one stock. It's a big trade for me, this one. And then we did make a little bit of money back. And then the name that I'm most upset about, honestly, is just Uber, because we got taken out, and I can show you, I have an offer to get more short here. We just missed the punch back down. So we only got out of a little bit there. We held about 30% or so back in and then took it out on the way down, whereby we're still letting Uber go. But that was sort of the crappy position there, because we wind up taking a, what was it, a 28-cent hit or so. We were short at 80. Looks like we got out some at 0, some at 05. So we take about a 25-cent win. It just sucks to look back and it's 40 in the pocket right now. But there's nothing we could do on that one. We did get stopped out. And like Neil said, man, you got to manage your risk however you see fit. And, you know, people are at different levels, right? Whether or not you're going to manage yourself daily, monthly, yearly, quarterly, whatever it is, you know, make sure that you keep that money in your pocket and don't do anything that you haven't been successful with. You know, can we have one red day in a month? Sure we can. You know, we'll try to make that the least of our worries, but for right now, it's a nice downside move in the market, and we have some shares on. So we'll watch out for that and think about reloading Palantir a little bit lower here. I want to see it like 18s.
Yeah, the market, a little bit of a bounce off the low. So it's just joking around. Like, it'd be crazy if if the market holds these lows, because then it's actually an inside day. But this is why I got out of Microsoft. That 270 level, the area is still valid for support. That's why I didn't think jumping into the short at that price made a heck of a lot of sense. See how it behaves. If it gets back up to 72, like that around there is going to make some sense for the reload. But this is what, like, look at this market today. Like, this is what it's doing to you. Like, essentially, you know, you ripped to the downside initially on what was a hot print. I mean, inflation, you know, obviously not as expected. And then it goes to the top, double top. That's where you look for that trend reversal. There were some shorts that were fantastic up there. And then we're going to hold the low. Like if you don't break through here, is it crazy if we don't break through this bottom? Is it crazy that we can't retrace 100 to 150 points on the NASDAQ? That's not crazy at all. We've actually seen this whipsaw market do it. So chasing shorts down here, I don't really love the notion. I want to see us breaking into new territory. Make a decision when you need to make a decision. As we're going to go to money talks, I was asking about the dollar and was surprised that it wasn't doing a heck of a lot, a little bit there. But the market's definitely doing something. Brendan, how are the rest of the currencies doing, buddy?
Yeah, muted reaction here, guys, for the U.S. dollar. If you think about it, it was expected to be higher. It comes in exactly higher as expected. So, yeah, dollar's down slightly right now, 0.15 to the downside. But we did test a couple of day lows here, going back to January. It looks like 103-ish for the U.S. dollar. Back to the downside we go after being positive ever so briefly there. The euro exactly flat. Canadian dollar basically flat as well, negative 0.17, 74.8. 0.16 to the upside, meanwhile, for the pound today, 121.5. But overall, nothing to see here, it would appear, as far as currencies are concerned. Ton of strength still at the bottom here, trying to hold 22,000. Right now, to the number, is Bitcoin, Ethereum as well, back below 1550. Still holding on to a nice gain, though, 3.8% so far today. The second of 4 Fed speakers just speaking now, guys.
Oh, God. I do have the dollar up here, and you can see it's a direct correlation. And this is what I'm talking about. Like, I'm not just resting on, you know, the skills and all that kind of stuff that we've developed over the last couple decades, unfortunately for me. We're adding the dollar now, because if I'm going to start trading, and we've been really smoking on those names. You're correct, Adam, man. Google's, Microsoft, Apple's, AMD's. We've been hitting every stock lately with great, vigor and preciseness. But today, we obviously went short and lost on those names. But look at the dollar right now, starting to go back up to the upside. It's relatively flat, but it's a nice move back up. So you can see, look at the NASDAQ coming down, look at the dollar going up, right? So we're going to hold on to some of these names as we continue to watch that correlation right there. But yeah, we're not sleeping, man. We're getting better for you every single day, and in turn getting better for ourselves. So hopefully we can just keep adding some of these names into the toolbox and some of these abilities into that as well. But with Apple, oh man, it's just bouncing around 150. So regardless of what the dollar's doing right now, Apple's still bouncing around. I want to hold the short because of what the dollar's doing, and because I think the NASDAQ tests 12.4 again. So as you can see, we've also added the NASDAQ longer term picture to our abilities here. But yeah, right now, good morning, man. I had a great time. A lot of fills, over 200 fills, and a lot of good trades and a lot of bad trades. So what was a fun day coming to an end in 7 minutes.
Well, it's not coming to a complete end. We are back at 2 o'clock, so we're going to have, look, this day is going to be wild. We're not done. We got Fed speakers, which is sometimes fun, sometimes it's not. But certainly this market could go all the way to the top. It could break the lows, and we get just an absolute redonkulous day. I should never change this thing, first of all, because I saw when we're at those highs, the market was screaming to the upside. Prad's in my ear, we should change it to a bull. People were in the chat were saying change it to a bull. Whenever I change it from the bear to the bull, I am now 0 for 3. Like if I do it, and I know I was short at the time, but if I do it, I'm telling you, the market reverses and it never follows through. I am a jinx. It's specifically changing it, however, from the bull to the bear. When I go the other way, it's actually never, actually, I think it's okay. I haven't really tracked it, but specifically if I go that way, it's a loser. With 5 minutes to go, I want to go back to one idea from earlier. I don't think I jumped the gun on Alibaba. I like that breakdown at 103. It did make the break, and I caught it on the way back because I missed it on the first move down. It ends up stopping me out. However, I want to revisit this area because it's so significant. You got the 50 period at 102 and change here. Like if that gets taken out, like look at the flat bottom at 103. The flat bottom break here is valid. And now that it's formed a little bit of a trend line, I'm going to look to be shorting off of this. And look, it's the same thing as Microsoft. If it breaks out, I can get out, and I know I'm wrong. But this is one name that I liked around these price areas anyways. If it tries to retake this low, I'll go for the shorts. I do not want to be holding it as it's trying to break out there. But I want to see it do kind of what Microsoft did. Like it's showing me an entry now for the short. And if it breaks out, it is worthy of a reversal because that would mean that level at 103 has held on the higher time frame.
All right. Yeah, it's all good. It's all good. Thank you so much. I just tweeted this out, man. I want to thank Pro Day Trader on here right now, talking about, I don't know where you are, but I just tweeted it out, so you'll be able to see it on my Twitter machine right there. Just talking about how, you know, after all this time, you can always learn more things. So I want to thank you for that one as we go, man. 10:56. What a great close of the day here. Like, really happy with what we were able to do on the back end of today. So good trade there. Apple just went to the downside. I'm going to take a piece out there at 50, so we'll ring the register again on this trade. Animation's not working right now as they're trying to get them fixed. So thanks, Fahad, and thanks, Prad, for that. Good job on the 1s and 2s today. Thanks, Bear vs. Bulls, again today. Good job on moderating. I know that could be a tough job there, so thank you so much for that one. Yeah, we're pretty flat on everything right now. The only thing we have really left is Palantir, 20%. We had 20% of Apple. Sorry, we had 10% of Apple. We just got another 5% out, so this trade's pretty much over. We did get a lot of outs here for the dollar when we came back to VWAP there. So from going short at 153, where am I short? 153.70. Like, we're taking 250 now, but holding this was great. We made a lot there, but a lot of the outs right here at VWAP. So, you know, that one could have been a little bit better on the hold, but still pretty happy with it. And then that Amazon move was just amazing off that break of VWAP and the 5th and the 200. Huge move to the downside, took advantage of that. For some reason, we only have 20% left. So one of these was it's probably 2 outs there at 99. So we do take 2 outs there at 99 for 30 cents, which isn't that big. And then it drops all the way down to 98 flat, which is $1.30. So that was a good trade on that. And good thing we got out of Apple, because look, you're starting to retrace back upside a little bit, which is great for our Palantir trade. We talked about reloading that. I was waiting a little lower for that. Should have reloaded that at 30 for Palantir. Nice hold though, as there it goes. Yes, sir. Palantir with the bump again today. We traded this so well. This could be the trade of the day, guys. Palantir today, a nice upside move. Let's take a 63 out right there for Palantir. There it is. We'll get filled at 63 as it blasts higher. Good hold there for Palantir. Just would have been nice for the reload. We were there on the reload, but the market was coming in, and I thought we could get something down here, but we do not. There's Palantir. Peace out at 63.
Yeah, so I want to clarify something. I was just saying I like the short on Alibaba, but it needs to reclaim 103 to the downside. Like, that level on the daily has to be under 103 for me to like the shorts. It's the only price I'm taking it under. But I still like 270 on Microsoft, and I'm going to go for the longs. If we sit here at lunchtime, let's say we hang out the lows, and we do that whole game where the market reverses and then tries to catch a bid all afternoon, then I'm going to like that 270 level for sure. Thank you so much, Sahib Global.
It's 4 cents.
I am from India. You guys are great. Shout out to halfway across the world. We love you. We appreciate all of our viewers. All we ever ask, though, is hit the like, hit the subscribe, pay it forward. That's what it's all about. We're trying to grow the community because we think we're onto something here. Trading is all about getting better and learning. You've heard Sean say that. I try to say it as well, and we probably don't say this enough. But I see Matthew in there saying, hey, another profitable morning. Congratulations to you. I think the biggest lesson for me today was everything that wasn't in my original notion of good price areas or setups, those are the ones that didn't work. Like, I went to coin and it lost because I think I was a little bit too hasty with it. But everything else that was sort of in the pocket manages to work out. So you kind of stick to your plan. We say that, but sometimes you can't really say it too often because it's just right. Stick to your plan when you're trading, and always go to Brendan when called for. Brendan, we have some earnings to get to.
Yeah, notable names on here once again, guys. Both aftermarket tonight before we get going once again tomorrow.
Look, this is going to be a big wave because Airbnb is going to be a good mover. You got Roblox tomorrow morning, which you know is going to be a volatile name. Those two stand out to me. I don't really – Energy and Devon's a good company, but that's not much of a day trade. That's the Brazilian SoFi. Is that what we call it?
New bank.
The South American SoFi.
New Holdings. Right there.
What else is there?
I don't know. I haven't even looked yet.
Upstart. Upstart. That's another one.
Yeah, I mean, you got all the names there. I mean, Kraft Heinz, you want a little bit of a value play there. I'm really going to look for Roblox, which we went short today. I don't even want to look to see where Roblox is now. But yeah, good day so far. I'm debating shorting maybe right now. I don't know. I mean, I just got to figure out if we have incoming monsters or not right now into this market, because Netflix is below and testing around this 357 right here. So I'm debating on a Netflix short possible. I'm not in it yet, but if Netflix can come back up 358, something like that, into this area right now, it's starting to go now. So nice move upside for Netflix. Look at that out. Remember I was saying about getting out an Apple? I mean, we just saved ourselves there on that Apple, as there it goes right back up to the upside, possibly another short. So let's watch out here. These markets are really starting to blast. I'm going to cancel all my stop orders, man, because honestly, market's blasting up. We've taken profits where profits need to be taken. Palantir's now, like I said, man, 40 cents upside on this name. So good day for Palantir as that continues. All right, it's Scalp Demon. It's the professor. They're ready to rock and roll here. So let's throw it over to them. Thank you so much for everything today. Brad, great job on the 1s and 2s again. So, all right, good job, Neil. Thanks, Brendan, again today. But let's go over there to the midday show. We used to be called Midday Movers. I think it's just now called the Midday Show. I don't even know what it's called.
It is just the Midday Show.
Right now. So let's go over to Sharif and Luca.
What is up, beautiful people? What a day, man. Whoo. I'm Sharif, that's Luca. This is the Midday Show. Let's get it started. I'm in 3 positions. Well, no, 2, correct that. Out of my Tesla positions. I bought this dip, guys. I believed in this bottom. Yeah, I'm not gonna, yeah, whatever. It's good, everything's good. NVIDIA long, I've got it. Yeah, I think I let it go a little bit too early here. I mean, we're just pumping to the high side. We just touched 226 on NVIDIA. I'm still holding a really small piece here. Let's get it out. There's the last little bit on NVIDIA. What a move. We get in here, average, and then boom, you have that rocket up, that double bottom. It's kind of the same story with this meta. Get in, and then we're scalping out here. I'm still holding a little bit more than I'd like to on meta, so I'm hoping this one holds and reclaims VWAP with this little market bottom rounding out that we had. But the big trade was on Stresla. Yes, in, and then we get the bottom here and then out. Obviously, you know, as per usual, I get out too early, but they've all been rocket solid trades, you know, playing off key levels, nothing, no sorcery or anything. We're playing off this 441.11 bottom that we kind of touched twice. So it was just about getting those bottoms. I obviously didn't get bottom wick on every entry, but it was kind of like building into the position. So the futures, the SPY has been absolutely crazy today. Yes, it's an inside day in terms of like we're staying within these levels, but the ranges have just been so wide. 41.86 to the top, 41.11 to the bottom. You know, it's not a 100-point range, but we're also not done the day. So great little day going on so far. Just kind of wished I held on to this Tesla a little bit more. Meta pumping to the high side. We take out. We're gonna drop the money already, man. We just started the show. Animation's not working proudly. Oh my goodness. Anticlimactic. All good. 178.93 is where we're long meta. 179.80 is where it's at. So we're almost $1 in the money. I think we could easily test 180 here. The momentum's coming in. Let's scalp a little bit out more here in the 80s. Did I just get you out? It's not working. Okay, so let's go ahead and type it in manually, and then we'll hang out at here. There we go. We get that out. So we're now holding a decent position on it. I want to say about 25% of the original. Let's ride this one possibly through 180. Our cost basis now is 179.10, so a nice little buffer between the current price action and our entry. Let's continue to ride this one. You get to go?
No.
Okay, so let's continue to talk a little bit. Let's see what the chat is up to, guys. I have the chat up, but it's in a different window. So let me just adjust it here. I want to say hi to everybody. I hope everybody had a good day. You know, it's been that kind of day for me where like I feel like I've learned so much about the market lately, but what it wants, what it's going to take to get here or to get there. And then you just have a day like this where you're like, what is going on? I need to relearn everything that I've thought that I've learned the last little bit. So shout out to everybody in the chat. NVIDIA, yes, I was long this position. I'm done NVIDIA now. Let's get to that one. It was, you know, it was a monster on the day. Brendo brought that to you guys in the morning runoff. He said chips a buy. We've been talking about NVIDIA ad nauseum the last little bit, especially with relation to AI and how it's you know, stands to benefit from that wave. It's been monstrous. The daily chart echoes that sentiment. Let's have a look at the daily. I talked about the technicals on the daily this morning on the morning show. We talked about how we're exactly at the 50% fib retracement from the highs and the lows. Currently, we talked about how there was the golden cross of the 50 over the 200. We've been talking about higher highs. We've been talking about higher lows. We've been talking about tailwinds. So there's all sorts of stuff for NVIDIA. Sadly, I'm not into this one. I should have been into this one as a swing, but hasn't materialized. We'll see what happens there. Let's get back to Meta and see what Meta's up to. Did we touch 180 here? Looks like we just barely got up to that 180 area, but I'm not going to sit at 180. I'm going to sit a little bit above 180. If we can reclaim that, sure, it's going to take a little more oomph on these futures to get that done, but here's what we're going to do. We're going to sit at the $0.25. So we're going to type in a quarter here, and then we're going to go 180, and I'm going to say 180.24 in case, you know, we don't get up to that, quite up to that $0.25. So that'll take a little bit of retracing. It'll take us to the bottom area of this consolidation range, which, you know, typically would act as an area of resistance. So it's probably a good idea to have a little bit of a, well, part of my entry out there. So I'll continue to watch that. Matt Carnes, what's up, Matt? Asking about HUD. Okay, so HUD came off, you know, a bit of a mixed report last week. We heard about how they had the lowest active users they've had in a while. However, they were able to make more money from their users per quarter as a result of the fact that a lot of more users are using margin, which to me is not a good look. It's unsustainable. But here's HUD intraday, 981 bottom, 1026 top. Not much in the way of a trade for me. I mean, you obviously have a V-shaped, you have a V-top here. So obviously we've got, it's just echoing the market. That's kind of the market move. With respect to the daily, you know, you're still in that range. You haven't made a more recent high. Looks like October, we got up into that 12 3/4 area. We haven't reclaimed it. We're above the 50 period on the daily. But we're still below the 200, so the 200 is also going to act as an area of resistance in addition to this peak here. So, I mean, I don't like HUD until I can see some sort of tailwind, and or the technicals take us above, you know, the 200 or above this peak here. Oh, good. What's up, man? What's wrong?
I was trying to load this.
All right. Let's continue, guys. So we're back into Meta here, back into that 180 area. Let's see if we can break through 180 and get into that 180.25. We're getting a good continuation here on the futures, 41.36 off that 41.11 bottom. So, you know, still nearer to the bottom than we are to the top, that's for sure, especially because 41.86.5 is the top. So we still got a ways to go. But with respect to Meta's daily high, I mean, the Meta's not the futures, right? So Meta, we're at 179.80 right now. 181.51 is the high. So we're a lot closer to the highs on Meta than we are in the future. So keep in mind the individual strength of these names. Tesla obviously being the standout in my opinion today. It's been an absolute monster. Up 3.5% was definitely higher. Topped out, where did we top out on Tesla? 204.50 is where we got up there. All right, Meta making me sweat a little bit, coming nearer to my entry point, 179.10. We're flirting with that 179.5, and I want to stay away from there. I want to get through that 180 area, but this was a tough one. I know Sean was dancing with this one this morning. Yeah, this one, it's just definitely been tough. I'm profitable on it, don't want to give any money back. So definitely break even will be my out. That's 179.10. What's up? The chat, I love the chat. You want me to look at coin? All right, so I'll look at coin, then I'll look at PLTR. So let's have a look at coin because that was being traded this morning. I know that what's it called? Bitcoin had a nice little hold there and pop with the market. So coin, you know, very much in line with what we've seen with these big cappers and the market in general, that V-shaped move up and down. Now trying to reclaim here VWAP, but rejecting. So it looks like it's a bit weaker than some of these other names. You know, you can always judge the relative strength based on, you know, the aggression of the retracements and the advances, right? The ones that retrace more and advance less are relatively weak, and the opposite of true. The ones that advance more and retrace less are relatively strong. So this one looks like it's relatively weak, and so I'll be staying away from a long perspective because I am looking to take a long. I'm looking for a hold of this 41.11 level. So that's my thesis kind of going in, and if that's going to be the case, then I'm not looking to take Mr. Coinbase. What is the chat called?
Mr. Coinbase.
Mr.
Yeah, man. What's going on, everyone? Just making sure everything is up and loaded here and looking good. Somebody was asking, thoughts on Tesla. I mean, over 200, that 200 break to the upside, super clean. From 190 all the way into 200, and then still has the steam to get to like 203, 204. Kind of interesting, the barcoding action at the top here. I found that a little bit interesting. And then, that classic, like kind of break the highs, and then, do a bunch of volume up here, a little bit of a volume spike on that, and then quickly reverse and just stop as if nothing happened, right back into that range. Some barcode action when finally breaking, that 202, and then just never looking back really until right now. So I kind of feel like 202 into 204, which is a wide range, but 202 into 204 is a wide range. But something that I'm looking at right now is it's the kind of, all this volume transacted over here. We just kind of went to 202. It quickly rejected and flushed back down. So yeah, kind of interesting on that one. And I don't really want, it is up 3% in the day, but the fact that we sort of went to VWAP, we ripped through, we had the secondary flush down, stalled there a little bit, then moved up, makes me want to stay away from that VWAP area. So that's kind of my look there. If we get back up to 202, I'll try a short. Willing to sort of start a small position in front of that, and then if we could kind of get back in that area, maybe we do some type of like over/under. That's what I'll be looking for. And man, maybe we get that, maybe we don't, but we'll keep an eye on that one. A lot of things moving today, man. Definitely a lot of excitement. A lot of all the way up and all the way down, some type of parabola action going on here on the overall market. Always interesting when it gives you these parabolas. And man, going towards the low, breaking the low, and then bouncing. So this market's definitely interesting. I have no idea what to expect.
Honestly.
CPI coming in a little bit over, 6.4, but not crazy, right? I think, if we saw maybe a 7, which is like, we're getting ahead of ourselves here. But yeah, if we saw a 7, that would have been crazy. But I think, man, for now, it just kind of chop action. I'm looking at Palantir as well, giving those wick off bottoms. Maybe if we get back there, try the long. I think a good level to look at here is kind of where it stalled yesterday. So had a little bit of a move up, and I want to say that 840 to 820 area is kind of feels like that, nobody's really selling it down. It's sort of holding off in that area. So it did in the morning. It sort of dipped into there and then kind of moved back up. It's respecting the 50 period for now, and that 880 level is giving it a little bit of resistance. So for myself, play the range. If we get up here, take some shorts. If we get down here, get some longs. See if we can get back in the middle for the average out and go from there. Yeah, man, but I ain't a rapper, though. Hopefully you guys in the chat are having a great time and enjoying the show. Hit the like button. We got new animations on the way. New kind of video segues on the way, which is pretty cool. And
I heard yours was good. I didn't get to see it yet.
It was, you'll see it. It was not bad. It was not bad.
I'm definitely going to read
Like,
my...
subscribe, and share the show that
I'm wearing too dark.
Every day, guys.
Like, I need to be wearing a lighter shirt there. The background's dark, right? I got to contrast with the background, so I'm reshooting that. But I like the whole thing. I like the premise. Luca and I, actually, Luca is the one that came up with that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you came up with that in the meeting. This is credit to Mr. Luca over here, man, coming up with the idea, spitting some ideas. All right, guys, let's get back into some trading now. Meta. I'm hanging tight here. I don't want to break. I don't want to be the weak hand, essentially. So I'm going to give it 10 pennies below my entry. I'm holding about 25% of the position left. I'm long 179.10. I'm going to give this one to the break of 179. So I don't want to base it on my entry because the market doesn't care about my entry. That's why I'm kind of looking at it that way. It's been holding relatively well. The kind of retracement, the bounce back that we've seen on the futures kind of slowed down a little bit, and likewise with some of these longs. So got to be cognizant of that. We come closer to my entry. Again, I'll give it about 10 cents of space there. Nvidia though, continuing to be strong. Now holding this kind of consolidation pattern above the 225 area. I like this one, especially if we can actually find a continuation on this bounce on the futures. This one's gonna go, man. 228.21 is the high. Every day I'm looking at this one, and every day it's relatively strong. It was kind of the way I felt about Meta and Netflix about a month ago. You see that consistently, and the trick is to kind of pick up on that pattern before it's too late, right? And who knows if NVIDIA's got more to the high side. I know they report. When do they report? They report next week or something like that, right? 16th? Sean is saying the 16th. We'll get that checked out. But what's it called? All right, quickly, Brendan in the chat here. So they are, NVIDIA is reporting the 22nd. Brendan in the chat saying BFRG, Bullfrog, AI IPO open, 1.2 million shares priced at $6.50. So that is BFRG. That's probably going to be, you know, our kind of thing here, small cap crapper. BFRG, let's get into that one. There we go. It's halted to the high side at 583, so we're going to have to wait for this one to reopen. I'll tell you what the top is in a minute, but so we'll keep an eye on this one, and we'll trade that one once it comes back into trading here. But now we got to get back to Meta quickly because it is coming closer into that 179 area. Got to keep my eye on that. Don't want it to go against me, but the descent, I want to say, is kind of slowing down, and it's finding some resistance, or sorry, some support at that 179 area. So I don't want to be the weak hand here. There we go. We get a nice bounce back into the $0.50. Seeing some more green on the futures and some more bumping up here. So let's see how this one goes. Hayes Records, $1.99 super chat. Hella numbers dropping this week. Second shoe drop soon. Eyeglass. What is that called? Monocle? Moniker?
The monocle, yeah.
Monocle,
the
that's
one,
it.
yeah. Looking extra fancy on that one. Somebody asking Luca, why are you long Tesla? I don't know. I feel like 200 is kind of below moving average in front of VWAP. I was wondering, you know, small position. We'll see if it wants to hold and bounce. So it did, sort of added another one, getting that move up, basically scaling myself out, waiting to see if we're going to get that 200 test. Waiting to see if we can get up there, just kind of another 50 cents and I'll be out of this full position, and then deciding to flip short. I just feel like I want to kind of play the whiplash and stick to my ideas there. Took a long on Amazon as well. This is near the pre-market low here. It kind of showed that it didn't want to spend too much time below this area, right? So 98.40, you know, dip, 98.40 dip, bounce, 98.40 dip again, and then just kind of sideways action and holding. So yeah, a little bit of scalp trade for myself, kind of in and out, and then we're going to see if this wants to actually go to 99 and continue there. If it doesn't, no big deal. Somebody also was asking about Uber. Any thoughts on this? I am starting a short position on potentially what I thought was a double top failure and then kind of get the flush down. But again, you know, I was long Tesla, long Amazon, short Uber. If the overall market's giving a pop here and it wants to go up, I feel like everything's going to kind of move together. So we'll see where this one wants to go. As it makes the high, I think I'm going to add a little bit more as it goes into that 34.20. And then, you know, if it continues to the upside, I'll just be getting out of that trade. So yeah, just basically averaging in. It kind of had the move, kind of made the high, failed. Are we now going to make another high and then fail and then get back down? Average not too bad, 34.08. So we'll see where that one wants to go. And yeah, if Amazon dips down lower here, I want to basically take longs kind of into this flush down and then see if we can get the pop there. And yeah, man, just continue to scalp around and see where this one wants to go. This is the thing; these pops might be short-lived. We kind of got the long here, instantly pop. If you're not scaling out, you know, the flush down is quick. And then do we actually bounce and continue, or do we dance around and go lower? So yeah, at this point, if Tesla goes back to 200, I don't even like the long. I'm just going to hold what I have. If we break 99.50 to the downside, then I'll probably just be out of that trade completely, and we'll see where it goes. I want to look at Apple here as well. You know, I'm wondering if this thing is going to break through VWAP to the upside. Maybe. I mean, maybe if this wants to actually get over 152.50, then everything's turning back to the upside, and maybe we get going to the upside. So yeah, I'm gonna watch this one and maybe take a long through 152.50 if we can get there. Yeah, I'll try the long on that one and see if we can get 50 cents to the upside going into 153 right there. So yeah, hopefully those trades work. Somebody's saying, Luca, who you got 100-meter sprint, Fahad or Neil? Oh man, I heard them yesterday. And,
Neil was like track in high school, man.
Fahad, I don't know if he could hear me right now. I know he's locked in.
I don't know, disrespect to Fahad, but Neil's just like he's a track person. What do you call that? Track star?
Yeah, I've never seen Fahad move fast.
He can ball.
That's the thing. I know he could ball.
He can ball.
He could ball, but I've never seen him move fast. But you know, maybe he's just like saving all his speed to move at super speed. So yeah, it's tough to say, man. Tough to say, but I'm gonna go with that. Somebody saying, Luca, have a look at BA action. Sure, I'll have a look for you. Hopefully you're having a great day.
That order from, where did they get that order from? India?
Is that what happened?
India. Yeah, big order, 250 million. Or sorry, 250 million. So used to saying million. 250 airplanes.
Oh wow, that's pretty good. Yeah, it's so I was looking at this yesterday, and this is like the top end of the range here. And I think you know, obviously with Boeing, you have to use a very kind of wide area, but it did look like it off that news ripped up into the 220. So I think I was referring to this yesterday. Maybe 220 gets tested. Does it act as resistance? Is it then going to fall back into the bottom? Keep in mind that when you're looking at these moves that sort of go up on the daily, like this thing is going to the upside, right? So it's like it has its up move, it sort of consolidates, kind of choppy action. It has another up move, you know, more consolidation, a little bit of choppy action. And then do we actually now get another up move, or will this be a failed break back to the downside? I never trade Boeing intraday. I'm not going to start trading it now. But yeah, it's kind of on the overall daily. I remember looking at this yesterday, and I basically like loosely said, you know, like, yeah, maybe that 225, maybe. But like, again, it's not like prior levels that are super, super clean. It was sort of in this kind of downward channel. Then we broke down, and then finally like making its way to the upside and just kind of consolidate up, consolidate, potentially go up again. You know, getting that order, obviously positive news, up 1% on the day. But again, super choppy, couldn't hold the morning, dipping back down. I think as long as this holds the pre-market lows for the day, then, you know, safe to say it's not really going to sell off, all things considered, unless, you know, like some type of catalyst comes through, some type of randomness where it actually, you know, gets smoked there. But again, and guys, when I say safe to say, nothing is safe, man. This is the stock market. Nothing is safe. Always watch your orders, man. Amazon actually giving a nice little pop there, and I didn't have any orders out there, so, but it's okay because I think this one's going higher. I'm just going to get out a little bit more over here because it didn't get out over here. I'm basically eyeing that 99. I think eventually we can get to 99. VWAP magnet back to the upside. Parabola to the upside. The 100 level to the upside was amazing. Sick long to be had, and then breaking to the downside could not even give a little bit of a bounce. And so it's kind of interesting how the 100 level, you know, to the upside was awesome. Didn't print back through 100, even though you see these wicks here. It didn't actually go there. Those are dark pools. And then, you know, had its next leg up, coming back down and sort of holding this channel area, right? So there was some type of buyer that kept, you know, hitting it here for the potential continuation, I feel like. But that was real. That 117 print was real. So it actually dipped there and quickly went all the way back to 170. And then kind of channeling, not really selling off. And then as soon as the market turned, this thing printed only red candles to the downside, all the way back down towards pre-market low. So yeah, all the way up, sideways, all the way down. Seems like a classic chop action CPI to myself. And yeah, at this point now, I'm basically trying the long to see, do we want to actually go to the upside and continue? I'm willing to average into this, so we'll see where it goes. But for the time being, we're going to go to Brendan at the big desk for volume leaders.
Hey guys, early look at what is moving around, doing the most volume right now. A lot of ETFs, higher than usual, typical for a day that we get some sort of economic release, both the TQs and the SQs here. Top of the list already, well over 100 million for each, 122, 111 for the TQs on the long side, SQs on the short side. This board, if you're seeing it for the first time, showing you 10,332 U.S. listings, of which about 3,600 positive on the day, 5,600 downside, 1,000 unchanged. Very, very, very much flat so far. Tesla still hovering around that 100 million already as well, up nicely, 3.3% as we've been saying all day. AMST, 88 million. There's SRNE. Negative headline yesterday on Sorrento, back to the upside today. SOXL, Zila, Wish, and SOX S as well, which is the bearish version of SOX long L versus short S. Everyone's following along. APRE popping up here on very light volume today, top of the list. SKYT, 1 million shares already. But you can see by this number up here which direction the overall market is heading, guys. Downside right now.
Thanks for that, Brendo. Keeping my eye here on BFRG. This is the AI IPO that just opened up. 585 is where we started. We've gone all the way down to 461, hanging out at 479 now. It halted to the high side at 583. And then, you know, it's been one big move down. Obviously, no levels of support or resistance. Here, really, we're looking at price action, maybe looking at the book as well to see if there's any size sitting at any levels. So far, I don't see anything. So, you know, not super tradable at the moment, but we'll keep our eye on it in case it really gets parabolic and it presents opportunities going forward. So eye on that one, but it's this big cap recovery led by Nvidia, led by your boy Tesla. We're still pumping to the high side. I feel like, obviously, as per usual, I got out of my trades too early. Nvidia now pumping 226.5 and looking at 227 in the face. So, pissed about that. But also, Meta, I had to get out of this one because I said that I'd give it to 179, and it broke 179. In fact, it got all the way down to 178, low 80s. I get out of that one. This one's kind of just been teetering around that 180 area, not really willing to go. No point really wanting it to be the strong one when it's not. So let's take advantage of the ones that are strong, and those ones, in my opinion, are Nvidia and Tesla. They've been good to me all day. So we'll hang out and keep an eye on that. I want to see what Netflix has been up to because that one was also relatively strong earlier. Okay, so now it's flat on the day, technically down 0.16%. It was strong earlier, but that market retracement really got to it, and it wasn't able to kind of really recoup some of the earlier gains it had made, rejecting off VWAP here at 359.5. So now retracing even lower as the market does kind of print about 7 or 8 points lower in that one quick candle here. The market finding a little bit of a retracement now, looking towards lows. There we go. Now we're basically just 10 points, just like that, on the market as we retrace here. Let's see if we can find a footing, or we're going to retrace and maybe look for 41.11 in the face again. Tesla flushing below 200 at 199. So that's why I was happy I was out of these longs here. You just don't know what to expect. You think you understand everything and you don't understand anything. At least that's kind of the way I feel sometimes. Raghav, Apple, please. Apple's kind of been dead weight a little bit, if I can say. I mean, it had a decent day yesterday. We traded it. It looked good. It showed some relative strength earlier in the day. Today, it really hasn't reacted much. I mean, it's down, yes, 1.25% on the day, but the moves haven't been violent. In fact, they've been kind of tame for $150 stock with 150.86 double bottom and that 153.77 after the bell high. But that CPI number pumped Apple up to about 155.21. But that's just kind of on low volume and in reaction to CPI. We'll take these levels. We'll take the after the bell level as being the better level. So Apple, not much to say about it. It's kind of just been hanging out there. Like, look, it's got a V-shaped recovery here. I don't want to discredit the recovery that Apple's been making, but for the better part of, I want to say, earlier this month, February 2nd, we've been kind of trading sideways in between like a $5 range with 150 to the downside and 155 to the upside. It's setting up for a bullish continuation. And if the market today kind of shrugged off, I mean, the miss, then you could see Apple continue to run. Maybe not the same parabolic way it did before, but all right. Let's just look at these big cappers real quick. Okay, Nvidia definitely still like Tesla, the stronger of the bunch, hanging around a little bit below 225 now, getting a little bit weak as the market flushes again. But any movement in strength on the way up, I want to look to Nvidia. Jay Lee, Sharif, do you understand? It's the rest of retail that doesn't seem to, and the big market makers sort of encourage this so they can profit more. Yeah, I mean, I get that argument, but I mean, I also feel that a lot of big money is forced to allocate. It can't sit idly. So you're like, where on the side of bull or bear should I fall? And then you end up putting money in these speculative, and I don't want to say they're speculative because obviously these are big names, talking about Meta, Microsoft, Google, Apple, they've all made big recoveries. The money's got to go somewhere, man. And so I think that's why sometimes we see these bull rallies, irrational or not, Luca.
Yeah, it's, guys, Apple flushed really, really hard there. So again, somebody said I just got crushed by Nvidia in the chat, and I kind of felt that on Apple here. But it's the thing is, with these trades, especially on CPI day, you have to kind of go into a trade saying, what is my risk if I am a discretionary trader? It is 1 point. Something can flush on you 1 point, give or take, assuming no crazy news comes through. So for example, sort of scaling into that long here, breaking, essentially taking the 152 break. with the idea to, you know, scale into it, thinking that if we rip up, I'm going to maybe get 50 cents. But obviously, my risk is essentially 50 cents. Worst case scenario would be $1, right? This could have flushed. I mean, obviously, liquidity vacuum could have flushed to the downside.
Here we go
so yeah,
again.
losing 50 cents on that one. It's you know, that's kind of you know, that it'll happen. It'll happen sometimes. Uber, I just got myself out, which probably like top wickish, not too good, but didn't love it, and I should have gotten out a little bit sooner. Wasn't really watching it too much. Product of a little bit of smaller size on that one, so it is what it is. And Tesla, pretty funny, man. I actually had some orders sitting here, and I see the flush down. I go, oh man, I'm only long, so I'm gonna get smoked on all this. And I look and I go, oh, I actually got the Tesla fills at the top here. So for whatever reason, kind of wicking me out on that one. Now going back down, still long. Pretty light because I was basically trying to get as close to 202. The final out was I was going for like 202 on that one. So at this point, now back down. I guess yeah. I might as well just let the rest of this go. I'll just reevaluate this if we go below VWAP. Do we find some type of support? I don't really love it. It was a good trade the first time, and then kind of getting out, and then just, you know, losing on the last small little portion. The only thing now that I have going is this Amazon long that I'm sort of scaling it into. I want to see how this this kind of low of day reacts, right? So 97.75. Do we get down there, break that level, then pop back up? Pretty not looking too good right now. But yeah, maybe comes back. But yeah, we'll see what happens with this one. I don't know, man. Things on CPI day, you got to understand that things are going to move a lot more. Obviously, in the morning, it gives you like this kind of crazy whiplash action to the upside, to the downside. So, you know, on a given day, if you're scalping and you're saying, yeah, things can maybe move 30 cents against me before I'm going to make a decision if I want to, you know, add to it or maybe get stopped out. Yeah, on CPI day, things will be more, right? So the flushes could be 70 cents, 80 cents. So you need to be prepared for that, whether that means take less size, whether that means, you know, wait for areas and kind of wait for like the outer ends of the areas. Then, you know, that's there's that. So yeah, guys, in the chat, if you have any questions, feel free to yeah, let me know. I see somebody continuously asking thoughts about US Tech 100 right now. No thoughts, man. Just kind of scalping around. I think in general, the market is, you know, whether you look at NASDAQ, whether you look at ES, it's all the same stuff. It all is moving in tandem. This kind of sideways action that's taking place on the ES right now, you know, whether you do ES or NASDAQ, you know, it's, yeah, I don't know where the data is. Yeah, it's like kind of this sideways action. It kind of gives the feel like this market, it's weird because I feel like the market wants to go down, and it can go down, but then it doesn't go down. So it's like, really, oh, the market doesn't want to go down. Oh, I know what the market wants to do. It just wants to chop around and stop everybody out and then kind of finish the day where it started. So, you know, it's had obviously the nice up moves and then just kind of sideways action. So again, whether you're looking at the ES, whether you're looking at the NASDAQ, it's basically everything's moving in tandem. Everything's moving correlated. Yeah, I think Fed speaker's speaking right now. So
yeah,
that's
they are.
That's
11:30 it started. I just wanted to mention that.
Yeah, I just want to like kind of add into this dip and then see if we rip back. Yeah, sorry,
yeah, go for it. I just wanted to mention that the Fed started 11:30, and it is Harker. So Federal Reserve President of Philadelphia, Patrick Harker, obviously closely followed. So that's being discussed. I don't know if he's a voting member or not, guys. I need a list for all the voting members. Anyway, if you guys know, fact check me in the chat, at me there, so I can know if he's a voting member or not. So where are we at here? I'm not in any trades. Look, I'm not reading this market at this moment. I thought we would get a bounce. Maybe we still get the bounce later on. I haven't ruled it out. I've got my eye on the strong names as a result, relatively strong to the high side names. I'm looking at NVIDIA. I want to keep repeating myself. I'm looking at Tesla. I've kind of ruled my Meta out because it's just kind of been, you know, less relatively strong. Not as weak as Microsoft, maybe, and Google, but definitely not as strong as Tesla and Apple. So any bounce here I'm looking for. We're continuing to make new lows on the ES March contract. 41.05.5 now is the low of day, and we are near lows. We're continuing to make lower lows and lower highs. So in terms of a setup, like, it's quite clear. There's the pop at 8:30. There's the retracement at 10:15. It's a lower high than that. And here's the retracement again off this low, and it's lower high. So you're seeing all these patterns pointing to the downside, but it's presenting us with opportunities, right? Because all that up and down, it creates volatility, and that's what we want to take advantage of. Camel Crush Luca, where can I listen to the Fed speakers? Usually Brendo has a link for us. Let me have a look here. Usually you can find these on CNBC's website, or you can go on youtube.com and type in the name of the Fed speaker. In this case, it's Patrick Harker. So let's go and find out if he's live. Here it is. And then we'll filter by live. Where's live? There we go. How do you know? Okay, so this guy's talking about it. Yeah, so there is no video. Bradley's talking in my ear here saying there's no video. Okay, so there's no video, I guess. So I don't know if we'll look for, or maybe anybody's making notes about it. We'll see. We'll figure something out, if anything. All right, finding a bit of a bottom here. A couple of higher point prints, 41.05.5 to the downside on the March ES contract. Now we're pumping about 41.12, 41.13. So finding a bit of a bottom here into this yo-yo day, Luca, of ups and downs.
Yeah, man, ups and downs. You could have had the long, making the money. You could have had the short, making the money. Now we kind of chop back down. I'm thinking, you know, we parabola to the upside. So do we parabola to the downside and then reverse the thing? Yeah, it's just kind of funny how we're just dancing around, right? So yeah, let's see if these things want to reverse or if they want to continue. I kind of like where I stand right now in this position. Somebody was asking again about Palantir. It's Palantir is just in the middle, man. So like I would not be dancing with this in the middle. I'm basically waiting for this area or this area. If we pop up here, I'm going to try shorts. If we get down here, I'm going to try longs and then see if we can get back in the middle. I mean, look, triple bottom and then moving to the top, some consolidation back to the middle. You know, dipping back down into almost 835 and then popping again, sideways action. So again, it continues to just revert back to the mean. So I really do like that. We'll see if we want to get fills. Just got to be patient with the man. That's the key here. We'll see where that one wants to go. I think Microsoft off 270 is pretty interesting as well. It's, you know, it kind of flushed through with everything else, but then quickly reclaimed it. And so now we're kind of channel, you know, a little bit of bottom end channel here. Maybe we get another flush down and then a quick reclaim of that. So I'm actually going to take a long, if I can get one right now. Yeah, there we go. Okay, I'm going to take a long right here, and I'm willing to add into this into 270. So this is just small long to see can we actually move back to the upside. If we do, I roll with what I got. If we go lower, no problem. I will continue to add to that one. So we'll see where that one wants to go. And I think safe to say I'm just going to stay away from Apple for the time being. Something to note, well, it's tough to say because something to note here is it is bottoming once, twice, three times. Maybe this is the spot, man. 151.20 for the long back to VWAP if it actually wants to come to fruition. I have, I mean, Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, you know, basically all correlated to the market. So if we flush on everything and I take this, then I'm really kind of committed to the long. But yeah, I can always take a little bit less size. So you know what? Let's go with that. Let me start along here. I'm going to average into, if I can get this fill, I'm going to average into this. But again, if we go through 151, I'm going to have to, I'm assuming all of these will start moving against me. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see if these want to work to the upside. But yeah, just kind of scalping around. Somebody saying, Luca, you would like Farlow's in London. Great tackle.
We didn't wish everybody a happy Valentine's Day.
Happy Valentine's Day,
totally
guys.
Forgot about that. Yeah, I meant to do it on the morning show too, and I didn't do it. Happy Valentine's Day for everybody, singles and couples. Wish you guys the best day and show love. That's what this day is all about, guys. All right, where are we at here? So NVIDIA just gave a really nice opportunity to bounce off that 22.5, which also happens to be VWAP, and then it just jumped to 24.5 in a few candles. So $2 opportunity there, continuing to show its strength. It's retracing to the high side in with strength that the other names just don't have. So my eyes on this one, even though the market trend, guys, is still down. So some of these shorts are like they're honestly in order, right? It's just you don't know when the bounce is going to come in because you've seen the bounce come in so many times. So at least me, I'm reluctant to kind of commit to these shorts. I've found success today finding longs on these retracements, and I don't know if I just want to keep replaying that for whatever reason. So people don't care. Like, who cares, Sharif? We don't care about Valentine's Day. I'm sorry. I just, put love out there. That's all I mean to do.
Yeah, man. What guys? One love, man. One love. Yeah, guys. I am long Microsoft here off 270, basically adding into it now. So like very light and then add. Let's see if this thing wants to bounce here. Best of luck to anybody taking that. And yeah, congratulations, Andrew, on that one. That's huge, man. That's huge. And yeah, it's just, you know, love all around, love all around. But you know who doesn't love you? The market. The market doesn't love you or care about you. So make sure to manage risk and watch very, very closely. We're going to go to Brendan at the big desk for European close.
For most of these. Overall, the stock 600 looks to be the one we're waiting on here to end the day. 0.35 right now, down at the bottom there for the stock 600. 0.34, 0.34, England and Germany, France, even Italy, Spain, all positive on the day. Sweden back to the downside when all is said and done, just creeping back into negative territory. But as we saw with North America, guys, kind of a volatile session. Right across the board, initial move down, then we go higher, then back to the downside overall. But for the most part, positive close for European markets today, guys.
Who knows what they're doing, Luca? We're discussing what we feel like the market direction is going to be, guys. Michael, Camel Crush, much love out to you. He's sending his love to you out as well, tagging you as well in that chat. Much love out to Camel. I think we got a super chat too. We got to address that. Camel Crush, $5. Thank you very much for that. Always love our fans. Always love the super chats. Really appreciate that there. All right, let's get back to business here. Same thing. I'm looking at the same name, guys. I'm looking at NVIDIA. I'm looking for a hold of VWAP here and a continuation north through 225, maybe even through 227 if we find a balance. We got high of day at 228.21. Not saying we're destined for high of day or anything, but I definitely want to ride this one to the high side. Tesla weakening out a bit, I want to say, relative to NVIDIA. NVIDIA looks a little stronger. They were kind of even at a point, but now it looks like NVIDIA's definitely got the strength. I'm wondering if I should get into a baby position here. You know, ride this there. Let's just punch. We're going to take a quarter position here, guys. There we go. Where do we get the fill? We get the fill at 33s. We're already out of the money, 15 pennies. We're going to have to at least give this to 223 and a half to ride this one and possibly add in on a VWAP retracement. I'm looking for 225s at least on this bad boy. Quarter position, kind of looking to just take strength here. If we can hold up, 41.05.50 is the low. You got to assume, you know, even though it's the low of the day is 41.05, you got to assume 41 at least puts up a fight, right? We get down to 41, and then it could be a nice little bounce back. So the long here, oh, there we go. Now I can add into this one quickly before it gets away from me. There we go. Get that dip off VWAP. So let's see how it acts around VWAP. Now, is that VWAP? Yeah, so that is VWAP. Let's see what we do at these lows. We're probably going to print, you know, probably going to print 4100. I mean, let's see 4105 holds. The whole idea is for this one to kind of pop to the north side. So what's our average on this one? 223.95. So we're like 15 pennies out of the money. Ain't no big deal. Half position so far. Looking for that pump north. Let's go market.
Yeah, man, I am just like baffled of what's happening right now. It's like, oh, the long looks okay, then it's like, oh, the long is not good, and then it looks okay, maybe the short is good, and then yeah, no. So I think for myself, it's very, very simple, and I'm gonna keep things simple. You know, this is the bottom of the range, so I'm playing the range. If we do sell off hard with the rest of the market, I mean, we're making a low right now. We broke the low last time and we popped. Maybe we break the low this time and then we pop. I'm not really too sure what to think. I took a small NVIDIA long as well. Yeah. This one I'm not super committed to, but I'm basically VWAPing average, seeing if we can get a pop back, you know, maybe get a test of the 50 period into 225. But yeah, Stan-O, you know, if you don't see something, I mean, feel free to sit on your hands. You don't have to trade if you don't feel it, right? If you don't feel it. So yeah, again, if we are like selling off here and things continue to go to the downside, I might just like get out of all these positions at the same time. But I'm going to give it some time because we are whipping around just a little bit, so we'll see where we want to go. Miguel Lopez, thank you so much.
That is, look what he says.
Spros and protein powder.
I love it.
Let's
I love
go.
it. Yes.
That's literally the best mix, too.
That's the duo right there.
That's the duo
it's
right
the Spro
there.
protein powder. Even though I like Spros now, and I know he definitely likes protein powder when he smashes the gym. So thank you very much for that, Miguel Lopez, $50. Hope you had an awesome day.
Thank you.
I know it's been a volatile day, obviously, on these markets, being what it is, CPI day. So I hope you printed today, buddy, and wish you the best out there. All right, where are we at here?
Just quickly, Wanda Action saying, what is a Spro? Espresso. It's espresso. It's a short form. I just say it. I don't know how many people say it, but Spro Life, baby. Spro Life. Yeah, let's see where these longs go. Guys, let us know in the chat as well. Spros and eggs. I mean, Spros and eggs every day, every Saturday morning, Sunday morning.
Absolutely. Well, I have a tea and eggs, but
Tea and
you know,
eggs,
it's the caffeine plus the protein, that beautiful combination, Luca. Dan Emmons in the chat saying rates are at my sell at my sales in NQ short 12,670 to reiterate. I am not initiating risk at the lows. I'm carrying trailers short from higher in nothing's in. I can't even read that. In a walk down day, if 4,100 is lost, ES. Okay, yeah, definitely. I mean. 4,100. You know what? The thing is, though, I think Friday was the day where we actually closed 1 or 2 points shy of 4,100, but for all intents and purposes, it was 4,100. I think we closed at 40.98 or 40.99, something like that. So if that does it, if basically that repeats itself, then I mean, I don't see the big difference of losing 4,100 there. So I think if we stay around that range, it's still a playable level, and we'll see. So.
Somebody asking very quickly, when is the FOMC decision coming through? You can always go on Google and type interest rate probability. If you want to look at my screen here, interest rate probability, hit the first one, CME Fed Watch tool, and it'll show you right at the top. When is the next FOMC meeting? 36 days, and then you got the probability of where it's going to be. We're currently sitting in this band, 450 to 475. It's showing 475, showing 90% chance of a 25 basis point rate hike, right? So 9% chance. Just watch this. This is the bond market essentially predicting of what interest rates are going to be based on where current rates are. And, it always changes, right? So, yeah, just you can go there, or you can watch us and ask in the chat, and we'll show you every single time. Okay, so these longs are starting to work. Let's see if they continue. I kind of want to sell none of them.
No.
Unless we actually, I feel like
I want one straight move up.
I just want a straight move up, man. I want a straight move up. So Microsoft, I like this one better because 270, it was like bounce, bounce, bounce. If we bounce, yeah, we easily could get back up to the 50 period going into 271. So we'll see where that one wants to go. Apple, this one is ripping here. I might let this go a little bit early if we can actually pop top of the range. And Amazon, I'm still out of the money on this one. So this one's kind of looking the worst. So heads up, Amazon's the worst to be had. Microsoft, Apple looking pretty good. And then NVIDIA is, I feel like NVIDIA is going to take a lot of time. It might just like stay around here for a little bit. And then if we move up, it'll start to go. So yeah, we'll see where that wants to go.
Super chat, Swiss franc, 4 Swiss francs. Thank you, Kingo Rings X3. King of Ring, sorry, I should have read that better. King of Ring 3. King of Ring X3. Okay. And a $sign. Thank you. Thank you for being a member, and thank you for the super chat. Interact. If you'd like to add a comment or have Luca and I look at anything, please at me, and we shall do so. NVIDIA now continuing to flirt with that VWAP. Where's our in 223.95? We're hanging out in the 60s, looking for a break at that 224. I'm sitting at 224.25. That's where my profit taker is. So at the moment, we're still holding the lows, but we've stopped making lower lows. So that's the good news for now. And the idea here is to, I think I may add one more. If we retrace down to 223, I kind of regretted not adding right at 223 there, because my last in was at 223.5, and I said, I should have been adding at the whole dollar. I didn't. So I think I might have a resting order there. But that is kind of dependent on what kind of aggression I see on that decline and what kind of position the market's in at the same time. If we're making lower lows, then I may But then again, I want to give this market to around 4,100. I feel like we do bounce off that 4,100. We're not quite there yet. Now we're pumping up a little bit here, 41.12. We're not through the most recent highs on the March ES contract. I think to make a newer high, we got to break that 41.15, and then that'll print a new, more recent high. So possibly a bottom in there. NVIDIA now coming back into the 80s. Okay, so 223.80s. We're almost back in the money here on this one. Not touching that profit-taking button. Again, sitting at 224.25. The man to my left is clapping. That means he's printing. He's printing on a long because he told me so, and here he is.
Yeah, man, what a painful hold that was. But now we're getting a pop. So let's actually see if this pop is going to be short-lived or if it wants to continue. When does this guy stop talking? Because I feel like he gets on, he drops the market. When he stops talking, we just go back to the north side. That's what kind of setup is that? That's the as soon as this guy stops talking, go longs, reverse the move. Yeah, no, we'll see what happens. Best of luck to anybody in any of these trades. I know Michelle in the chat is saying I'm long with you on that Microsoft. Yeah, Microsoft clearly is the best one. Just like looking at this in hindsight, I can actually draw a line here, and it's like boom, boom, boom. So pretty good. We'll see where it goes. And the rest of them just basically chilling. I didn't look at Meta today, but I want to pull this up to see where are we on this one. Do we have any kind of levels? Oh, this is okay. If we get back up to 181. I think if we run to the north side, maybe I'll try like a 181 area kind of scalp short if that wants to go there. And I know Google, ever since that kind of up and down action, ever since that up and down action, it's been having struggling, and I was wondering if it was going to get to 100 or 90 first, and here we are at 92.50. Okay, there's the chart. Here we are at 92.50. So yeah, let's see if this where this wants to go. Yeah, Google season almost is what I just typed there. Hopefully this loads, but I want to see if I find any levels on this one. Yeah, okay, no. Yeah, so anyways, basically nursing the longs that I have, and can't really see them because there's no chart, but maybe get that up and going for the time being to see. Yeah, somebody's saying Luca check AMD as well. I can definitely check that in a second if this wants to load. AMD was, that was a nice move, and I think 86 was a decent level. And one of the traders in the back I was talking to saying, yeah, the 86 level kind of stalling over there and couldn't really get over 86. I did not trade AMD today, but that is quite a little bit of an almost double top, maybe triple top, you could argue, and then quick reverse with the rest of the market. But I think something that looks really clean on this is the fact that, this is 86. And let me just draw the line here. This is 86. It didn't break the first time. It broke the second time and triggered what? 86.08, 86.07, and then back through and then never printed above 86 again. And so, yeah, that was like a very, very clean level off the top there. I think if it gets back there, it's worth a watch. I think 83, where was that level from yesterday? I want to say it was like 83 to 83.30-ish. Yeah, definitely a little bit stronger, breaking through that level. So again, on the daily, which I can't pull up right now, but on the daily it was good. Then ripping back and then going into the top end of the range. So I would say, 83 maybe was support, then a little bit of resistance. The resistance was invalid. We're now back above, so then maybe 83 becomes support again. I think if we dip back into this region for whatever reason, I do want to try longs kind of into 83. It'll be discretionary. We'll see if we can actually get there. But yeah, for the time being, chill.
Yeah, so Vinicius, thank you for that $5 super chat. Appreciate it, brother. Asking, can you guys please take a quick look at Meli? So in case people want to know what Meli is, Mercado Libre is a Uruguay-based e-commerce business facilitator of Argentinian origins. The e-commerce products enable retail and wholesale via internet platforms designed to provide users with portfolio of services and facilitate commercial transactions. So maybe like basically that's standard stuff. I remember having this one on my list. I haven't really dealt with it in a while. Let's go to the daily chart here, time frame. Actually, let's pop this out first. So duplicate into freeform. There we go. Shout out to Michael Noss, who's going to be here Thursday, by the way, guys. All right, time frame. Let's look at the daily. All right, so this one's kind of, had a bit of a recovery. Here are the, this is like the June low. So this one bottomed in June, not October. It's been making higher highs and higher lows. So it's trending the right way. I don't know too much about the company in order to kind of give you any opinion about, their business model or their industry or anything like that. The technicals, you're going the right way. You're also getting some, it's above the 50 period. It looks like it's going to reclaim the 200 period soon. So not a bad look, but very expensive stock, obviously being $1,125. So decent look, but nothing that I would kind of dabble with, nor can I really give you anything in depth like, something that I follow like a Meta or a Netflix or anything like that. So sorry about that. Hope that helps. Let's have a look at NVIDIA. So NVIDIA, we've been talking about this one breaking through 224. Now we're back into that 223 area. We're holding back into that as we continue to stay at lows here on the futures, essentially. So what do we do here? Do we add at these positions? We talked about adding at 223 last time. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to hang out at the 15s. So if we get a 15 print here, then I'll be down. We're holding the $1/4 at the moment, right back into the $1/2 now. So much strength in this one, so much volatility. Wow, easy to get cut up in. Wow, popping right back into the 70s. So really annoyed not getting filled down there, Luca, in the 20s. That would have given me a better ACB, but I think we're really just kind of, we're dancing here within the same range, and we're going to create highs and lows. And
we're literally making lows, short, unmuted. Yeah, man, it's definitely an interesting, chop action here. I would say every time a new area is breached, then it kind of rips the other way, then it makes a decision, it goes back. So, for example, Amazon literally just broke the lows, and I was like, oh, man, shorts are good. And who was it in the chat? I think Crypto Stocks is like, the moment Luca bought is the moment I went short. So, man, do what you got to do to make money, man. Whatever works for you. It's fine, man. You got to make decisions. But the thing is like, it's like, look at that. It's like breaks the low, and I'm like, oh, shorts are good. I'm out of this one. And then we quickly pop back. So, yeah, I'm just going to hold this. I think Microsoft is working here. Let me take some Microsoft if I can get it over here at the top end of the range. And then if we break through the 50 period, rip to 271. I'll see if I can get 271 and above there. That one is working. Apple is slow to work, but top end of the range here as well. Let me sell just a little bit. I didn't last time. I feel like maybe I'll do it this time, and then it'll start to go because it sees me selling. So it's like, oh, inverse activated, but guess what? I didn't sell it all, so we'll see where it goes. Thank you for the super chat. Saying thank you. Well, thank you for the super chat. Andrew Keith saying, Luca, look at Apple on the 4-hour and the 21 EMA. It's down. Yeah, I know, but as a day trader, as a scalper, I'm basically playing the range long here because it bounced. This is the third time, and then getting out as we kind of pump to the upside. So, yeah, things are good. What do you got? Oh, you got the NVIDIA still on board.
Man.
Yeah, NVIDIA is not too bad. I got that one going as well.
Yeah, holding here on NVIDIA, looking to take out some at the $1/2. Got the print, got the fill at the $1/4. Now we're printing here in the mid-30s. Let's see if we can make it up another 15 pennies and get filled at the $1/2, in which case we'll be holding a small boy position at that time. Still giving us a little bit of grief here as we're still holding low on the futures, guys. So let's not expect too much of these longs at the moment. It's, they're not going to be that kind of explosive. Well, who knows? I shouldn't make any pronouncements here. All right, BLDE. Somebody in the chat saying Nuni Biz, Nunaya Biz. I hate butchering people's names. All right, let's bring in the chart here and have a look at that. BLDE. Let's replace Netflix. It's kind of been doing nothing all day. All right, so this one up 10.5%. 426 bottom, 503 top. A series of bull flags now in a retracement pattern. VWAPs hanging out about the $0.75, 472. We're near VWAP, so you're obviously looking here initially for a possible VWAP bounce and a retracement up. Not necessarily to highs, but maybe to test at least that $5 range. That's what I'd be looking at here. Is this shortable BLDE? So is this up on my thing here? Let me have a look to see if it's shortable on my platform. I'll have a look after anyway. I don't want to waste time doing that, but that's what I'm looking for, a possible VWAP bounce at this level. Otherwise, I'm not really looking to take it off any other levels. You do have a consolidation area around here at that 4 3/4, so there could be a possible support zone exactly where we're at the moment, really. So let's watch this one. I'll keep it on my side screen if it starts getting going. Got no quorums with dealing with this one, so let's see what that does. All right, NVIDIA, did we get filled? Okay, so we did get filled on NVIDIA. We got filled through the $0.5. Oh, the animations aren't working. It's okay.
You can do it yourself. Do a little dance.
Spin the money. Like Sean goes like this in the video, right? So I'll just do that. Spin the money, baby. All right, so we're holding a little boy position now on NVIDIA, letting this one go. Let's see. I think I'll leave it at 225. So that's where I'll put my out, 225, and we'll hang out there. If this breaks that 225 level, I'll be all done on this one. So what do you got, Luca?
Yeah, man, I am, Michelle, congratulations. I know, Microsoft looking not too bad there, so let's see if it actually wants to rip to the north side. I'm basically getting out at the 50 period and kind of watching a few of these other ones to see if they want to get going there. Nice trade on NVIDIA.
Thank you.
Was, you had to nurse it, you had to hold it. Guys, a lot of the times, if you're taking many positions and you kind of trust the levels that you have, you throw the orders out and you wait. For myself, less size on this one. But again, look how much time it's spent here. It gave you ample amount of opportunity to watch the level and say, okay, 223, it rips into the level, it holds. It rips into the level, it holds, and then actually giving you the bounce. Now, with the rest of the market, going to be slow to start. But again, if we reverse, it's just been that day where we get to the top, we reverse, we get to the bottom, we reverse. Yeah, NVIDIA going to the top there, getting another fill on that one. Bangers coming through now. Okay. Yeah, longs are looking okay for the time being. I'm basically waiting for Amazon to see if this wants to break over 98 and continue. So that's the kind of like my main focus for the time being. We're going to go to Brendan at the big desk for happening now.
Hey guys, yeah, into lunch hour we go. Trying to hold the bottoms here for both the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ. A little bit of an uptick, as you guys are mentioning there, for markets right across the board. Wanted to highlight this to kick things off. So we're getting comments from Harker right now. That was 3 of 4 to speak today. Logan Barkin before that. And then Williams will be the last at 2:05. So one more to go later on in the afternoon. That's the way the board's setting up right now. About 0.8 for the S&P downside, full percent for the Dow. The Russell has been relatively weak all day, about a full percent right across the board. NASDAQ 0.66, 0.6 for the composite 100. Back to the downside we go right now. Palantir, Microsoft, and Airbnb among those discussed early on this morning. Great look for PLTR, although we are getting a bit of a downtick to kick off lunch hour here. Microsoft, however, holding up quite nicely here, just 0.25%. Relative strength versus the overall market, but key levels from yesterday coming into play here for Softy, guys. As always, make sure you do take a second, hit the like, guys, and subscribe if you haven't.
Like and subscribe, guys, and share with your family and friends. That's the way we grow.
Absolutely, and I was waiting for the thing to come through.
I thought Brad was going to definitely punch that, but all good. He's busy,
multitasking
guys.
in the back on the 1s and 2s and 3s and 4s. Let's go. Yeah, guys, Amazon now over 98, so I'm basically getting some out at the 98 on this print. Pretty good. Let's see if this can continue and rip to the upside.
Let's go, baby.
Yeah, man, those are, sometimes you got to go through pain before the gain comes through. So it is what it is, man. I want to take a look here at a few other names on my list as well. What do we got going here? Let's look at XOM to see where this is, because I didn't look at this today, and I have no idea if it's at any interesting levels.
Let's go, baby.
I know all-time highs on this thing was closer to that 120. Sort of in a range here, but top end is kind of interesting. It was here this morning, and then it got right to that exact level.
Oh, baby.
117.80, and then reversed. I wonder if we can actually get back there. You got something?
No, I'm just excited. NVIDIA's pumping through 225. Yeah, no, keep going. I'm just excited.
Yeah, no worries, man. Microsoft is, here we go. Pump into, okay.
There we go.
All right, Microsoft.
There we
go. Absolute greatness on this one. Congratulations. I know, Michelle, you're in on this one. Okay, if it wants to, all right, there we go. Yeah, give me 30 cents. What is that, 20 cents? No problem. Yeah, 271. Have your orders out, because the last thing you want is it to go into your level, you miss the order, then you're trying to like, oh, is that going to get me out? Get me out? Yes, no, maybe so. Got a little bit of a worse price on that, but definitely not a big deal. That was a banger, man. That was definitely the best of the bunch. And I don't know how much, if I had the most size on that one, but I should have. I should have, just all things considered. Pretty good. Now, at this point, I think I just hold the rest and see if we can actually run into VWAP maybe. But again, what I'm seeing here is we pop and then we flush. We pop and then we flush. We pop and then we flushed again. So I just feel like every time we're making a little bit of a shorter term high, we do get the flush before it actually then makes a higher high. So safer to say on a day like today, if you think it can like wick into the upside, maybe have those orders, because it might wick there. You might get the fill. If you're not there, you might miss it, and then it could quickly reverse on you on that one. I know somebody before in the chat was asking, Luca, Tesla, like, what do you think? How do you trade high volume names? It's and I just thought, like, yeah, it's Tesla is definitely an interesting one. You want to stick to key levels, man. You want to stick to levels that make the most sense. If you're taking random area longs and shorts, so for example, this one being a little bit more random, just kind of playing in front of 200, wondering if the 50 period holds with VWAP below. It already kind of sold off. This is like the first dip. If we were going to robotically go to the upside, this is like my, okay, maybe I'll use Tesla as a proxy and then maybe we go up. I took the long. It happened to work on me. But again, it's not something that I like love, not like a crazy good level. I think 202 has been struggling, right? So again, this is what I mapped initially. Let the range on the day show you something. Let it get to that area. Watch the tape. Does it then struggle again at 202? So if we go into 202 right now, does it go over 202? The buying stops, it comes back through, and then it flushes a dollar, and then goes back to VWAP. Does this want to stay at VWAP? So yeah, just use those kind of areas. Obviously, it was at 190 this morning, and then this thing just, you know, steamrolling to the upside, breaking 200, and then going to 204, right? So, you know, 200 hasn't been through that area. Key psychological level, the first time it was great. You know, you could have tried a short, and then you would have got stopped out. You could have tried a long. This instantly puts you in the money. But this nice extension play to the upside, and then reverting 50% of the move, showing you that it just wanted to barcode over here, doing a quick over-under, up, down, then actually fading with the rest of the market. So 2 good opportunities on the name today. I think you could have had it long, you could have had it short from the top. And then at this point, you know, maybe use the 202 level as that resistance, and then maybe you watch the bottom. If it dips again, does it then make a higher low, and then does it want to actually just drift it into the sunset? All things considered, it will depend on where the market's going. So yeah, you know, I have 4 longs on board: Nvidia, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft. It's all essentially based on where the NASDAQ wants to go, all these NASDAQ names.
Michelle
So-
Hebert talking to you in the chat.
Yeah,
too.
yeah, Michelle saying Luca really feel bullish for the afternoon, looking at how Bitcoin is reacting. 22K, usually a good proxy. That's something else I was looking at for this year, or sorry, last year. It's like it's almost as if like the overnight session of Bitcoin would be a nice leading indicator for how NASDAQ was going to actually move. So if Bitcoin was kind of up in the overnight session or making the move higher, you know, NASDAQ stocks would kind of follow suit. So I kind of agree with you on that one, and yeah, that's definitely a good look. So I'm long for once. So hopefully we go. I know somebody before was like, Luca's fighting the trend, and I was like, well, for the time being. But if we go back up, it's not going to look like I'm fighting the trend anymore. It's going to look like, oh, Luca's long and the market's going higher. So yeah, hindsight's 20/20. It's obviously, you know, it's an art, not a science for myself. And always trying to get better every single day. But yeah, we'll see where it wants to go. Hopefully everybody is having a great day and you know, enjoying the show. Again, please hit the like button if you are enjoying the show. Yeah. Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah. Just and watching AMD as well. This is I'm waiting for a dip. If we can actually, I don't think we will get a dip. I just don't think we're going to see it. It's pretty much channeling over here. I don't necessarily want to try the long yet, but if we can actually break through this level to the downside, and I know it's weird because a lot of the times in the middle of the day I'm saying I want it to break these levels that look like support and resistance so that I can make decisions. The reason for that is because in the morning, off the morning drives, things, you know, break levels and then they actually go and then they're trendy and they continue. If AMD is breaking above 83 in the morning, I mean, look at this. You don't want to let it break 83 and then short it because it literally, or you could, but it literally breaks and it continues. It goes all the way to 86, right? All the way to 86. Whereas now in the middle of the day, I almost want it, I think the long is good if it can get down here. So I almost want it to break, you know, these levels of support so that it looks like the short is good. Shorts take it short, I take it long. If they're wrong and it goes back up, they panic, they punch out. That gives it the steam to go to the upside. That's my 30 to 50 cent win on that one. So again, if you're wondering why I do things like this, why I want levels to break, it's for this key reason. It's an afternoon thing, not so much a morning thing. It can be an any time of day thing if you kind of peg it correctly, but it is more so an afternoon thing. I'm just playing off the ideology that, yeah, stops want to get run, and then if there's no follow through, I'll just kind of take the opposite side of that one. You're saying Tesla's running?
Yeah, so like Nvidia and Tesla have taken turns today, you know, as to which one is more relatively strong than the other, and now it's Tesla's turn. Pumping through 201, blowing through 200 like it was nobody's business. Now 201, it reclaimed. The next obvious level here has got to be that 202. We kind of double topped here and 201.75 as well. So that in that area, if we can break 202 nicely and test the highs, where are we high-wise today? 204.50. So, excuse me, still remnants of my ailment there. But yeah, Tesla continuing to be high here. I mean, I don't know if I want to get in at these levels. I feel they're extended. Although it probably would have been better to get in earlier through the break of 199 area when that market bottomed out. I had already had my big trade on Tesla. It's been an absolute monster for me today. This has been the one. So like I didn't want to get any money back, but like we'll see. 201.5 now still hanging out. What is the chat up to? MBLY has been won this day. All right, let's have a look at this one. MBLY. We were looking at BLDE earlier.
MBLY is the Mobileye from that IPO.
Okay. It's been looking good today.
Is it moving?
Jeez, it's not
Where's
bad.
that?
5.5%. Mobileye's been going. All right, so 42.5 bottom, 45.25 top right now. We're at day's highs. Are we seeing, let me just check real quick. That's not where I want to go. Where is my thing? Okay, so nothing coming in from Brendo. Let's see if we have anything on the blotter that's coming in here on Mobileye. MBLY, any news item? Not really, just kind of a price spike notification. 9:30 a.m. No, that's nothing to do with it. Okay, so nothing specific on Mobileye. If anything comes in, obviously we'll let you guys know, but this one looks really good chart-wise. It's been strong the entire day. It obviously retraced here with the market on that market move down, but look, I mean, barely breaks through VWAP, and as soon as the market gives it an opportunity, it's pumping to the high side, really taking advantage now, blowing through 45.40. So this one's very strong now, guys. Looking good now, almost up 6%. I don't necessarily have a trade on this. I mean, I'm wondering, are you looking short here, or what are you looking at?
Mobileye?
Mobileye. Like, how would you get into this?
Yeah, honestly, that's a good question. I just feel like it's not really moving. It is moving. It looks like it's moving, but like for myself as a day trader, I need to be in things that do a little bit more volume. This is not really doing that much volume. So even if I got involved in something like this, 10-cent spread, I don't know where volume is going to come in. It's interesting because if you're watching something like a Microsoft, this is a good example for new traders. If you're watching something like a Microsoft and it gets to a 270 level, you're literally watching the tape and you're watching like buying and selling come through, and then you see like the bids stack up, you see the volume come in, it like breaks to the downside, it quickly reclaims, it goes to the upside. So I use these little, like look at this, I'm basically adding into the level, then it breaks down, it pops back, I add it back. And then it broke down again, it popped back again, and then I added more. So I'm basically playing this over-under on 270. I don't necessarily, sometimes I do add below, but if I'm doing multiple things at once, then I'll maybe miss it. But essentially, I'm watching 270 closely. It breaks below, it comes back, okay, I want it. It breaks below, it comes back, okay, I still want more, I want more. Whereas MBLY, it's very tough to do that, and you almost have to just use kind of daily levels that are showing you if there's any daily levels that are set up. I don't want to load the daily chart because I think it's going to crash. But essentially, I don't know where it is on the daily. But you want to use longer-term levels that you're watching. And let's say, for example, 45 is a key level to the upside. It breaks, it goes to the upside, it pops, then it drops back down. It's not really, and then you're watching the tape. It's very, very slow. The spread opens up. You might think that on this one, your risk is easily at least 50 cents, if not $1, just because kind of spread and lack of volume. So again, even though it's moving up, it doesn't always justify a trade. That's just kind of my own thoughts on that one. I want to pull up Google here to see where we are on this one. Or maybe Google's the chart that doesn't want to load. So Google is like, no, I'm clocked out for the day. Yeah, man, maybe go back to Sharif's screen here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Tesla as it's kind of forming a bit of a top here at 201, flirting with this level. I mean, it's broken through it, but I need to see continuation. My eye is on the market. We're back into that 41.25 level on the ES March contract. There we go. Now some continuation here on Tesla. Nothing major though. You need to see that 202 level get taken out and then maybe run into 203. We talked about that being the level. That 202 level is where we kind of topped out the last time around. So not sure if I should get into it at this point or it's a bit of a tough one. Meta reclaiming VWAP here. Meta seems to be a bit strong. So it's kind of just like, who's strongest at the moment? Who should I be punching into at the moment? We're clearly printing newer highs here on the futures. And if I'm looking long on this bounce, it's about taking the relatively strong name. Just not sure who that is at the moment. Meta now reclaim VWAP up into that 179.30-ish area. Tesla still flirting below that 201 though, so not getting going quite yet. It's been the mover today, up 3.2%. Yeah, nothing really to touch up on there. Small cappers for me have been kind of dead today. I see some stuff coming in on my scanner. Nothing's really, like excited me too much. There've been some good ones. It's been more about these big cappers and the moves that resulted from CPI and all the implications that come with that. Hyper was on my radar today. I kept my eye on that. It didn't do much after the bell. I had my eye on BWV as well. Let's bring in these charts here so you guys can follow along. BWV, this one kind of, look at it. I mean, it's horrible looking chart. Let's see the 3-minute. Yeah, there you go. You have that big move up early at 4 a.m. and then you have like bubkiss the rest of the day. So that doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot. Hyper looked a little bit better, but it's since retraced. It had that big move up to 178. And I hate trading these dollar stocks. Give me a $4, $5, $10, $15 stock. Better movement on it and don't have to take as much size. All right, Meta now
Amazon
continuing.
was so dumb.
It's pumping to the high side. I'll send it over to Luca in a second, but the futures continuing to go here as we flirt with that 41.25 level. Again, Meta now breaking through the 179.60 level, continuing to move to the high side after making a lower bottom there. So Meta looks good. Netflix, not so much. Tesla, not so much. Nvidia, we've been all over that one. It's looking good, but like the volume has slowed down a little bit in this one, and it's gone into some other names. Mobileye continuing to print to the high side. I know I'm talking about a lot of names here, but there's so much bouncing when we get these moves on the futures. They all kind of move together, Luca.
Yeah, man, it's when a lot of things are moving, you gotta trade them all. You're not gonna catch them all. I don't recommend over trading all of them, but stick to the ones that you find yourself doing best on and try to roll with them. I don't know if you guys heard, I was like, man, Amazon is just so dumb because it was struggling at 98. So I'm like, hey, let me get it out. And it's still there. I was like, hey, let me get it out again. And I'm like, eventually it's going to go to the upside, but I'm just long everything. So let me just focus on what's working a little bit better. And so yeah, I'm still long. I did off my NVIDIA, the last position on NVIDIA. Shout out to Sharif for kind of getting into that position and then giving me the oh yeah, you know what? I'll follow you on that one. I like the VWAP long. So like out, just in and around the 25. Again, I want to rely more on time as opposed to price. So still factoring in price, but I do want to watch time and how long it spends at a level. Does it have the steam to continue? Does it do over-unders? And yeah, so basically now I'm long 3 names. Amazon, this one I'm very light on, not really too worried. This is the one that I started with the longs. And then I kind of had to hold this one. This was like the biggest loser, and then it wasn't really going. So this one is butchered. I just don't want to talk about it anymore. And Apple, pretty good, man, running into 152. So finally getting the VWAP move. So essentially taking 50 period, taking the pops, taking 152. Now let's see, do we actually rip back to the highs? I feel like on a day like today, I want to hold this. If it goes against me, because I'm in the money, I can do this. And then if it goes against me, I'll just off it for a potential break even. But basically paying myself on the move up, on the scalp move up, I would say, that looks a little bit easier for myself to capture. And then waiting for if we do get another potential move to the upside. So for example, Microsoft 270 was great. I basically getting it all out for the dollar winner. That was awesome. Now I'm waiting to see, do we actually break VWAP to the upside and continue going? That's what I'll hold the rest of the position for. So yeah, Microsoft, Apple, Amazon. Amazon, I'm selling this eventually. I mean, man, this is that. Yeah, you know what? Let me just get rid of the whole thing here. If I do want to hold for a move back up, I don't want to hold Amazon because for whatever reason, it just feels like the weaker one. Being involved in all of them, watching them all work for me, Amazon feels like the weaker one. So if we go higher, great. I'll try to short this thing if we get back to VWAP or higher, maybe at 100, playing off the 100. But yeah, fully offing that one, keeping Apple, keeping Microsoft on board. We'll see if that one wants to continue and go. Somebody's saying Baba is holding a huge level. Let's have a look here. Baba, I know the 103. I kind of lost on my daily chart, but the 103 on Baba. Let me see if I can pull this up here. It was basically in front of 100. That's what I'm looking at on Alibaba, the in front of 100 level. And did it actually give a test of that? So let me just pull this up. All right. Yeah, I'm going to just assume that like this is the recent low. So 103 is interesting. It's not really, I don't see a trade in it right now. But it's interesting how that just below 103 level, it doesn't want to spend too much time there. So it literally dips down. And let me like pull up the 15-minute on this one, see if it wants to load. But literally below 103, like this is the day that we kind of went there and then we bounced. We went there again. We broke 103 quickly. We bounced again. We spent a little sideways action yesterday. We went there again, dipping into 102, quickly reclaiming, testing 103 again, and then holding. So yeah, I do agree. 103 is a huge level. 103 into 100 demand zone on Alibaba. Pretty interesting. It's spending quite a bit of time there, but I think you can recycle this level every time it sets up. It's definitely an interesting one over there. And again, look at this. Dip below and then pop above, dip below and pop above. The only thing that worries me with Alibaba is actually two things. One, I traded terribly, so I always lose. So crypto, I forgot your name. But if you want to inverse me, do it on Alibaba when you see me trade Alibaba. That's for sure. And the other thing is it's not really giving crazy range. So it's one thing if you go for like a 20 cents on Apple. It's another thing on Alibaba. I feel like the whips are sharper, less likely to get the fill, just from my own experience. If this thing dips down and gives like a real solid dip, like the morning, how it kind of dip and then rip, I like that. But again, because it's in the afternoon, I don't really expect that to happen. But yeah, for the time being, 103 is holding up. This 103 into 102.80, it seems to be, it doesn't want to spend any time there. So again, instead of using price levels and saying, oh, it's touching this price, therefore like it's going to go down, I want to almost say use time, right? It does not spend any time below 103. It literally goes there and then pops. So is there a buyer? Is there no sellers? Your guess is as good as mine, not really too sure. But again, good call out on that Alibaba level there. The 103 into 102, pretty interesting. You know, definitely a good look. The Coyote of Wall Street saying, Luca, check Geo. I'm crying. I hope you're crying in a good way because it's paying you so much money. Geo was Geo was the prison stock, or it's a REIT, I should say.
About that today.
Prison REIT that Michael Burry loaded up on. Now this guy's long at 7, if I'm not mistaken, and I'm going off the top of my head here, so don't quote me. Let's have a look. I know they had the from 750-ish. It actually started the move and then had the move up. This was at some point in the summer. So I think this was the volume spike when Michael Burry announced his position. So in and around 750, and then giving you the move up, testing that level, holding 50 period, and then actually moving to the upside. Today, Jesus, big down move. Again, I know Brendan was talking about it this morning. Hopefully you guys caught that news. I don't know, Sharif, if you know it off. Michael Burry said so. Oh, is that what came through? It's crazy because there's so many things happening. So it's actually nice to be a part of a team where everybody's looking at different things, different opinions. I know Brendan mentioned it this morning. So Michael Burry's saying sell now. That is not a bad trade for him. In at 750, out at 11. You know, nice little up move. But yeah, it's safe to say that this thing, this is now officially breaking a trend. Maybe there's some resistance that comes into this thing. This is the kind of what I'm looking at here is it channeled in and around this area and now quickly flushed back below. I wonder if 1050 into 11 acts as that first initial resistance zone. So I'm just looking at this for the first time on the daily. And this is kind of my gut instinct. If we pop back into VWAP, yeah, that doesn't look bad. So maybe you actually get that VWAP resistance and above. My gut instinct, again, is just telling me short the pops. He's now saying sell. In at the bottom, kind of selling in and around this area, getting a gap down 17%. Anytime this thing pops, you know, shorting the pops was good, right? Short the pop, short the pop, short the pop, short the pop. If we pop back, I mean, in the middle of the day, you tend to see pops that potentially could break back above and make it look like, okay, reversal into the high. But I would say, yeah, based on the daily, that 1050 into 11, which is kind of a wide range for a $10 stock, like 50 cents. Maybe you can even use, you know, 1070 into like 990 as like the key area. Like if it wicks, maybe it could like wick into that area and then quickly reverse back down. That's what I would be looking at if that kind of comes to fruition. It is far away. It's probably dead. I don't know if it actually does get there, but yeah, definitely a good look on that one. And again, if you're saying that you're crying, bro, hopefully it's because you short the top and you can't believe that he said sell right when you short the top. Hopefully it's not the other way around and you're long on that one. You know, best of luck there. Somebody's saying, Luca, brother, please answer this poor girl. Oh, my God. Okay. Yeah, sorry, guys. There's so many comments that come through that I do miss some. So, yeah, feel free to ask, and we try our best to get back to everyone. Somebody's saying, my husband's been suicidal over BlackBerry stock. Is there any chance it'll go back up? I don't know, man. It's I don't really want to comment too much on this, but essentially, this thing, it has its run, and then it just fades for the rest of time. So, it's you know, look at this. Move up and then back down. Move up and then back down. Moves up and then back down. Now, they did do the offering, right? So I think this thing's headed for $1. That's just my honest opinion. I think we're headed towards $1. You got to trade things with volume. You need to manage risk. That's the takeaway on this one. I'll say best of luck. And, yeah. Julie, thank you for the super chat. BKKT. Will be $100 stock in a few years. Mark it. Julie, I will probably not remember that, to be honest. But best of luck if you are in the long. And oh, it's a $2 stock. Okay, let's see. Yeah, this thing, I remember this thing from a few days, not a few days ago, but I remember this thing was moving. This is again the daily. Yeah, I do remember this from this day, early January when it had the run up. A lot of the time, these small caps, they have moves, and unless there's some type of fundamental shift that actually, you know, looks good for their business model and is sustainable, they always fade back down. They always fade back down. So it doesn't mean that the long is not good from a long-term perspective, but I would just say for this thing to really get going, and I'm going purely on technicals on this one, but I'm just kind of curious to see, you say 100, I mean, where's this? Okay, so maybe this is from before here. But yeah, the thing is it has to really clear, I would say, that high, and that is like 313. So it's almost like 313 into 4, so it's a 75-cent range, give or take. It's pretty wide range. If it clears that, then you got the 5 psychological level. I'm going based off simple levels. Then you got this kind of upper end area, which is, I almost want to say 8 into 10. And then if this breaks 10, and again, we're at 1, so like that's like, this is like a stretch, I understand that. But if we break 10 to the upside from a longer term perspective, then it looks like it has room to go to the upside. But again, it has to break this level. It's going to run into this area over here, so call it 4 into 5 is our area. If it breaks 5, yeah, maybe it goes parabolic and can do some action in this area, but nothing goes straight up forever. Obviously up, back down. If it goes up, maybe back down again, and then if it breaks 5 and then really wants to continue, I would assume that's kind of the pattern that would set up. Best of luck on the longs if you take it and if you hold. I will not be taking that. I will not be day trading it today, nor will I be taking that in my personal account. For my personal account, I'm actually holding just cash, man, just cash, and waiting and seeing if there's any potential deals outside of stocks and stuff like that.
Yeah, absolutely, Luca. Give yourself options there. We're long Tesla. We've been nursing this long on the on the anticipation that the futures continue to kind of trend up off these lows. We've been kind of consolidating at that 41.25 area on the futures. I've gotten into a couple of good positions here on the average on Tesla, bringing my average price to 270. So looking for that, there we go. So now break even, looking to take for that 201 break and then maybe hold into a continuation, finding a little bit of strength now, but still in a range, really. I mean, I could get out break even here and get myself out of trouble, but there's really no trouble because I did really well on this one today, so we can give it an opportunity kind of and flirt with some more danger here. There we go. Now coming into the 80s, we'll take some out if we get 90 prints here, seeing that we have 70s long. We're still flirting in the mid 80s and right back down to the 70s. And yeah, this is just gonna yo-yo up and down, so maybe we can benefit from some resting orders here. Take out how many shares? Okay, so we'll take out this many shares and we'll take it out at 93s. Random number, why not, right? And then we'll take out, a little bit more through the break of 201. Do we get that 93 print? No, just rejects off 93 there. I'll sit at 201.15s. If we can get that print, that would be cool. We'll see what this one does, kind of just bouncing back here, making us look good as we come closer to that 41.30 level. I mean, Arun has been talking about that level for a while, 41.30. We danced around it a whole bunch of times, and now we're approaching it again on the ES here. We're kind of building a little bit of a kind of a flat top, possible flat top breakout here on that. Continuing to retrace the north. We get that fill on Tesla, but now we're waiting at 15s here. If we can continue up, we'll get that next fill. So this one we add to the repertoire on this one. What's our cost basis now since we got that out? So it's 60. So coming back down again, not wanting to hold 201. That 201 level has been kind of annoying lately, to be honest with you. We've rejected off that a number of times. Here we go, back up into the mid 90s. There we go, 201 back on the list here. Let's see if we can get it. Should I just get out here for the entire thing? There we go. We'll take out most of it, and then we're holding a little piece. Let this one kind of run. How much are we holding? Holding 38% of the position, so not as much as before. Those two averages in, end up printing, so that's cool. Let this one run, Sharif. Stop taking it out. But why? But 201's been, been a very stubborn level. I'm talking to myself out loud here, guys. I'm not crazy, but yeah, I'm gonna leave this one. I'm gonna leave this one at 201, and if we can continue on the futures, that'd be great. What's the chat up to here? Neil Roberts, okay.
I can quickly take this because somebody was asking any thoughts on snow, and you can actually give your opinion. I just want to quickly cover daily and then go into intraday levels. It's in a pretty interesting area where I think this is a potential resistance zone, and I'm loosely going off the fact that it sort of dipped into this area, finally failed, came back to the upside, rejected, sort of got into this range, and it could not really stay above 200. And so, yeah, 200 is that sort of over-under level where it sort of gets above there and then rejects, gets above there and then rejects. This is the area. So I would say 170, you know, use a looser area. 175 into 190 is that resistance area. 200 is kind of like that hard level where it doesn't want to stay above that price. But I think it kind of shows that this is the support, man. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then kind of on its way to the upside. I mean, it's pretty big company, right? So it's kind of bottoming in and around this area. I think if we clear for whatever reason 200 to the upside, then back into the previous range. So maybe this thing wants to actually trend to the upside and continue. But for the time being, I would say don't diddle in the middle on this thing. It's from a swing trade perspective. And then if we pull up the 1 minute, obviously up 3% on the day. Nice up move. Having a little bit of trouble, you know, getting past this sort of resistance level, giving you lower highs, but again, holding the just below VWAP there. Strong move to the upside. I think, is this thing going to sell off below 163 today? Probably not. It's showing that 165 and below, those are potentially the money fills, man. So yeah, keep your eye on those below 165s and then respect the range that it's in. I have a special guest for everybody. Always a pleasure. I don't think I've ever had you on the show with myself.
What's up, buddy? How's it going? Got my Finance Bro vest on because we got to make those Finance Bro dollars. Listen, I'm going to cut straight to the point. I know your viewers' time is valuable. You guys want to be trading. We are rolling out a brand new training program here at Day Trade the World, okay? This is basically the schedule, okay? We're going to be focusing on live trading, simulation trading, as well as learning Python and using the proprietary API to make trades, okay? So it's a 3-month training program, and we're gonna open it up to the viewers, okay? We are gonna be rolling it out in a couple weeks. We want viewers to apply. Now, we love our international viewers, okay? If you guys are watching all around the world, we love you. This is an in-person opportunity available in Toronto. Really excited about it. And the idea is basically this. You come here for 3 months, you learn how to trade, you learn some coding, and at the end of it, if you're a good fit for the floor, we keep you, and if you're not such a good fit, then you know, we part ways, and you know, you have some great experience that you can throw on your resume and maybe get a finance vest of your own, you know?
Yeah, the vest, man. You know, I was talking to Greg in the morning, and I was like, the vest is on. I'm like, I got to bust my vest out soon. And he's like, I'm not taking this vest off until I make $1 million. I love to hear it, man. The best life, man. Best life.
Yeah.
So the question in the chat for you, and I know Ford, somebody's saying Ford moving, we'll get to that in a second, but somebody's saying, nice, how much is it?
The training, so much is our desire to educate here at Day Trade the World that this training program is absolutely free. Absolutely free. It's in person, 3 months. We're going to be working with you every day, okay? And it's absolutely free. So we want to, you know, our mandate at Day Trade the World is to educate, is to teach people about trading, is to make people love trading. And we're really, really excited for this. I don't know if we're going to do this many times, okay? This might be a one-time thing. This might be something we do again. So it is a very limited opportunity. It's a very unique opportunity. We're extremely excited about it. You know, if you're new to trading or if you want to learn coding, it's really, really, basically when we were putting it together, I was thinking, you know, what could I have used when I came into this business? I started trading in 2013. I was like, what information would have been most useful at that time? And after, you know, 10 years in the business, this is kind of what we put together that I think is going to be most useful for new traders. And we're really excited. Now, spaces are going to be limited. So we're going to be looking at what you bring to the table, what your kind of what your setup is, but we are very, very excited.
Yeah, definitely an exciting time. So get those resumes in. There it is, man. That's the email, brandon@selectvantage.com. Send them in if you are interested, and if you obviously are in the GTA region. We love everybody from all around the world. And
Happy Valentine's Day, by the way, bro.
Happy Valentine's Day to everybody out there.
Especially you, Luca.
Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Did you want to be my Valentine?
Let's talk after.
Okay, I'll take that as a no. Okay, yeah, it's all good, man. And a few other questions here. So people asking in the chat, do you do any online courses? So we actually stream every single day, 5 days a week, all day, every day, trading the market. So it's a great place to come and look at the live action. watch trading in real time. I'm currently long and short right now, getting short Palantir right now. And then there's a lot of other stuff on our YouTube channel as well, so feel free to subscribe to the YouTube channel. Lots of videos talking about VWAP, talking about levels. This is just basic stuff, but we do go into detail. I know Sean makes a lot of good videos, and Neil makes a lot of good videos. So yeah, you can.
Yeah,
that's a
we
great
are
place
the
to start.
one-stop shop for education. Like really,
Yeah.
like between the YouTube videos, the online streaming. This is an in-person opportunity if you are in the GTA, but really we are the one-stop shop for trading.
Yeah, absolutely. And I will say, from my own experience coming on the floor, very, very exciting, man. Very exciting. The stock market is alive, and so is this floor.
The stock market is coming every day. It's coming for you.
It's coming, and you got to manage
Will you
risk,
be ready?
man. You gotta, will you be ready? Yeah, lots of fun. So again, guys, Brandon at Select Vantage. You need to be in the GTA, preferably, and test your luck if it's something that interests you. People also asking, are you guys doing anything in the U.S.? I think for the time being, no. So the answer is safe to say no there. But yeah, things could change in the future. Obviously, everything susceptible to change. Man, I'm looking at the screen right here, and I just love the vest, man. I love the vest.
Wear yours tomorrow.
I'm
Wear
bringing
yours
it out.
tomorrow.
I'm bringing it out. I think I got to, you know what it is? I've done well when I traded with the vest on.
Yeah.
And
It's a lot of maneuverability, like you can get.
Yeah,
you're constrained here, man. You got this, this sweater on. Like you need more maneuverability, man. You got to swim through that market. Like.
I know that's the thing, man. I feel like I could be trading more things if my hands could just, do their thing there, or potentially getting stuck in positions. Maybe it's a vest thing. So
Well, you only have one keyboard, so I already know that you got some work to do, man.
Yeah. It's not all of us can have 2-3 keyboards there, but yeah. And guys, if you have any more questions, Greg will be here for another minute, I would guess, to field any questions. So feel free.
Yeah, I'll smash this, bro, and then if there's anything else.
Oh, beauty. Yeah. So Ford is moving here. We can have a quick look at this. Whoever called it, what'd you say?
Battery issues.
Oh, battery issues. Okay, somebody was saying production issues, but yeah, I guess battery issues is the thing. Yeah, what a break of 13. So whoever called that was a sick call, man. I actually pulled this up at 13.12, and I was like, okay, like I guess I don't really understand. It's not really moving, but then here you're getting the follow through. So that was super fast on whoever brought that up. Hopefully you hit that short. I didn't really know what to think because again, it wasn't really moving. So yeah, now we're actually really going to the downside. I don't, okay, I feel like I'm late to the party, so I'm not going to take a low of day break on this thing. How much steam does it actually have to get going to the downside? Let's see if this thing wants to actually pop back up and then do some sideways action and continue. Yeah, I would say 13 back into 13.
Baby. I come back and I'm well on the money. Is my mic
Sharif, so Sharif, I was actually watching, and yeah, thank you so much, Greg, for coming on. Always a pleasure. Yeah, Ford moving to the downside. I was watching the Sharif, and I'm like, yeah, Sharif's not here, and he's long Tesla. So I'm like quickly glancing. I go, oh, your money, dude, your money. Baby. This thing 202 is almost at 202. Somebody's saying, do you guys need a goalie for your company hockey team? That is a great question. Everybody always needs goalies. I'm sure you play for free all the time. I'll keep you posted.
What's happening over here?
Yeah. Well, I don't even know. We don't even have a hockey team. Yeah, Fahad, don't get me started. Fahad can play goalie, Fahad can do everything.
Why did you just get a wick like that?
Yeah, it's Greg. Somebody's saying, Greg, I have no experience. Can you teach a newbie? Yep. So if you guys, if you guys are interested in something like that, it's a great opportunity. You learn a lot. This is very hands-on in the market. You'll see trading in digital warfare for what it actually is, man. For what it actually is. So it's a lot of fun. Super exciting, super challenging at times. But again, it's there's nothing else like it. The stock market. It just, you just dive right in, and it's challenging, right? So yeah, we do this for free. We love to educate. We love to kind of build up the team here. So yes, send your applications through, and we'll have that. I'll do that. I'll put that up there like every day. That email. So if in case people aren't watching today, it'll put up again. But again, on YouTube, you can always go back, watch if you're wondering what the email is, or just feel free to ask me in the chat.
All right, man. Like this Tesla trade was just absolute money. We're gonna spit money, right? There we go. There we go, Bradley. Attaboy, Bradley. All right, so I don't know how it happened. Well, Sean spun it. There you go. He's got the magic touch. There we go. I'm waiting here at 201.90s. I got a little bit out at 201.63s. I want to retest of that 202. If you'll recall, that's what we were talking about. We were talking about retaking that 202 level. That was the main one. Let's bring in this chart here since this one's super wiki. There we go. This is the level that we were talking about, 202. This was the high of this peak here. We kind of get it. We'd retrace below it. Now let's, continue stair-stepping up. We're not really retracing here on the futures. We're kind of flat. We're in it within that range, that 41.25 to 41.30-ish range, that 5-point range that we've been in, I want to say, for the better part of like 40 minutes, 30 minutes, something like that. So, I'm looking for a continuation and then a possible retest of VWAP. VWAP happens to be at 41.37. So if we can get to there at least, we'll print a little bit on this. This is the ES March contract chart, 41.36, 41.37. That's what I'm looking at here. All right, we do get that fill on Tesla. Nice big boy fill here up at 201.90s. We retrace back into the 80s. I'm holding a very small percentage of the position. So let's go ahead and have another resting order through that break of 2. So, let's get really ambitious here. Let's go 2.25. 202.25. We'll set up at there. There we go. Breaking through 202, 202.10s. Tesla's moving up 3.8% on the day. Let's see if we can get that print. I'm going to hang out up there. And then if I get that print, I'll have like a very small amount left, which is kind of negligible. But hey, you know what? Nothing is really negligible. Sharif with the real-time animations. Absolutely. We're going to spend that money. Tesla has been an absolute ATM today. Pumped about this. Daryl Finch. Let's go. F took a bit for 10 cents. Sharif, 12.97 short, holding the rest out if pops over 13. I like it. The guy to my right here is short at 08, guys. Sean is short at 08. So in case you're wondering there, that is what's going on. And Ford, obviously, in case you're just joining us, having some sort of issues with their batteries and selling off as a result. Here we go, back to Tesla here, 202.20s. We get the fill at 25s. We're spinning it again, baby. So there we go. Tesla continuing to go to the high side, holding a very small percentage. Let's ride this one north.
Yeah, guys, absolute bangers coming through. I know, let me pull this up very quickly for anybody that can't click that. Look at this short. Sean had this from 13.10. So somebody had it from initially when it came through, and just flushing straight through 13, covering, everything there. Nice. That's a great last out there. We're actually back at 82s. Wow, what a flush back down. Okay. I thought we would get over 13 and then pop. I was trying to, get these kind of shorts up here. I was like, okay, it's going to run 13, and then that's going to be like the slam zone back to the low of day. Missed that one, so I'm not really too sure what to think. But yeah, let's see if that 13 area, maybe we get over there. Maybe I take some fills and just kind of recycle. Late to the party, but again, maybe we just want to do a little bit more dance over here. So let's see where that one wants to go.
Make a little.
I am, short Palantir right now. Basically building into this kind of like top end range. I don't know if we break the high. Maybe we do, maybe we don't. But 884 is that interesting kind of high of intraday area on that one. Maybe we fade back down. So yeah, basically taking the short here. We'll see where that one wants to go. Ford, bad news is good for Tesla. Yeah, it's
question.
It's definitely good for Tesla. But at the same time,
pump it.
Yeah, it's Tesla is just kind of on it's a beast of its own. This thing is now into
$2.50 in the money. This one's continuing to go. Where are we here? 202.50s. Are we breaking 50? Yeah, there we go. 50 goes. We're up in the 60s now. All right, let this one run, man. I'm holding such a tiny piece. It's not even really worth talking about, but it's just the fact that it's continuing here. This Ford news is funny because I did all this homework yesterday because I thought we were going to talk about Ford on the morning show, and I looked at all the statements that Farley gave in the interview there, and the idea, I don't know, man. They're basically, the idea is they're going to use these cheaper batteries, get better margins, and have like some sort of fight with like Tesla and these other companies for better margin products, right? The problem is, they're weighed down by some of these other problems that they can't get rid of. We talked about this morning, these unions. Tesla looking at that now, but obviously still not an issue. So it's been interesting. It's been interesting to see these kind of plays play out. They're taking a page out of Tesla's playbook too, using these LFP batteries. Tesla's been using them in the Shanghai factory. They're cheaper. I think they don't last as long. They've been taking those cars being built there, exporting them to Europe, selling them at European prices. right? So that's been a huge margin gain for them. So Ford obviously trying to ride the coattails of that kind of move using these LFP batteries. We'll see. I mean, it looks like they're just drawing under strings here. Anyway, we'll see what the bigger picture is for them as they battle their way through the transition into EVs, guys.
Yeah, just heads up. So yeah, Tesla, I know you're long there. I know you're long. And I was like, you know what? Let's both make money from this into the over/under 2 area. So I was like, let me try like a scalp trade short. So basically, short that 202.50. I was willing to kind of add into it. Again, this is the level that I sort of mapped my own level from before, 202 into 204. So it is a wide range. So I'm like, let me short this, and if it wants to keep going, like I would rather it go parabolic through 203, so I could like add, and then flush back down. It just kind of, I got the first fill and it just sort of started to flush right away. I am holding some of the position to see if we can actually get into 201 and below. But again, it is slowly making its way up. And not to draw the obvious line, but yeah, maybe it wants to get back into this 201.50. So I'm gonna see if I can get a just below 201.50 cover into that kind of flush zone, and then maybe anticipate that it bounces and chops around. So yeah, I'll definitely take the last portion of that one if it wants to work. Palantir fading back to the downside. This is awesome. This is pretty awesome. So let me, there we go. Okay, beautiful. Take some covers on this one. Let's see if it wants to get back into VWAP. Yeah, just building it based off the high a day there. So it's, I was waiting. You had to be patient. It was just in the middle. I'm not betting if it's going up or down. I have no idea. But then we get to this range that it's showing you, and it's kind of showing you this is the top end. So I'm kind of scaling into it. Now we're sort of fading to the downside. I'm going to be taking covers as it goes to the downside and continues to pay there. Definitely not too bad on that one. Let's see where Microsoft. Yeah, see, Microsoft has just been at 271. It's just been kind of touching it and reversing, not really going down. Pretty robotic at this point. So I'm pretty happy with what I have on it. Let's see where the market is now. The market is kind of going to the upside too. Yeah, I feel like we're gonna like rip into VWAP. I'm getting like a funny feeling that we're literally gonna just like
Luca,
explode.
can I show you this? I think you probably see that on your own chart, but it's worth mentioning. Have a look. Look at this area here. This 4130 area. Everyone's been talking about this 4130 area for like the better part of like the week and a half. It's obviously an area we're intersecting. Look at this. Resistance, support. And then same thing again here, right? This 4130 has been interesting. If we break through it, I think I like the VWAP retracement.
Yeah, it's yeah. You know what's funny? You have an idea. And I'm like, oh yeah, I think we go long here. And then you're like, oh, but this level here, and I'm like, maybe it's like maybe it'll be a resistance. But then maybe if we get through it, it'll give that explosive move.
Well, that's the thing.
Yeah, it's sometimes too much information can be.
Of course,
you know, you sort of
overanalyzing it ends up being the death of you anyway.
Yeah, you bamboozle. Anyway. Ford still not over 13 there, kind of giving you this little bit of sideways action. Are we gonna get another leg down? Is the question. Maybe I try like a super small position right now just to see. Let's see if, yeah, okay, so let's see, okay, there we go. So let's see if this thing wants to actually go down from here. I'm light on this position because I don't, yeah, I liked it kind of initially the first time. I missed the fills. If this goes up against me, I'll just kind of watch it in real time and be discretionary. But I'm just kind of curious to see, can I like, you know, take this and do we go to the downside and get another one? Yeah, paralysis by analysis, euthanasia, exactly. That I should have said that, paralysis by analysis. I like that one there. Yeah, Palantir quickly back up after taking the first cover. That's why you got to pay yourself. I do want to add to this if we go higher. I just think like it spent a lot of time here doing the sideways action, then had the move down. So maybe it wants to spend a little bit more time here and then, you know, make a move back down or make a move back up. And then I'll basically reevaluate. You know, if we're on the way to going to 9, I got to get out of this at some point. So it's been respecting 880. It's been struggling there. It struggled in the morning. If we break the high, then yeah, maybe we go. Michelle, thank you for the super chat. Luca, careful with Palantir. Lots of shorts at 880. I feel like they're going to stop them out and rip. Exactly, yeah. So I am very kind of cognizant of that. That's why as it goes down, I'm going to try to cover. And then if we go up, I'm not going to continue to add. I'm basically playing off of the level that it's showing. So basically this into this. And then, yeah, if we break like, you know, 886, I'll just get out of it. So very tight risk for myself, seeing if I can capture basically 1-to-1, 2-to-1 on that. If not, then you know, I'll just take the loser and move on. I think Sean here is saying short meta right now. Yeah, not a bad look.
It's been weak.
I was kind of hoping. I was like, oh man, are we at 181 there? No,
it's flat. I mean, it's down 0.19%.
Yeah, if we go
it's
down,
just like, yeah, I don't really feel like doing anything. Yeah.
Short at okay, 79. So he's short at 179.50, just off this kind of stalling, you know, just above VWAP area. This was my thought. It's like Meta's like flat. So I thought if we get over 180 and go to kind of 181, I was kind of hoping that it would like pop, give another opportunity for like the move back into VWAP and below. I'm not going to take that one, but best of luck to everybody watching this. Probably goes down into the low. I mean, this thing is just kind of, 1, 2, 3, 10. And it's a good look when things don't, when they don't spend time there. So it quickly goes to 179.50 and reverses, then gives a double top, now actually failing. I think that, this thing probably goes back down to at least 178.50, if not 178. I would watch those levels if you are in that trade or watching that trade there. Let's see where Tesla is right now. It kind of did give a little bit of a pop. Maybe, you know what? Yeah, let me just cover the rest of this. I'm going to show that one. It's pretty.
Video, please take a second and hit the like and subscribe on this channel. And never forget, do not put pineapple on your pizza.
Fine.
Don't you dare put pineapple on that pizza, but dare do it. I don't care. But Neil, I love that. I love that hook, man. I need to have a hook like that. I want to see yours too. I can't wait to see yours. I heard it's flames. So we'll see what. Sean getting that nice shot move down, calling that top on Meta. 178.77 retracing. Looks like it triple topped. I want to say at 179.60. That's a random area for it to triple top, but the fact of the matter is it did. And now it's rejecting off VWAP, moving down. They're working. Money. They're working again. Oh, this is going to be a great afternoon now. All right, Meta retracing. I think my Tesla is retracing as well. Yeah. Well, we're long 200 and a quarter, so we're at 201.68. I mean, there's really no point in selling any of this. Let's just hold it because we're still consolidating sideways on the futures. So we're not above retracing here. Like, look at this. We haven't broken. We just talked about this. 41.30, 41.31. Break above this. All of a sudden, we're moving. So I don't want to take out any of my longs, especially since I'm well in the money on Tesla. What are people? I was going to mention something. Yeah, Upstart, by the way, is moving. I just wanted to let you know now, up 1%. It kind of did a bit of a double bottom here and started and broke yesterday's close, which was that 16.10. It's gone up all the way to 16.35. Upstart is an earnings play. Hasn't reported yet. It will. I don't know if it's tonight or tomorrow or something like that. It's one of these days. I do the earnings for the earnings board, and I know I saw it the other day. I just forget which, before or after the market open. So I can have a look at that in a second. But anyway, Upstart, you know how these ones run. There's a flurry of buying and selling to readjust portfolios into earnings. People speculating as well. Are earnings going to be stronger than expected? Algos could be pumping this only to flush it. There's any number of things that could be the case. But the fact of the matter is it's moving. And by virtue of that, we can trade it. It's pumping to the high side, 1640s. It just printed another another thing to the high side. So be careful with that. Peter Olofsson, €10 super chat. Thank you for that. We hit the awesome. Thank you very much, Peter. You didn't mention anything. If you want to tag me, at me in the chat if you want us to look at anything specific for you or have anything specific you want to say. Thank you very much for that super chat. Renata Haded. I bet you I said that right, huh? Yeah, because that's how you say it, right? Can you check Google? Absolutely. Here we go. Let's bring in Googs. It's been the weak one, Renata. You know that it's been weak, and you know why. You saw what happened last week with the presentation of their AI. It didn't go as planned, gave wrong, and they posted it to Twitter. The market's been making them suffer since that time. Today's no different. 1 3/4 move to the downturn. We were down even lower. I mean, have a look at the daily here. It's been a short, and you could short it off. Like, look how many times it's rejected off VWAP here. This was, I don't want to say an easy short. Nothing's ever an easy short, but it was predictable. Look at this V-shaped retracement. I mean, we had reclaimed the 50, and then we reclaimed the 200, and as quickly as we reclaimed the 200 on the daily on Google, it shot right back down. The market has really made Google pay. Is that a short-term blip? It may well be, right? And then investors may come back to their senses and say, who are we betting against here? We're betting against the company that changed it all. And then you have renewed buying. So we'll see what this one brings. But for the moment, it's red. And it's a short. I don't have an intraday play on it today, Renata, because, I was looking long on some of these bounces. So anything short related, I wasn't really looking at. But just like I told you here, a nice rejection of VWAP. I think it just did that, and now it's retracing south, testing 93s. So I don't know if you want to get in here or however you want to do it, but yeah, rejection off VWAP and take it south. I'm not taking this north. What else is being said? Wow, man, Upstart is just continuing to pump to the high side, guys. I mean, notionally, it's not that big. 1528 bottom, 1648 top, right? There's not that much of a gap between them, but it's printing green candle after green candle, guys. So this one looks good, and I'm wasting my time talking about it instead of punching in, but you know how I loathe getting in at these highs because it's just not my trade, Luca.
Yeah, it's. I just wanted to say heads up. I know Sean's updating positions there. Palantir kind of giving flush, so I'm basically covering into the 50 period, waiting for a move back down on that one. And Chase saying, don't get me started on Tesla. It's like a drug. Once you look or touch it. It is stress love for sure, man. It is stress love for sure. That's why I kind of took my shot, take my wins, my 2 wins there, and move on, man, and move on. It's now basically waiting. The last thing I want to see is Sean's like, oh, short Apple. I'm like, oh, I'm long Apple. Uh-oh. I go short Microsoft. I go, uh-oh, I'm long these 2 names. But again, I see that kind of topping-ish area. I think 270. I'm still in the money. So yeah, we're good on these positions, and these are the positions that I wanted to really try to hold in case we get the move up. So I'm basically taking, again, with Microsoft, it's like long, out. Now, we did it. We're not seeing the move. This is where I suck at like getting out if I think I'm wrong. So I mean, 271 is just kind of popping and dropping, and cannot get above that. But I feel like I've already sold the portions that I wanted to at that area. So do I sell it now, or do I just hold on because maybe it continues? I don't know. But again, lighter on the position, so not really too worried with it. We're going to see what happens. Ford, I didn't. It was pretty lackluster. I'm obviously late to the party. Basically short. It's kind of stalling at 1290. So taking some, holding some to see if we can get back into low a day.
Luca.
You were saying Upstart?
Luca.
Yeah, Upstart just keeps going to the upside, man.
It doesn't want to turn around. Up 3% now. I mean, I hate punching at these highs. It's just not my jam. It's not my move. And you know what? Like, it's kind of spready a little bit too. Not bad. It's not bad. The thing is, do we take a position? And if I get in a quarter position here, like the notional move is not going to be enough to really like be worth it. So I got to get in with a full position, and then that subjects me to a big retracement because we've made a big move up, and I'm going to anticipate a retracement. So I think I'm going to just risk missing out on the entire move. I want a retracement at 2-3 minute sideways or pullback, whatever it's going to be, a bull flag continuation, and then I'll get into this one. But I mean, for me, I may miss out on it, and that may be as a result of my strategy, and I just have to accept that. Camel Crush. Sharif, did you end up checking out Halu when we were talking about nuclear energy the other day? LEU is an American company that will use, I didn't actually, let me put that in right now. So it's LEU, and then I'll add that to my energy list. There we go, Citrus Energy, okay. Awesome, I'm gonna add that one to my list. Thank you for that. I'll have a look at it, and I will get back to you on that because, I'm keeping my eye on this trend, LEU, this nuclear trend, like we're gonna have to have some sort of green renewables here, and nuclear, especially these small modular reactors, they look fantastic to me. So I'll have a look at that. Thank you for that. All right, back to Upstart here. Continuing to print day's highs. Now we're knocking on this door of 1670. 70 goes. I see the tape light up here in orange. When it's orange on my tape means it's over the bid, and that usually means we're pumping to the high side, baby. So yeah, Upstart continuing to go. It's going without me. And that's just the way it's going to be for now, Luca.
Yeah, that's how it be. That's the way that it be.
Tesla's pumping, though.
Yeah, man. Tesla is.
Tesla's
do I short this again? I think I short this again. Are you still long?
I'm still long, dude. I'm long
strong.
200 and a quarter.
Yeah, those are. That is a money long, man. That is a money long. I think I want to take my shot, but did it break the high here? It did. It did. Okay, let's see if 203, I think I might have been late to the party here, but yeah, let's see if 203, it wants to like run into 203. Again, this is like the upper end of the range, but it's something that it rejected the first time, giving me the tell that I'm like, okay, this is the level, because I mapped it from before. It was holding the 202, then rejecting, but now it's kind of like drifting. So it's, as I see this kind of coming to fruition, I sort of want to say maybe it's invalid. So I took it the first time, it was good. I don't want to overtrade the level that's not really necessarily there, that maybe I'm just seeing it. So yeah, let's see if this gets over 203, and then I'll kind of watch that area. Does it like sell off and then go from there? You're sorry?
I'm going to hang out at 203. That's where my out is, guys. 203. Let's put that in. There it is. Resting order. We break 203. I'm Gonzino on this one. He takes a short. I get out. Everybody's happy. And yeah, that's how she's going to go, I guess. Darwin, James Hancock. It is. I don't know what you mean. I'm not sure what it is. All right. Yeah, it's Mums. Pump it. Yeah, let's go, baby. All right, guys. We're flirting with that 4130, 4131 level. We've been talking about this whole day on the futures. Are we going to break out through this level and then, as Luca mentioned earlier, get a test of VWAP? 4136 is where we'd have to get up to get up there, but we'll talk about that in a little bit more when we get back from Brendo, who's at the big desk with the energy update.
Great job for Fahad there on that animation. Yeah, we'll touch on oil, guys. What a wild, wild day it was for crude. Initially to the downside on release of oil reserves from the Biden administration again today. That had crude down about 4% at its lows today. We come all the way back then to about 0.5% to the downside, start rolling over again. So here's how things are shaping up right now. Brent, first of all, 1.4 there for NYMEX, which is the one we typically follow, back to 79. Right on the dot, in fact, 1.37 for NYMEX crude at the moment. But you can see this is a longer-term chart just comparing energy markets to both equities and some of the other commodities, including gold, and energy moving back to the upside after it dominated that chart all year last year. But yeah, there was another oil release of reserves today that did send prices downside sharply initially. Almost 4% at the bottoms, back to about 1 and change right now, though, for crude oil, guys. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Brendo. And we're going to drop the cash. We're all out of the Tesla trade. 203. We sit at 203s. We get the 203 fill. We're out. Nice little trade there. There we go. 203's knocking at the door now. We got out in like the high 90s. It breaks. It flies up. Tesla's moving. The market gets a pump up. Now we're looking for that VWAP retracement. We've been talking about that 4130 break. It breaks, and now we're retracing. Let's see if we're going to reject off this level or we're going to have a continuation. But what a move up for Tesla today. It's been big boy. Meta's pumping. Microsoft's pumping. They're all moving up. Apple, you name it. Everything's moving up on the market here. I don't know who's talking. I know someone was supposed to be talking today. Let's check that real quick. I know we had another FOMC speaker, and that person's coming off at 205. That's going to be Williams, so nothing yet from there. So we'll see what's going on. Yeah.
Wow, okay.
Fed Harker. Okay, so it's Harker. I mean, I don't know if he said anything, but wow, what a move up, guys. It is. We just almost went green. We did momentarily here on the ES March contract retraced.
Wow,
41.47 is the close of yesterday. Wow, what a move up. Upstart's pumping.
Wow.
Tesla's pumping. Everything and their
sure
mother's
Tesla
cousin is pumping. What a move up.
Yeah, guys. Tesla, so over 203. So I'm basically averaging into the short, thinking maybe we get it over under. But again, I am long Microsoft, long Apple. So those are working. And man, bangers coming through. Bangers coming through. Going to sell a little bit more of Microsoft there. And Palantir is, let's see. Let me just get out of Palantir altogether. And yeah, Tesla's now the kind of new position alert. I'm basically over 203, building this short. If we reverse back, maybe we get the flush. If we continue to go higher, which it kind of does feel like that could be the case, I might just punch out of this at the top there. But again, longs are looking great, man. Microsoft moved to the upside. Sick move, man. Sick move to the upside. So again, covering some. If this continues, great. Same with Apple, covering some on this move up. That was patient. That was patient, man. That was crazy too. Crazy up move. So yeah, starting the test short position. I'm gonna scalp around this area. If we flush back through 203, going to respect the levels that I've created. But yeah, hopefully, yeah, somebody's saying punch out, Luca. No, not yet. We're going to see where this one goes. I'm basically playing off, 204 and 205 area. I think eventually it's going to fade back down. I'm going to kind of work this position and see if I can get a better average with it.
Guys, let's get 300 more likes. What a day it's been on the market. Technically an inside day, but what kind of range have we had? And they've been violent moves. 2,700 likes, guys. We've been hitting bangers trades for you today. I've traded 3 names. Positive positive on all three, Meta, Nvidia, and Tesla. The guy to my left's been absolutely smashing it as well. Hit that like button. Let's get the like count up to around 3,000. We're at about 2,700. I think we got like 6,300 votes, guys. Come on, if you can take the time to take a vote, you can take the time to smash the like button. We really appreciate it, guys. Thank you. Let's go on here. Upstart kind of rejecting up that 1730. We've had a momentary pause here in the market. I don't know if Upstart really pumped with the market. It was kind of pumping before, but really taking advantage of that move up in the overall market to kind of make days highs there. Excuse me. It's since retraced below 17, but still looking relatively strong. I want to see if we get continuation here on this move. This is important because this is yesterday's close. 41.47 is yesterday's technical close, and therefore it's a level that we need to be aware of. Let's put a horizontal trend line on that. There we go. We reject off that level for now. That level really didn't come into, didn't really play much earlier today when we had our V-shaped recovery. It was kind of a big move up when we kind of completely ignored that 41.47 yesterday's close. It's now becoming a little bit more relevant as we're rejecting off it. Let's see for how long, though. We could, we could just continue to go. So it's an interesting level to have there. Okay, so I got to shut that off. And I got to fix this as well. There we go. So now we're done with that. All right. Let's back on some of these longs. Microsoft absolutely pumping to the high side. So is Meta. So is Tesla. I got out of that Tesla trade too early, man. I thought I was a damn genius getting out at 203. It knocked at the door of 204, and it's knocking again now up 4.6%. This one's had all sorts of volatility lately. Let's find out where some levels are, because I know we made some big boy moves the last couple of days. The high from the day prior is 206.73, so we got to be cognizant of that. 206.73, so 206 3/4. And then the day before that, when we had that reversal doji candle, we actually made it up all the way to 214. So 206 3/4, I'm going to be looking out for if we continue to get this move up here on the market, Luca.
Yeah, it's, yep. Microsoft basically scaling out of that one. If somebody's saying check Amazon, I'm long. I'm instantly long Amazon. I think we're going to actually make a move back towards the high. So yeah, long Amazon, new position on that one. We'll see if it wants to continue. It did pop, a little bit of consolidation, then making another high. Basically starting this position, I want it to work for me. I don't want to add too much. If it goes against me, though, I'm not really too worried about it. But again, I think we'll actually get up there. Yeah, Tesla is now turning into Stressla here. It's probably going to break that 204. Do we get some over-under action? Not too worried about it because, again, having the longs on board is great. But we'll see if it wants to break 204. And, yeah, if it just goes straight line to 205, I am aborting this short ASAP. So we'll see where that one wants to go. I know UPST with this move. Like, where's this thing, man?
I mean, is this a retracement
We're
that we get into here
now.
I mean, do we get in here? Is it going to become like that kind of stuff?
Dude, I wanted to short this. Like, I was like, okay, let me short this at like 1610. Then I was like, let me short this at 1640. Let me short this at 1680.
That's risky for me.
17. I know. Thank God I didn't. I was like losing track, and then it's like, okay, back to the upside, giving a flush. But this thing, I mean, maybe this is not done. I would watch.
No, I had feeling like we might go here.
Do you think? Did you look at daily levels on that?
I didn't. Let me have a look quick.
Because my daily chart is like not whatever. But
yeah, here it is. Well, it's ugly. It's real ugly. I mean, like, look at this. It's a V-shaped recovery. It's a Christmas tree, as Randy likes to call it. So we all have all sorts of resistance levels on the way up.
That VWAP level.
The
red line.
The red line?
Up.
No, that's a 50 period.
Oh, 50
18,
period.
yeah, that's a 50 period.
18 is interesting just because it even has that kind of like support action before the run up. Yeah, that's interesting. Maybe wait for 18. This thing, everybody who wants to short waits for a candle like this, but then at the same time, if they're getting in on confirmation, mean reversion, where's the stop? It's high day. It's super close. It could easily run that and then reverse. I would just be watching that. Best of luck to everybody trading that one. If you are trading it, I mean, it's probably not going to get to 18, but I'm going to wait. I got a few positions on board anyway, so I'm going to roll with what I got here and see where this one wants to go. Yeah, so Tesla broke the 204, and this is where I was just like, okay, like let me just close my eyes, and I'll look back and see, is it over 204.50, or are we actually fading to the downside? So we're actually getting a little bit of what looks like a potential pre-203 test. So that's what I'm waiting for. My average 203.30 is essentially 20 cents out of the money. It's stressless, so it could definitely be another 50 cents out of the money instantly. But we're actually getting that flush down. So I think 203s are going to eventually print. and that's basically my bid right at 203s. So yeah, if we can get into 203s right now, potentially flush coming back down, I'll take that and then I'll hold some of the position for the move, but I don't want to hold too much because it could just print 203s and then do volume and then quickly reverse. Oh yeah, I'll take that. Thank you so much, Sharif.
No problem.
Much needed. Coming in later, but late always better than never. No, it's I get excited. So Sharif's asking me, he's like, hey, do you want an espresso? And I'm like, oh yeah, buddy, bring him on. But yeah, no, I like to be surprised. I like when he just comes over and he goes, hey, here's an espresso. Yeah, so we got 3 longs on board, 1 short. Tesla being the new position that I just kind of was hoping would flush right away. Now it's kind of fading. It's fading down. It's probably, yeah, it's giving the vibe that we're actually going to go to 203 now. I just feel like we're going to get the bounce. So let me see if I can get this here at 203. Okay, yeah, there we go. So that's pretty, yeah, okay, solid. So yeah, taking a little bit of a win. So again, average 27s. That's a 27-cent win on the shares that I'm taking here. And then yeah, let's see if this wants to continue. I feel like this is the level. So because I mapped this level, because I'm sort of sticking to my game plan here. The first was like less size because I wanted more. Like if it continued there, I would have taken this. That would have been A+ because it would have been like a sharp move and then a move down. It just so happens to like create the higher low and then move to the upside. So okay, let me try it again. We kind of run into the upside. I basically have the decent average. At this point, I'm break even on it. But now I have the size that I want to hold for the potential retracement back down. And the reason why, you guys are probably wondering, oh, why are you like, you know, shorting this into what looks like strength? The thing is this market has shown that it rips in one direction and then it like rips back in the other direction. So I'm sort of playing like, this is kind of the logic on this one. It's basically the 202 into 204. I like the short better at 204. It actually runs the 204 stop and then reverses. And so, you know, obviously I could have sat here and said, yeah, let me wait for 204 to break and then actually smash it short. But I could easily miss it like that because you literally got one opportunity on that. It literally breaks 204 and then flushes. That's how you know the short is good there. So yeah, I don't know who's the Google chart that is. Yeah, maybe that's Sean's looking at Google over there. But yeah, essentially, yeah, maybe we now get the flush back down, or Neil's. Yeah, maybe now we get the flush back down. Oh baby.
Hey,
oh baby.
Hey, there we go.
Beautiful. It doesn't really. It can't. It's too many lights.
Doesn't focus,
yeah.
All right, guys, my eyes on upstart still. I'm looking for a possible continuation here. We've had a big bull flag move. Bradley, come to my chart.
Oh yeah, Tesla. Let's go.
Here, this is what I'm looking at, and you know, I'm not looking for a specific area to retrace to. I don't feel like we have any. Guys, my mic, Bradley, my mic.
Yeah, I can take it from there. So he was basically saying, look at this chart. It's ripping to the upside.
Is my
Don't
mic
short
working
this
now?
thing. Yeah, guys.
Okay, my mic is working. So basically what I was saying, guys, is I'm looking for a bull flag continuation. Excuse me, on upstart here. We have that big move up, and now we're going to have at least a 5-10 minute period of consolidation. Let's see if a pennant forms or a you know, a flag, like a channel. That's what I'll be looking for here. Nothing really too rigid, but we'll be looking for some general trend lines and a break through that trend line. I'm looking to the north side, not the south side. So my eye is still on upstart, and it's for a long. But you know, this is what I was looking for. I was looking for a retracement. I didn't want to get in haphazardly, you know, punching it at highs, not knowing whether or not there's going to be continuation. It's just not my style. Some people can time it. I'm not one of those people. So.
Just quickly, Scott saying, Prad makes like 30 mistakes a day. I just want to say, Scott, I make like at least 300 mistakes a day. So, yeah, I gotta, you know, it's just mistakes make you great, and that's how you learn and get better. So there's definitely no problem. You just need to always try to improve. Man, you guys are watching it live. Like I make mistakes all the time, man, all the time, and that's okay. That's how you learn and get better. So, yeah, there's that, guys. So I did punch out of the Amazon. I punched out of Amazon. I basically impulsively punched. I was like, we're going to 100. Let's go. You could rewind the tape on that one and see how excited I was. And then I was like, now we're back down. I go, you know what? Let me just get out before I turn this into a stressful trade. So I'm not adding to it. I'm just getting out of it. I'm okay with that. No problem. Somebody was asking, Luca, can you look at Uber? I know you were asking from before. So I actually had the short, and I punched out at what looked like the highs at the time. But seeing this much higher makes me feel so much better. It's like, okay, thank God. Like it's like it went up. So clearly the short was wrong. It wouldn't have even it didn't even go back for a VWAP test on that. So yeah, I took the L on that, and I'm okay with that. No problem with that. That's a mistake. I will learn from it. Basically, what do I learn? I learn don't trade Uber ever again. No, I'm kidding. No. Yeah, that was. I'm okay with that loss. It is what it is. Trading a lot of things. Sometimes you lose. Sometimes you win. Sometimes maybe good. Sometimes maybe not so good. Tesla chilling with this one now. It's this is why I basically take the 203 print. So again, guys, as it's sort of when I initially take the position. Right? When I initially take the position, I want it to flush back down. So I don't know what's going to happen next. I'm hoping that it kind of goes up, flushes back down, and continues to the downside. So that's why I sort of add. Then it stays up there. I go, okay, whatever. Now it's going to like do one of these. And then I add a little bit more. It runs 204. And again, if this ripped into 204.50, that's it. I'm smoked. Well, not smoked, but like I don't want to say it, but like I'm essentially like screwed on the position because it's probably going to go to 205, which is high a day. And it's stressless up on the day. Like where's the top? I don't know. So I do know that, but again, that's a $1.50 risk on the position that I had. Then it actually fails, but because it created a different pattern from what I wanted to initially see, I essentially say, yeah, you know what, give me the 203 for the majority of that. So I'm getting out at the 203 because I think it's going to print. It eventually prints the level. That's my out. And then this is like a little bit of a discretionary out to take a little bit more out. And now I'm essentially holding the position where now if it makes another high or goes to 204.50 and I lose, I don't actually, like it's like it'll be a paper cut, it's not a big deal. But I'm just holding to see, is my thesis still valid? Is the short still good in this upper echelon of the resistance level that I mapped for the day? Or am I going to just be wrong on the position and then it's going to kind of go back to the downside? So yeah, essentially that's the trade. It's like I wanted it to flush right away. It would have been sick because I would have had full size. It would have flushed all the way back down if it was a kind of like a pop in reverse, and I would have made even more. It just turned into, you know, it's what could have been. Now it's like if I do even win on the trade, it'll be less. If I lose on the trade, though, it'll be less of a loss. So I'm not super concerned with it anymore. And again, I still do have the longs on board that I'm paying myself. But I think, I mean, I don't know, man. Does Microsoft have it in it to get up to? I mean, maybe 273, because this is like, it topped out there before. It did the over-under. Yeah, maybe it wants to break 273 one more time. Obviously, all dependent on the market. It's kind of nice, Sharif, because we were just talking about it, saying, you know, I feel like the market could explode to the upside.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
And then it exploded to the upside. You know, it's not something that I'm going to sit back and be like, oh, yeah, haha, look, I was right. No. It has nothing to do with that.
We could get some continuation, too, Luca.
Yeah,
we're knocking on the door of of yesterday's close, which also happens to be 4150-ish area. So we break through this flat top here and we start pumping into the high 50s and 60s. We could get going, guys. And the next level after that, come to my chart, please. 4170 is where I see that top. That's the top that we made on that retracement after this is the initial CPI. You have that big move down after the bell. Then you have the recovery. We got up to 4170. That's technically the high after the bell. So we break this 4150 zone, and I don't know, man. We're pumping to the high side. I don't see anything to stop it, to be honest. So quickly here, I want to get to this upstart. I got into upstart here at 1707s. I'm hanging out at 17s and 27s in increments of 10 pennies to get filled. It's spready. It's choppy. It's annoying, to be honest with you. I feel like I forced my hand into this because I drew a couple of trend lines, and all of a sudden, I've got to live by these trend lines. They broke the trend lines, therefore I gotta take this long. I kind of hate being restricted like that, to be honest, but it was my own doing. So I'm looking for some break here. I think that the best break is above that 1720. Maybe I should have waited for that. I wanted to get closer into 17. I thought it would give me a better cost basis. You know, when you do that, obviously you run the risk of not waiting for confirmation. And by not waiting for confirmation, the trade can go against you. The market pumping to the high side again here, guys. We just blew through yesterday's close. 41.47 is no longer a level. We're looking 41.70 in the face now, 41.45. Who's talking? Nobody's talking. It's 2:05 that someone's going to be talking. So there we go. Moving to the high side. Nothing yet for upstart, but these big cappers are all moving. Luca, what do you got?
Yeah, guys, so covering a little bit more of Apple on that pop, covering a little bit more Microsoft on the pop there. Shout out to Michelle. I know you got this from 270 saying, we're good. Yeah, man, we're good. And why did I get it of Amazon? I don't know. It's, you know what it is? I'm long Microsoft and Apple. So I basically got it of Amazon because it's essentially the same thing, and I just wanted it to go right away. It didn't, so I just got out. It's no problem though because I have the longs on board, and these ones are working for me way better, man. I am like $2.50 on Microsoft. Why can't I hold the full size? Imagine if I just had the full size, I covered nothing, and I cover it all perfectly at the top. Yeah, no, that's just you got to obviously pay. I'm just kind of like joking around here, but yeah, you got to pay yourself. That is pretty clean, man. I basically got it a Tesla. I might be top wick here. But again, I don't want this to like rip through 205 and then I don't even notice it. And if the market's making another high, you know, pushing into maybe 4160s and 70s, maybe it wants to give that test of that upper range. I mean, I got the longs on board. They're paying me. I'll just take the all on the rest of Tesla. So yeah, down on the name. Essentially, after everything, after all of this, I am down on the name. But yeah, it's all good, man. It's all good. It's what could have been. It could have been amazing. And again, if the market did flush over, I would have had that. So yeah, we'll watch this level. Maybe it wants to go to 205, and then there's another trade to be had there, or maybe it just fails from here. But again, no problem there. I told myself, yeah, if we really get going, I'm just gonna punch out of it and take the L on the rest of the side. So again, no problem there. We'll see where it wants to go. Hopefully you guys capture some of that move, man, because we were long NVIDIA too. Where's this thing? Is this high of day for sure?
Oh, it's very close.
229 almost.
Very close.
Wow. Why am I selling here? I don't even know, man. I don't even know what I'm doing.
NVIDIA's pumping. 228.88 is the high of day on NVIDIA. We're in the $0.50 right now, 228.50-ish. I was all over this one earlier. Haven't traded it since. It's been a hell of a mover lately too. This is initially the move here. We build into the position, scalp, 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 scalp on the top through the breakout. We get in again near VWAP. This is where my man Luca got in. Scalp, scalp, scalp on the way out. You know, probably should have held that VWAP hold because it has just printed higher highs and higher lows since that time. We got, where do we get it? We bought it around 223.5. Now it is 228.5. What a strong name this has been and continues to be. Quickly here, let's talk about this upstart long. I get the fill through 17s, but no continuation. I want to see it now go through 20s and continue to break high of day. It's setting up okay. It's not bad. The volume's decreasing. That's okay. The volume will decrease on the second flag. So you'll initially have the higher volume and then the continuation will have lesser volume. That's just normal. So but as long as we see the making of higher highs here, which we did on this last one, breaking through 17s, and that's how I got the fill. But now we want to break through that 20 level. Otherwise, I still need to be on the lookout for an absolute flush on this. 17's held well. It hasn't held to the T, but when it's broken down, it's quickly reclaimed. So that's a positive look for it as well. Now we're hanging out in the mid-teens. We need to be in the 20s. We need to make newer highs for this setup to continue. I've taken out a piece, but I'm going to hold the rest. So let's have a look now at NVIDIA because we were talking about that. Still in the same area, that 228.5. Not doing much at the moment. Meta, you know, not really worth talking about. Tesla is the one that continues to print higher highs here, guys. 204.75. We're back into that 204 area. We got out at 203. You know, I mean, you just never can know the top, right? So I'm not looking at that one. The one I wanted to mention quickly, actually, Brendo sent this back in the group chat a while ago, is one that I was actually on this morning. I was looking at when I was sitting next to Brendo is this SI, Citadel Capital, obviously announcing a stake that they had in it. So we were just joking around, like, oh, here come all the bro traders and the meme traders at Citadel, right? And so this one's going to be volatile. It ends up making a high, flushes, and now it's continuing to pump newer highs, guys. Look at that move off 1530, pumping all the way up to 1740, retracing. That's a reversal candle if I've ever seen one right there, but holding above VWAP, is it? And holding above 16, holding both, and giving you possible opportunities to get in. I like that 1630 level. I like that break of 17. Yes, we've had two bull traps here where we've broken above 17 and both candles ended up red. So careful, sometimes the first couple of attempts are unsuccessful, but the third and fourth end up going through. So I'll keep my eye on that. If we break 17s, I want to be all part of that. All right, quickly going back here to Upstart, still holding 17, now breaking below 17. I got to keep my eye on this one. Where do I get out though? Where is the out here? Okay, so let's have a look. Where is the low of this consolidation range? The low is at 84s. So maybe I should give it to 80. Maybe 75 is the better level. I hate doing this. I hate not having defined levels because there's been such one big move up. You don't have incremental levels from to base areas of support and resistance, but such is the case. I think I'll give this one to below 80s, although I do want to see it reclaim 17 quite quickly. If it doesn't and hovers below 17, that might shake me out. But I'm only holding, what am I holding here? A 40% position. Right, because I got this one out. I was holding a 50% position, got this little 10% position out. So it's not the biggest deal in the world. It's nothing really to write home about, but we're trying to execute good trades, Luca.
Yeah, for sure. I just want to say to add on to that SI with Citadel, I basically saw that news come through, and I was like, say less.
Okay.
Say less. Let's punch along. Citadel is in this, and I think it's a passive position that they actually announced there. So, yeah, pretty interesting that they that comes through. But yeah, no, I didn't have any trades on it. But again, pretty interesting setup. Makes the run to the high. Call it positive catalyst, call it what you want. It's up on the day and holding the pre-market low. So let it show you that it's going to be good. Don't chase it over here. You don't have to unless you're a scalper. And let it come back down to the level that it was at. And if it's going to hold a level, it's maybe going to hold that pre-market low. So it literally runs off the pre-market low, holds the level, aka opening print, and then kind of dips back down, holds it a third time, and then off to the races, right? So if you are in this trade, obviously hindsight is 20/20. But again, you're looking at this thing. It goes back to it makes its move. It goes back to the downside. Still positive on the day. Do you think it's going to hold this level? It bounces. Okay, if it gets back there, don't forget the levels that you map, right? Because literally super clean level down there. Tests it 1, 2, 3 times, then off to the races. Breaking the high day. Obviously going parabolic, doing the volume. When volume dies and reverses. I just feel like this is the potential out there. But again, obviously trade your own book. Do what makes the most sense to you. Maybe this is a potential double top and it wants to go back down. Still up on the day. Obviously everything has to pull back before it does continue. I have no idea where it goes. Didn't trade it. Not going to trade it. But yeah, sort of that. Somebody's saying, oh no, I'm not going to read that one. I'm saying team 181.33. Team?
What is that?
What is team? This thing is not really doing much volume. Team.
I'll tell you
stock.
in a second.
Atlassian Corp.
Global software company that designs, develops, and licenses and maintains software, provisions software hosting services.
Yeah, this is this kind of looks like Boeing, and it looks like the other one, Snow, giving like a very similar look on the day. It's I would just be. I'm not going to trade it. It's from a day trading setup. There's a little bit of a spread, not too much volume on it. But yeah, best of luck if you are in this name. It's for whatever reason holding this area anytime. Doesn't matter the chart. Doesn't matter how I look at it. If it shows you this kind of bounce, it's spending no time in and around 177.50. So those were the money fills, and then kind of off to the races to the upside. When you see those in action, when you see them in real time, if it shows you once, twice, maybe it's worth a shot if you get it the second time or the third time. If it shows you its hand, maybe it's going to do it again. Maybe that area, maybe that is the reload. So yeah, that's a great look on that one. But again, I'm not really going to trade it, and no real thoughts on it. Okay, we are now going down. So for once, I mean, after all these exits, I finally get one of them at the top. So you're talking about you can't really beat top wick. You can if you paint the chart as much as you can. It's like, oh, this is not top wick. Oh, this is not top wick. Okay, finally, that's top wick. And now we're kind of going back to the downside here on these positions. But it's yeah, it's all good because I'm deep in the money. And if I wanted to sell it over here, I wouldn't have got these. If I want to sell it over here, I'm not going to get 274, maybe 275. So again, I'm not really sure if Microsoft has it in it to actually get to 275 again. That was the high of the day. But the logic on this trade was, you see the lows, bounce. That's why I took my shot. We actually made the move up, so I got lucky this time. Taking the win, and then basically waiting to see, do we actually continue? I mean, at this point now, I almost want to say that, I should be out of this position. I didn't recognize it. I thought that maybe we'd get a secondary bounce up, but pretty light on the position, so I'm willing to just kind of hold it and see where it goes kind of into the close, into the rest of the day. Yeah, man, nice move up on that one. Pretty good, pretty good. Let's go back to Tesla very quickly to see where this one's sitting. Somebody in the chat was like, classic, Luca's shorting Tesla, and I started laughing because I lost on it, right? So I'm like, yeah, man, I know. But it's just take the shots where shots are warranted, so that was kind of my logic there.
Momo Pro integrated stock scanner and screener, $20 super chat. Thank you very much. Says team makes production management. So okay, team makes production management software and task management. Also has Bitbucket, which is like GitLab. All right, so there you go with that. All right, back to Upstart here. Now kind of flirting with 17 again, but from the low side this time. Let's see if this one can continue. It's setting up nice for a possible continuation bull flag. I'm just trying to be patient with it. I don't see the signs that it's breaking down. I'm ready for it. If it does, anything can happen. I want to see it hold 17. I want to see some newer highs. There we go. Now holding 17 well. The volume coming in a little bit. There we go. 17 and 17.05. We can see 17.10s and continue. That would be great. So, yeah. We'll see how that one goes. Half position so far, not even 40% position because I got out of that little bit on the top there. So we'll see how that one goes. I don't have many trades on at the moment. I'm kind of done for the day, to be honest with you. Even though we have half an hour, let's keep talking about what these stocks are doing. Mobileye, very much near high of days. It's been very steady mover to the high side, to be honest with you. Could have got in pretty much anywhere and held, and you would have been in the money. 46.10 into the high side. 45.87 is where we're at now. We got as low as 42.50s. 42.57 there is the low of day. So looks good. I don't have a trade on it, but not really sure what the catalyst is. We looked for a catalyst earlier. We couldn't find one. But Mobileye, anyway, making a move up almost 7% now is Mobileye. Not one that you see move that aggressively. It's, you know, we had its IPO there in the fall. It was probably one of the better IPOs of 2021. But here we go. Nice, more pumping here into NVIDIA. NVIDIA now pumping up again. We are getting a nice little pump here in Mobileye as well. What are we doing here on Upstart though? Are we okay, so we're still above 17, which is good. We got another super chat, baby. $10 from Vadim Marmer. Guys, how high will MNDY go? Well, I can't tell you how high it's going to go, but I'll have a look at the chart. Let's bring her in here. MNDY. Let's load this one up. Monday.com. I know this one reported not that long ago because I did have this one up on the earnings board. Let's have a look. Ooh, that's a decent little pop there it had the last couple of days. So I wonder if this was a result of earnings that it's been doing. Look at that, guys. 128. Bottom here in this latest trough, 163 today. That's money. If you're holding that for a swing, that was nice. Well, look, the overall chart don't look great, right? We IPO'd, when we IPO? Back in June 2021. We went all the way up to 450. I mean, probably a lot of that is not the responsibility of this stock, but probably a lot of speculation because of free money. We got up to 450. Then we crash all the way back down into November lows, not October lows here, November lows. We get to 71, and it's been a nice retracement here, breaking through this important high, this high that we made back in August. I want to say that 157 area, broken through that. That one is bye-bye. Now we're at 163 and we're printing newer highs. Now it has to be asked, where is that next resistance level going to be at? I want to say that 180 area to about 190. We have that top wick going into 190, but we have the closes all below that 180 area. So I want to say 180 will be the next interesting area of level of resistance after that. Hope that helps. Not a stock I know too much about, but in case our viewers want to know, Monday.com is an Israeli-based software publisher. The company provides operational system, Monday.com WorkOS, which is an open platform that democratizes the power of software so organizations can easily build software applications and work management tools that fit their every need. Okay, cool. That's a mouthful.
That is a little bit.
Yeah, Arcus FX. sending something 70. I don't know what this currency is, Luca. We're gonna have to do a Google
I
real
did
quick.
a quick check.
You did?
Yeah,
All right,
South
go for
African
it.
rand. So,
hey, thank you for
yeah,
that.
thank you so much for the super chat saying, I don't even know what that is. Arcus FX, promoting your own thing. Okay, yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the super chat. We appreciate that. Tesla, it gave the over-under at 204. So 204, kind of interesting. Like, it's not really, this is like, it's like in a, chop central. Yeah, exactly. Best of luck with that one, with that super chat. Thank you so much for the super chat. That is five. I did a quick $5 Canadian. Thank you so much. Always appreciate it. I'm kind of sad that I punched out of Tesla at the high.
Tesla.
I'm like, yeah, I'm sad, man, because now I want to revenge trade it, but I feel like I'm not supposed to do that. I definitely should not be doing that. 204.50 into 205, still the interesting resistance zone. So 204.50 into 205 is still that zone that I want to be like short in and then risking off 205. I think now that it's sort of volume is dying, it's not explosively moving to the upside, I can kind of like watch this a little better. So yeah, let's go with that. Let's see if this wants to get back up there. I'm gonna take another stab at it. I'm gonna short it again. But this is gonna be a low stress trade, man. It's gonna be super low stress. It's gonna go up. I'm like trying to manifest it, if you guys can't notice.
I love it.
It's gonna go up. It's gonna fill me instantly. It's gonna go back down, and it's never gonna go back. And it's gonna go all the way back down to 200, and I'm gonna just like, boom, let's go. Make me that money, baby. And then if it goes to 205, I'm not gonna add. I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna risk 50 cents. I'm gonna either lose or win, and that's it. No more stress. No stress law. That is the trade, man. That is the trade. Somebody's saying, Luke, if it sets up, then it's not a revenge trade. Yeah, exactly. It is. I am kind of waiting, so I'm not just going to do random stuff that makes no sense. If I do random stuff, it might hopefully makes me dollars. I sold a little bit of Microsoft down here because I was like worried that we would maybe flush, so at least I wanted some over here. But now we're going back up. So yeah, basically, let's see how 203 reacts again. I kind of feel like 273. I feel like 273 is going to run up again, test it, and then reverse. So yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. Still nursing the longs, pretty good. I'm lighter on Apple. I like Microsoft better. It showed that it was a little better. You know what? Yeah, let me just get out of the full Apple trade right now on this little bit of a pop into 153. I don't think Apple has the steam to actually go higher, but Microsoft, it's giving me kind of like a better feel. So I'm gonna hold on to that one. And Justin, thank you so much for the super chat, 10 Canadian dollars. We need another Friday chip challenge. Happy Tuesday. Today's Tuesday.
Yeah,
I was like, happy Tuesday. What do you mean? Today's Tuesday. Tuesday.
Tuesday.
From the Jays game.
Absolutely.
Man, gone are the days with inflation.
Thank you very much for that. I know, bro.
Thank you so much. That would be 5 Jays tickets right there.
What was I going to say, man? Our fans or our viewers are putting on the super chats today, man.
Yeah,
today they're coming in. They're coming in hot and hard. Thank you for that, guys. Always appreciative. Always thankful, always glad to have you guys around. You guys make the community, and without you, we're just kind of talking to ourselves. So shout out to you guys. Thank you for that. Quickly here, Upstart. Someone was asking me, what's my strategy going into Upstart, just joining the show? No problem. I see a bull flag continuation. I'm not married to the chat. I do have some I'm not married to the chat. I'm not married to the chart. I do have some concerns about it, most notably how it's not able to hold above 17. But, maybe 17 is not an important level for this. But what I see is a big boy move up and a consolidation sideways, a move down, a retracement. We got a little bit of a bottom. It doesn't have to be an exact bottom here, but that's what you're looking for that bull flag continuation. The textbook says take the breakout point and copy and paste it above the breakout point here. So if your initial breakout point was around, say, 1590, add the distance from 1590 to the high here of 1727. That's your breakout point. And then add that to the top, and that should be where it runs. Now, it doesn't typically always do that, but at least you have some targets that you can kind of set up. I usually use 50% of the way because, I lack patience, and sometimes I lack luck as well with some of these ones. But there we go.
That, eh?
Yeah, I lack patience and lack luck.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I lack patience, and I also lack luck. I need some luck to come through.
Come
on, get me lucky, man.
Let's go, baby. All right, guys. Upstart hanging out here. We're close to getting out of this one, though. I'll tell you the truth. Holding 40%. If it breaks, I want to say the 75 area. I'm Gonzino on this one. It's just not worth holding on to. If it's not going to cooperate, it's got to do what I anticipated it to do. So hanging out here, still, holding 90s for a second. Hari Krishna, can you please tell Apple? Can you please tell Apple at 135 in the next 2 months? I mean, I have no idea. You know that I can't answer something like that. You know how many macroeconomic conditions there are that could change the direction of Apple? You know better than that to ask me that. I can have a look and see what Apple's been up to recently, and it's been moving up. It didn't have a bad, but it had an iffy, earnings, where basically they said that they had problems with production, and as a result, they weren't able to sell as many iPhones in the Christmas quarter as they would have liked. We all heard that. We know that that's not going to be an issue anymore going forward, as the Foxconn facilities now are back. I don't know if they're at 100% production. I heard last time they were in the 90-something%. So that's probably improved since. So Apple, I think that maybe investors are betting that Apple weathers the storm. They are the epitome of efficiency. They haven't laid anybody off, right? Whereas we've been getting mass layoffs in the other industries. I hear the guy to my left here pumping up on Microsoft, as Microsoft is looking 273 in the face. So if that breaks, that'd be interesting. The futures are still hanging out below yesterday's close. So we broke through it, and then we retraced below it, but we're knocking on the door again. The level is 41.47 here on the ES March contract. Again, we got all the way up to 41.54, 41.55, but we retraced since. Something tells me we're knocking on the door again, and we may be making a little run here going into the afternoon. Hold on to your longs, people. I smell something.
Yeah, guys. Okay, Microsoft is just going to the north side, baby. That's like, let's go. $2.66 in the money. Bang, let's go. Palantir, I don't crazily love this short. Crazily, is that a word? That's not even a...
Crazily?
Yeah, I basically short this, and then it's not, like, I'm like thinking maybe it sells off, but I'm like, whatever, I'll just take the little wins. At this point, I'm not expecting too much of it, so if we get a flush down, great. If we don't, it doesn't matter, pretty light. Memes and things. What's going on, memes and things? Hold on to your long equals, take time to... Well, this is the thing. Hold on to your longs. Like, we loosely say these things. Yeah. And again, somebody else was saying, Ford, the competition to Tesla, ha ha ha, what a joke. Like, we say a lot of things while we're multitasking, right? But essentially, hold on to the longs is this theory where I was long at 270 on Microsoft, and I'm taking the scalp trade win. Okay, that was great. But hold on to your longs because it was just such a good level. It never really came back through 270. I think, Michelle, you were calling out the reload here. I did not because, obviously, multitask, whatever. But basically, that was a good look as well. Hold on to the longs because then you get the up move, and now it's kind of channeling, and I just feel like I'm still long this name, and I want to hold on to the longs because we could actually see 274. We're in this kind of drift period where we're just kind of drifting to the upside, and we're holding like the 50 period for the time being, so it sort of dipped into it, gave the secondary pop. Maybe we dip into it. Maybe we give another pop through 273.50, then get a 274 test. So, you can't get high a day, right, if you don't hold on to your longs. So, again, I'm obviously a scalper. I go for 30 cents. But sometimes if levels are really, really good, if it's a day that, I think things can actually continue to go, I'll try to hold on to that. So, yeah, Microsoft 270, banger, pretty happy with that one. This Palantir is like something where I'm like, okay, I'm not going to hold on to my shorts, because it just hasn't been. I would have held on to this if it kept going, but it went back up, so I took the L, adding it back, just kind of taking the win as I kind of get it there. And yeah, Ford, I basically punched out of the last piece of a loser on that one. No problem though. And people were asking, Luca, did you get the Tesla short? No, I didn't. It's I was sitting there. I was sitting at 204.39, and yeah, 204.39, and it didn't it went to 204.32. I think I put it in after this one. So I was hoping that this one would fill me, but it didn't. It just went to 204.25. Honestly, I don't even know why I picked 39. I thought it was gonna run 204.50. That's why I picked that. That's now I'm remembering. At this point, it's not a trade that I'm gonna take. I wanted it here for this move down. So the fact that it already did the move down, I'm now canceling the offer. If it goes back down, see, that's why I hate Tesla, because I literally don't get the fill, and then it's a good idea, and then I get the fill, and it's a bad idea, and I lose. So it's like Stressla, because Stressla is classic for giving you the fill when you're going to be wrong and not giving you the fill when you're going to be right. So yeah, to heck with it. I'm done with it. And Igor in the chat, I'm not 17, Igor's saying too much stress. He goes, too much stress. Luca is only 17 years old, but he looks 40. Stress.
I don't know about that.
I am not 17, nor am I 40. But good guess, man. Good guess. I actually wrote down a number, but I'm like, I'm not even gonna show this. I was just gonna joke around.
Oh, okay. There you go.
Yeah, guys, I'm actually
600
years old.
There you go, guys.
So I've been around a while. It's been a fun time, but
vampire.
It's yeah, man. It's just like being alive for that long. It's just so tiring. You meet so many people. You got to remember all these names. Nick with the super chat.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. X-Pawn thoughts.
I was looking at that earlier.
Love you guys. You want to have a look at it?
Yeah, it was a small cap crapper. You know, that's kind of like my jam over here. So we'll have a look at X-Pawn. I had it on my radar. It's a continuation play, up almost in a 1/3% today. It's been notionally small, 331 low, 409 high, but you know the swing is there on this one. Let's have a look at the daily first and foremost. Look at this. I mean, what was that? February 9th? Yeah, February 9th we had that big boy day, that $2 break all the way up to 385. We end up closing at 352, so we close a lot closer to the highs than the lows. That's always bullish, especially if you're swinging. You're looking at whether you're closing to the high, closer to the highs or the lows. And we've had, if we close near day's highs today, we've had 4 nice green candles in a row. Now, do we get a retracement soon? Sure. I mean, we've seen that a couple of times here. It's a multi-day runner, right? And it's a former runner as well. Look at these days here, from $1 all the way up to 328, and the next day it goes up to 375. And then it tests 4. We've been through 4 now, so 4 is not the level anymore. 4 was the level. It kind of broke it sneakily today. I like that. It kind of gives it more credence. Anyway, I like X-Pawn. I think I may be a little bit late to the swing show, though. This is probably due for retracement, maybe a 1 or 2 retracement, giving back maybe into the 3 1/4 area. We'll see. No pronouncements on it, but it's been on my radar a while. But in terms of an intraday trade, it's not my cup of tea, as it's not giving you that much notional It's not giving you that much of a notional move. It's also, you know, kind of slow today. It hasn't done too many shares on the day. So I like it though. All right, the market. The market just made a little bit of a flush here. I also got out of my upstart, so I'll get into that in a sec. That ends up being a loser for me, but the market retracing into VWAP. So, you know, when we had this fight with yesterday's close at 41.47, looks like we broke it, rejected. We rejected it again. We tried to break through it, couldn't. Come back to VWAP. We retraced off VWAP. So we're within a range now. VWAP being the low side and yesterday's close being the high side. As we are making higher lows here, I feel the possibility is to break through this trend to the high side rather than retracing. But, you know, who knows? Who knows what's going to happen? 41.50 obviously is a level we want to continue to break through. And then after that, 41.70, we made that high after the bell this morning, Luca.
Yeah, guys, I kind of want to short something now. So I'm shorting Amazon. I thought about it when it kind of gave these. So again, I was long. It popped. Then when it did the second pop and could not hold, I was like, I need to short this. Kind of sad that I missed it. These were the money shorts, that over 99.20. It literally did not spend any time there, and then it couldn't even get there. I'm basically shorting this now to see, do we get a secondary leg down?
Here we go.
Again, Sharif was just talking about the market giving a little bit of a flush, and I'm just like, okay, what can I like, you know, short? What can I short here, if any? So yeah, Amazon's going to the upside. So I'm gonna keep adding to this to see if it wants to give the leg down. But if not, if this is just like a kind of bamboozle and then back to the upside, I'll punch out of it, right? So not really too worried. Light on the Palantir position, basically kind of taking these fills, and now we're going to the upside, but it's not a problem. And yeah, Microsoft's still in the long because I pulled this up, we broke, and I was like, hey, maybe I got to short something, but obviously not Microsoft because I'm long this. I want to still hold on to it. So yeah, let's just see if Amazon wants to like roll over here and keep going to the downside. if the market's going to break VWAP, man, it kind of stopped at that 41.50. So 41.30 was like, oh, I think we're going to go to the upside. We got that move. We're kind of stalling here. Now, I don't necessarily want to slam the shorts, so it's like I'm kind of like lighter. It's approaching end of the show in like 12 minutes, but still in the middle of the day. Anything could happen going into the closing show. We could get more volume, and it could explode to the upside. It could explode to the downside. So I want to just kind of stick with what I got now. I'm not going to add any more, and let's just see if this thing wants to actually go back down and test 98.50 again. I just feel like, yeah, if we do break 98.50, then we're going to maybe go to 98. So, yeah, we'll see where that one wants to go. Short Amazon, continuing to hold the Palantir short, holding the Microsoft long from before, and Xpon high a day. I'm seeing
it
there.
is. It's pumped at 434 to the high now. All of a sudden, the volume just came in there. The algos were listening to us, Luca, and as soon as we were done talking about it, the buy signal turned on. 41.34, now hanging out at 40. Sorry, did I say 41? Jeez, man, I'm tired. 4.34, and now we're hanging out at 4.25. But the spread on this one, it's a little nerve-wracking. Let's pull it up on the trading screen here so we can have a look. XPON at this level 2. It's a 3-penny spread. But what is, I want to look at the float on this one again, because we did look at this one before, but it's been a while. The float on this one, guys, company profile, let's go. 3.3 million shares, guys, so a scary one. This one could get going in a hurry. It's been docile the majority of the day, but now it's really picking up as evidenced by the volume spike here on the bottom. So we talked about this one being the level. 4 is obviously done here. Let's have a look quickly at the day's highs. Okay, so we're breaking through, guys. We are really going here on XPUN. The next level, I want to say, is at 450. That goes back to mid-August. So if we break through that 450, that's, it's definitely a recent high. Above that, where I'm looking at 475, and then the test of 5. So multiple levels, as this one is a former runner. Be careful, though. Small float, and you can get trapped on this one. It's good in terms of a swing trade. I mean, like the setup is good, but it's had a tendency lately to close more in the middle of the candle than to the high side. Like, have a look. So the first day it closed to the high side. These two kind of were candles of indecision where the body was really small and the wicks were really large, right? This is not the way it looks right now, but we're not at 4 o'clock either, or 8 o'clock. This one will stop probably trading at 8. It'll probably have a lot of aftermarket volume. 442 again, do we take a long here, Luca, for the 450 test? I mean, like, what's the deal
you know what
here?
I was just thinking? It's like, we literally pull this up. The algos listen to us, they move it. So you would think that we would get long, then
they flush it.
Then yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Right.
It's like you would think that I would just be like getting long, then it would go up, then I would be like, let's go. Like, no. It's usually, I talk about it, it goes up, I punch the high, it goes down, I lose, I go, oh my God, here we go.
Oh boy.
So yeah, oh boy, I'm staying away from it. Best of luck to anybody trading it.
Yeah.
Not going to trade it, man. Not going to trade it. Going to roll with what I got on these.
The move's been had. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, it's not crazy.
I may be
And
wrong.
speaking towards letting things move, then making decisions. I know Michelle's saying, Luca, you're shorting Palantir too early. I am going for like I'm going for like 5 cents. I know it's like, why are you going for 5 cents? I just feel like I can get it, and like 880 is that level. It already kind of did that up and down. It retested. That was the logic on the short. I was hoping that it would flush more, but it's kind of now holding up. But again, that's why I take these fills. I lighten up on the position. Now, if we go up, even if I lose what I was planning to lose, I'm still up because I took the win there. So it's just, just kind of like adding liquidity, and that's basically the logic. Amazon is now kind of going back down. So I'm wondering if we can get that secondary leg down. That would be pretty awesome. Andrew Keith, Luca, you have been king on those trades. Yeah, man, I'm just trying my best to do what I think the right thing to do is. Top of my board is Microsoft by a landslide. And I think just as a learning example for everybody here, even for myself, I want to just cover it for myself as well. Look at the long at 270. 270 was the level. That's why it's the best trade. Look at Apple. Apple, what was this, man? This is why you don't diddle in the middle. I don't know what I was thinking, but I lost 50 cents instantly on that. That was not happy. Even though in the time I'm like, yeah, 50 cents, no problem. In the back of my mind, I'm like, damn, 50 cents, Apple. Why does this thing have to flush like this? But good thing I got out, right? Respecting the fact that I was wrong, getting out, or else I would have got destroyed on the next flush down. Then taking the long at the low of day. So it makes sense because bounce, bounce, and then this is the area where you try it again, and then it finally works. So Apple, pretty sick trade. Could have been better if I didn't take the L on that one, but live and learn, man, trying to get better every single day. I think Amazon, you know, this was, yeah, I wasn't long. I got long. Oh, no, I was long, but then I started adding. I think I added too early. And this is when the crypto stocks in the chat, I don't know if you're still there, but you were saying, like, I'm inverse Luca, like, I short as soon as he longed. Like, that was the right idea, because I held this so far against me, and I was, like, adding, but in the back of my mind, I'm like, man, like, so painful, so painful. Why am I, like, adding so much over here? These ads should be super light, right? But I guess I was playing off of the low. That was basically the plan, like, playing off of the low. But essentially, the 98, I mean, I should have tried to get closer into 98s. So again, it was a little bit of painful, and that's why I basically took it off at 98. So this could have been a way better winner if I picked the better area, right? So because I kind of started it over here, I had to go through pain, and then I offed it for like the break even, as opposed to taking the fills down here. Then I could have added more over here. Then when it ripped up, I would have covered less, and then I could have actually like had the same as like the Apple and the Microsoft long. So I guess a good rule of thumb: wait for those levels, man. Don't get in too early. I know in the future I will continue to get in early. It's just a product of my trading. But if you're going to get in early, get in with less size earlier, then wait for the real setup level to come through, then take those trades. So yeah, that's a good learning lesson for myself. This is what could have been. I could have made so much more on that. But again, I'm just happy to have been a part of some of that move, I guess, to the upside. But again, why was Microsoft the best of my day? Because it showed you 1, 2, 3, and then I took it the fourth time, and it was just great. It never really traded below 269.50. So essentially, I was in 270. You know, it didn't even put me 60, 70 cents out of the money. Whereas these other trades, I did have to go further out of the money for them to whip back. And yeah, let's not even talk about stress lead. Like, this thing was just, you know, it is what it is. It wasn't as good as it could have been. I think what I'm eyeing now going into the end of the day is that 204.50 to 205. I still want that level. I still want to see how it reacts. I'm going to put a line there to make sure I don't miss it. And yeah, let's see if it gets back there and has some type of resistance. Yeah, you're saying Palantir is going up here. Yeah, okay, I don't even want this anymore. I have a stop in? Oh, I removed my stop. That's what I did. Yeah, let me just get out of this.
I'm long this X-Pawn. I didn't really get a good price, guys. I got in at 440. I'm sitting here at 450, 455, and 460 to get out. I've got my profit takers set up. It looks like there is size here at 440. It's rejected off 440 a bunch of times ever since I got in. So we'll see. I want to see the aggression with which it breaks that 440 level. Hopefully it kind of squeezes into that 450 area. This is a squeezable stock. Seeing that it is a 3.3 million share float, you know, that can move it parabolically one way or the other. That makes it dangerous both ways, obviously, guys. So in a half position here, nothing to really write home about. Yeah, we'll see if this one, there we go. We're getting some buying here. Let's see if 440 can break this time around. But I suspect this is probably going to be one of those ones where the volume comes in randomly, and we're just going to have to wait for it. Quickly here on the futures, because we are moving again, now starting to test that that close of yesterday, that 41.47. We bounced off VWAP. You want to see that if you're looking long, but you also want to see a continuation. It's not good enough, you know, just not to make lower lows and to hold support levels. If you're long-minded, you want to see continuation north. So we definitely got to reclaim that 41.50, but it is 4 minutes to 2. So definitely the volume will be coming in. A lot more traders are going to be engaged with the markets at these moments. We know power hour starts from 3 to 4, so we'll see what power hour brings. I like what's happened today. I'll just review some of my trades since we're basically 4 minutes done here on the show. Tesla was by far my biggest winner. It was as a result of this dip trade that I took when we flushed down to the lows of days. I bought that low because it was the second time we came to that low, not really because I'm that good or anything, because I guessed it. No, it was the second time we touched that low. Tesla made that low and I got in. So buy, and then we scalp on the way up here. We get in again on the 50-period retracement, buy. Scalp, and we get that 203. So I was very happy with that. Tesla ends up being a big boy winner. First on the day, Meta was also a really good winner. We basically the same thing as Tesla on that retracement south. We buy the dip, and we scalp as we break through VWAP. NVIDIA was also a banger. couple of trades on this. Same trade as the Tesla Meta trade, and then we got in again with my boy Luca here at that VWAP retracement, and we scalped through. So NVIDIA, super strong, near day's highs. 229 is technically the day high here on NVIDIA. So this one continuing to go to the high side, 228.50. So it's only 50 pennies off the high there. What a month, I want to say, it's been for NVIDIA. It's been pumping to the high side, riding the coattails of that AI play. We know all about that. We've been talking about that ad nauseum. Derek Spainhauer, sing that song with bye, 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 bye. Who's that? Who's that?
Backstreet Boys?
Yeah, Backstreet Boys. There we go. Oh my goodness. Anyway,
Way
that
back.
brings back memories, Luca.
Yeah.
I think we got 2 minutes left on the show.
Yeah, sure. I can just cover a few things
Yeah.
I'm looking at. So again, into this Amazon trade, I said I wasn't going to add, but then all this time passed. It kind of went to 99.
And
99 was my stop. I'm like, let me just add here because we'll see if it's going to break or not. We're actually now testing the 99.80. So yeah, I'm going to cover some. My average is essentially 99.80. So let me see if I can get some over here to lighten up on it. And then yeah, we'll see if it actually wants to flush. I think that was a good ad. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Hey,
Long this. Vice
another
Chair
one,
Williams
too.
Speech in 5 minutes. Oh, good look there. Good look. I feel like I have to hold these shorts then. Yeah, I'm going to hold these shorts. And Willis Addison in at XPON 322 held my position from yesterday.
Good for you.
Congratulations.
Like I was saying, it's a good swing. I mean, it had a great setup on the daily for the swing, so good for you. And yeah, guys, we messed up. It's not Backstreet Boys. We don't mean to upset any of the diehard fans out there. It's NSYNC. We made a mistake.
Yeah.
We're sorry. Let's go.
Yeah,
I know. Neil's like, I don't know. No, I should have known that. Yeah. So bye NSYNC. I was gonna say Justin Timberlake to you, and then you said Backstreet Boys. I'm like, okay, I'm not hedging.
You know?
Right?
Yeah,
So I didn't say anything, but
Life's interesting when you multitask, man. You just it's tough to remember everything.
Man,
there.
I was watching I don't know where this was, but Timberland was talking about how he works with Justin Timberlake. He's like, that guy is just gifted. He can come out with like the lyrics and the what? How do you call it? Like the acapella, whatever it's called, like the actual tune of the song. He does it all, and he does it freestyle, and then like basically. Timberland being like the master that he is on the instruments, I think he plays the piano. He can kind of just like compose that real quick, but it looks like Justin Timberlake comes out with stuff on the fly. He's like, it's a pleasure to work with that guy. So, all right, guys. Sky Fairy saying, Sharif, you should be very sorry. I guess she's an NSYNC fan that we offended. But anyway, guys, show's done, and my trade into XPON is also done for a loser. So I get out of that one. So two losers today, XPON and Upstart, both babies. It's been an absolute monster day. We took the big tech names long, Meta, NVIDIA, Tesla. We get them on that dip south when the market tested bottoms, and we rode them north. That's been the trade of the day. And yeah, Luca.
I had a great time. Hopefully you guys enjoyed the show. Again, please hit the like button if you do. We have 2.9K. We could definitely get that to 3K. We got like 5 seconds here. So guys, do the do's. Hit that like button if you enjoyed the show. If you like the video, and I'm sure we'll be coming in with new cutscenes. Fahad's on the ones and twos, editing it, make sure everything is good. But yeah, thanks again, guys. You will be transferred over to the next video. And the close should be interesting, man. Should be interesting. This market's been moving, and I would assume that it's safe to say that it will continue to move. So thanks again for watching, and we will be here again tomorrow. Ciao.